Warm greetings from the high 10. It is Everyday Shenanigans. Thanks for joining me. Hope you all are having a wonderful week. Almost time for the weekend. Please be safe in your ventures and travels. This is a 3-part live pertaining to Ezekiel Harry, a toddler who was dumped in a garbage can via duffel bag by his own mother. She and the boyfriend were walking, seen on surveillance camera, dumping this child in a trash can in the neighborhood back in July. I will bring you that said information. Part 2, Casey Anthony has decided to finally speak about what happened to her child many years ago. I will play you content from Law and Crime. Subject number 3, please sign the petition on change.org to have Billy Joe and Quentin Simon mandated to pay back the $250,000 that Chief Hadley had requested from the commission's board. Thank you for joining me. This is Everyday Shenanigans. Ezekiel Harry, Louisiana mom, boyfriend faced death penalty and death of boy found in trash can. This content was uploaded October 13th. A Louisiana woman and her boyfriend now face the death penalty in the July murder of the woman's 2-year-old son, whose body was found stuffed into a trash can after she reported he was abducted. Ezekiel Harry Ahuma died July 12th of severe blunt force trauma to the head. His mother, Maya Gwendolyn Jones, 28, and her boyfriend, Jermaine Michael Robinson, 37, are charged with first-degree murder and obstruction of justice. Prosecutors said early in the investigation that the case could be one of capital murder. According to Huma police officials, dispatchers received a call around noon on July 12th regarding a potential child abduction. Jones told officers she and her 4 children had been walking in the 100 block of Maylard Street across Bayou Terrebonne from their home when a person in a gray truck passed by, grabbed Ezekiel, and drove away. Detectives investigating Ezekiel's disappearance quickly grew suspicious and suspected something terrible had happened to the toddler. Multiple local and state agencies participated in the search for the missing boy, which included searches of Bayou Terrebonne and the nearby intracoastal waterway. The Louisiana State Police also issued a statewide Level 2 Endangered Missing Child Advisory on behalf of police in Huma, a city of little over 30,000 people that serves as the Terrebonne Parish seat. Huma Police Chief Dana Coleman said the search for Ezekiel took a turn when detectives recovered surveillance footage from the family's neighborhood that showed Jones and Robinson leaving their Kildare Street home overnight Monday with a black duffel bag. A camera outside a business in the area also captured images of the pair with the bag. Footage showed the couple return to their neighborhood without the duffel bag around 5 a.m. that day. Additional footage from the area where Jones claimed her son had been abducted showed her holding an infant carrier as she walked with her 3 other children, who are all between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. We've learned when these images were captured, the carrier was empty, the chief said. Detectives took in both Jones and Robinson for questioning. Jones was thoroughly questioned, at which time several discrepancies were uncovered in her story, Coleman said. It was during police questioning that one of the suspects gave detectives information that led to Ezekiel's body. Around 6 p.m. on July 12th, about 6 hours after the child had been reported missing, his lifeless body was found stuffed into a trash can on Despot Street, about 1.5 miles from the family's neighborhood. Ezekiel's siblings are now in custody of their father, who appeared in court Wednesday wearing a T-shirt bearing photos of his slain son. Across the aisle from Trey Harry Sr. sat Jones and Robinson, handcuffed and wearing red jailhouse jumpsuits. Family members told WWL reporter they have one question for the couple. Why? I'm still trying to figure out why a 2-year-old. And why did you do that? Ezekiel's grandmother, Cynthia Harry, said. What did he do so bad for you to harm him like that? I don't think I'm going to ever find out the truth, but I hope we will. On a social media page, the grandmother holding the child says, I have a lot of memories of you, everyone that knows me. I love taking photos. Mama thinks about you daily. This is really a hard situation. Nobody knows the feeling. Forever, Zeke. Also, there's a photograph of the father holding the baby child. Ezekiel's obituary described him as a typical little boy, always smiling and running around. He was bold, tough, loved to laugh, the obituary read. He enjoyed playing with his father and siblings. We will miss him every day, but we're sure that he would want us to be as strong as he was. Trey Harry posts about his children, including Ezekiel, often on his Facebook page. Most posts about his younger son are about how much he and the children miss the toddler. I wish justice meant getting you back, he wrote on Wednesday. I miss you, son. This said information is by KRO7 if you need verification for the information. I have a strange suspicion that perhaps the child was put in a personal trash can because they showed pictures of the neighborhood, but not a dumpster in an apartment complex or business. There's also footage showing someone's driveway, and it has a video pointing towards the street, which shows the two walking in the street. It does appear to be nighttime, so I believe they dumped the baby in the trash the night before calling police to say that the child was missing. I will now bring you more information pertaining to baby Harry. Thank you for joining me. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $Beganji, 129 Cash App. All stickers and chats are welcome during the live. Hello, everybody in the chat. Thank you so very much. Just trying to get this information out. For WWL, CBS is the source. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's get a little content up here so you can hear about the vigil they had back in the summer. This is an older story from the summer, so don't mind the content.
Bluetooth connected.
Thank you all so much. Waiting for this video to load. Well, it's taken a while. Thank you all so much for your time.
We're beginning with an update for you tonight as Houma police release more details in the tragic death of a Houma 2-year-old. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for watching. I'm Katie Moore. Sharice is off tonight. Officials say Ezekiel Harry died of severe blunt force trauma to the head. We're still waiting for the official coroner's report, but loved ones are gathering tonight for a candlelight vigil at the courthouse there. And Eleanor Tabone is joining us live from Houma with the very latest on this sad case. Eleanor?
Just as you said, Katie, a very, very sad, tragic story, but we are here at Courthouse Square in Houma, and people are starting to slowly gather here this evening, blowing up balloons and setting candles for tonight's vigil that's set to kick off in about an hour. Now, we spoke to a councilwoman earlier today that said she's expecting at least 1,000 people here in Houma to pay respects to little Ezekiel Harry. Now, little Ezekiel was found in a trash can earlier this week. His mother, Maya Jones, and her live-in boyfriend, Jermaine Robinson, are facing the death penalty. And as you said earlier, his cause of death, according to the coroner and Houma police, was blunt force trauma to the head. Now, we are still awaiting toxicology. I spoke to police yesterday who told me that police were called out to that house where Ezekiel was staying 3 times. Now, Katie, they had signed their lease on June 2nd, which means they'd only been living at that house for a little over a month. But as I said, the vigil starts here at 7 o'clock at Courthouse Square in Houma. We will continue to keep you updated on the details and the proceeding of tonight's vigil. For continued updates, you can head to the WWL TV website or download the app. Reporting live in Houma, Eleanor Tabone, Eyewitness News.
All right, everybody, that's the said information in my second part of my video. Let's go to the next for WWL, another piece of content pertaining to the child. Thank you so much for joining me.
Vigil is just wrapping up.
Sorry about that.
As people remember the tragically short life of 2-year-old Ezekiel.
Oh, Lordy. Woo. These articles, they don't play these. Hold on a minute, you guys. Gotta go back in so I can get this content up. It's hard to play these content out of these articles because they don't fare very well. Hold on one second. I'm trying to get it to load. Thank you all so much. This content is from July, back in the summer, when the child was murdered. Now I can't pull it up for some reason. Well, very strange. I'll try to go back in and see if I can pull it up. Very tragic death. Blunt force trauma to the head. Many are going to ask the ultimate question. There's not going to be a reasonable answer for why anyone would beat a 2-year-old up, or any child for that matter. But somebody beat up the baby. So who did it? The boyfriend or the mother? One of them beat the child. Unless she had other children that were older, which I do believe she has older children. Could it be that one of them beat up the baby? You also hear that they just moved into this house where she was residing just a month. Very interesting. Very interesting. Are there witnesses that can say that when they last saw the baby, such as the father, can he attest to when he last saw visually the child? Because what will be interesting if we find out the baby was dead when they moved there, but then that can't be accurate because they said they have footage of her going to the trash dump, wherever she dumped the baby. Very sick situation. I'm trying to pull up this other article. It's not wanting to play for some reason. Well, I'll just read the said information. Cause of death revealed in case of 2-year-old found dead in trash can. Harry's mother, Maya Jones, 28, and her living boyfriend, Jermaine Robinson, 37, could potentially face the death penalty for the child's death. This was uploaded July 15, 2022. Investigators say a 2-year-old who was found dead in Houma trash can died from severe blunt force trauma to the head. The Houma Police Department published the cause of death of 2-year-old Ezekiel Harry on Friday, adding that the official coroner's report is still awaiting toxicology test results. Harry's mother, Maya Jones, 28, and her living boyfriend, Jermaine Robinson, 37, could potentially face the death penalty for the child's death. Police said that Jones initially came to them with a report that her child had been abducted, but that inconsistencies in her story immediately led them to suspect foul play. Jones claims to led to a several search. Jones' claim, led to a several-hour search by helicopters and boats along Bayou Terrebonne. A few hours into the search, Police Chief Dana Coleman said that Jones led them to Ezekiel's body found in a trash can on Daspit Street. I don't know, this article, it just does not want to load things up properly. It's strange to me. Let's see what somebody else had something to say about this case. Let me see if this is pertaining to this, a neighbor speaking. Okay, yes, here's another article by 4WWL. He's going to kill someone, neighbor said. She sounded warning before 2-year-old's death. This was uploaded the 13th of July and then updated one day later, 2022. A candlelight vigil was held Wednesday night to remember Ezekiel Harry, the 2-year-old boy killed this week. His community said he was taken too soon. We have to thank God for 2 years, and in 2 years he has decided his purpose was to bring us together, one of the religious leaders at the vigil said. The garbage can on Daspit Street in Houma was where 2-year-old Ezekiel Harry's body was found. Now that can is surrounded by teddy bears, balloons, and a toy truck. So that's what I found interesting when I went in to look at the content. What struck me peculiar was where the people sat the teddy bears. So usually people sit, getting tongue-tied. People sit toys, bears, balloons at the scene of the crime, usually candles and such. So when I saw it at the curb, I thought, wait a minute. This is a residential area. Why are these teddy bears and things sat right here at the corner? I said to myself, please don't tell me she put the baby in somebody's private garbage can. Obviously she did. Let me finish the content. Lord have mercy. Can't make this stuff up. Oh, mercy. I don't know what's going on. Me and these devices are just, we're not working out. Okay. Got to go back in. As I was saying, the garbage can on Daspit Street in Houma was where he was found. Now that can is surrounded by teddy bears, balloons, and a toy truck. Resident mother and social worker Taranza Glasper told Eyewitness News, I am a mother, first of all. I'm a social worker. I didn't personally know the family, but I knew of them. It was such a tragedy in our community. Houma stood on as one Wednesday night. The community held on to each other for support as tears were shed for the little boy who never got the chance to show the world who he could be. This is our community. This is where we live. And for a tragedy to rock us like this is absolutely devastating, resident Kellen Pacu said. Glasper said the community needs to band together to protect the children. If we don't come together, how are we going to protect our kids? So stop blaming others that weren't there or didn't do this. Just be the village, Glasper said. Sarah Plaza lived across the way from little Ezekiel. Plaza said sometimes the yelling in the house was so aggressive that she feared for the safety of the children. I don't really see the kids a lot. They stay inside a lot. They keep the kids inside most of the time, Plaza's told Eyewitness News. She said she did report the shouting to the police. I called the cops crying and shaking. I said, please send somebody out here. He is going to kill somebody in this house, Plaza said. Plaza said Ezekiel's family moved in after Hurricane Ida. The yelling she heard between the two adults began 2.5 months ago, worsening 3 weeks ago. I could just hear the kids screaming and crying in that house. What else could I do? Plaza said. 24 hours later, she wonders why no one stepped in before tragedy struck. Why was nothing done? Why didn't they do more? More needs to be done, Plaza said. Little Ezekiel will never be forgotten in the town of Houma. What's interesting about this content is that they're stating from this woman, she's called police because of the screaming. She's identifying a male in this storyline. So I'm wondering if he is the one that killed the child, or was it the mother who killed the child? Because you hear 2 months being mentioned. Let me scroll back up. She says, I heard 2 adults began 2.5 months ago. So, and then says worsening 3 weeks ago. So what's the truth? Because this lady is saying they lived there 2.5 months before the incident. But the first content I brought, you said she had only been living there a little over a month. So which is it? Because 1 month versus 2.5 months, maybe the lady doesn't have the correct timing, or the person who gave information in the first article, I don't know, because naturally somebody would have talked to the landlord if she's not the homeowner, and the landlord could give the exact time of when she signed the lease. But nonetheless, let's just say they were there under 3 months. We have an eyewitness saying they heard a lot of arguing. She called the police. She feared for the children's safety. Didn't see the children outside. See, that's always a bad sign, considering we already know that Louisiana is a very warm state, basically all year round. It gets cold down there, but not to the magnitude as up here in higher elevations going north. So therefore, July is a hot month. That is a time when you see children gallivanting about, grown-ups as well. So why were the children inside? So usually when people don't let their children go out, it's for various reasons. Usually they're strict on their children. 2, there's nobody there to watch the children, so they tell the children don't go out of the house. And also religious and radical mindsets, don't want their children out to mingle with other children, also to hide abuse, especially if you're beating your children. Common sense will tell you in summer months, it would be obvious in wearing light clothes, short sleeves, shorts, if they're even allowed to wear those sort of clothing. So if you're beating the children, naturally you don't want them outside. Now we have to ask the ultimate question. If we believe that she has 10-year-olds, 8-year-olds, did the older children attend school? Were there any cases of abuse noted by staff members, teachers, other children? Was DHS in her business? Has she been investigated for any type of abuse to her children? How long has she been dating this boyfriend? Because he's a few years older than her. You also hear of the baby daddy who now has custody of the remaining children. So now I have to ask, what happened with her and that guy for her to be now with this other guy? How long has she been with the new guy? He's now facing the death penalty alongside her. Which one is the one that told where the baby could be found? Because one of them told, and I won't doubt that it was probably the boyfriend that told, whether he helped, did the crime or not. I just got a feeling he's the one that told, because in the end, she's the mother. She wants to hold this lie. She's the one carrying the bag with the baby in it. He's also with her, so he had to have known what was in the bag, because first you're going to ask the ultimate question. Why are we walking with this bag? Where are we going with this bag? He knew. So he's possibly the person that aided her and or beat the baby. And blunt force trauma, that means somebody beat a baby in the head. This is a tragic story. These are two African-American people, female, male, beat a 2-year-old to death. And the sick part is she also had other children. So let's go. Did you beat all of your children, Miss Jones? Who beat the baby? You or the boyfriend or both? Did you beat your other children? What was going on with that child? Why did you beat that specific child? Will we find out later that she beat all of her children? Will we find out that DHS was in her life? Why did she move from the other place she was living? Did she have another place? Well, they said because of the storm, so that means she was displaced. So is she from Louisiana or is she from Florida, Mississippi, Alabama? Where did she come from? Interesting information. Or is she from the same place, just, I don't know, nearby city, what? Very interesting information. 1 second, everybody. Woo! Catch my breath. All this reading is too much. Trying to find a way to get this. I can't. Very sad. I'm not going to try to play any content. You can feel free to look it up because my live is already 23 minutes in. And I don't want to take up much of my time reading. All right. Prayers for the other remaining children. Prayers for justice for this baby child. When I get an update pertaining to the case trial, I will bring you a set date. Please check out the Queen's Library. I have at least 1,700 plus videos in my library. Thank you so very much. The next content is pertaining to Casey Anthony. She has decided to speak about what happened to her and the child many moons ago. Let's see what happens here. We know she's lying, but basically this is for entertainment purposes only on behalf of Casey Anthony. This is a 3-part live. Thank you for joining me.
About the case. I'm Anjanette Levy, and welcome to this latest edition of Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. The disappearance of Caylee Anthony was one of those cases that really captivated the nation, if not the world, People were trying to figure out what happened to this little girl. There was a lot of suspicion surrounding Casey Anthony, because this little girl, her almost 3-year-old daughter, had been apparently missing for 31 days before she was ever reported missing. And so Casey Anthony was ultimately charged with first-degree murder, child abuse, manslaughter, and lying to law enforcement. She was ultimately acquitted of the most serious charges at her trial back in 2011. It was somewhat shocking to a lot of people, as was the defense in this case. So why would Casey Anthony, after all of this time, now after nearly a dozen years, come out and sit for an interview for a 3-part docuseries? Jonna Spilbor is a criminal defense attorney, and she is here to talk with me about this. Jonna, welcome to Sidebar. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Jonna, I know you followed this case. I followed this case. I remember when this trial was on, I was working an early morning shift in local news, and I would race home from work every day around 12:30 just so I could watch to see what was going on in this trial. People really wanted to know what was going to happen. And I think it was a pretty stunning case because of what came out in the opening statements in that case. People may not remember this, but Casey Anthony said that her attorney, I guess, did, Jose Baez at the time, said that basically that little Kaylee drowned in the family's swimming pool, and that her dad, George Anthony, tried to help cover this up by hiding the little girl's body. It wasn't found for many months, and there were skeletal remains. There were claims of incest that George Anthony denied. He denied abusing Casey Anthony. So it was a stunning, stunning verdict, I think, for a lot of people. What were your thoughts on the verdict?
Yeah, precisely the same. This was one of those cases, I think, that had the country riveted for a number of reasons, but we had such an innocent victim, right? There's no more innocent victim than a small child. And then we had her mother, who was a villain, who in everybody's eyes, but for her defense attorneys, was a true villain. I mean, we saw the evidence that the prosecution put up that, here you have a child who is allegedly missing, although most of us thought that she knew that she had met her demise. Missing, and you have a mother that's out getting pictures and partying and having a grand old time. And normal human beings could not wrap our minds around that under any circumstances. And then when you fast forward to the end of the story and she's acquitted, I think we had a collective, mouth dropping to the floor as a society on this one. And it still stings to this day. It still stings.
It does sting. And there was a lot of talk even back then. She was released from jail. She had gotten credit for time served or what have you. And I should mention, Children's Services believed she was ultimately responsible for her daughter's death. She is the one that, that's not a criminal charge, but the Children's Services Department believes she was ultimately responsible. It's your daughter, you're in charge of her, you're responsible for her well-being and her care. But she's acquitted. She walks out of the jail with Jose Baez. She kind of goes into hiding. There was all this talk even back then. Will she do an interview? Who will the first interview be with? There was all this speculation and gossip. And a lot of news organizations really looked at this interview, a possible interview with Casey Anthony, as something that is not a good idea, was not a good idea, and that it was like too hot to handle. So I don't understand what could possibly have changed with the passing of 10 or 11 years.
Oh, I'll tell you 2 words: money, honey. Because this country has such a voracious appetite for all things true crime. And I'm a fan of true crime too, except when the victim of the true crime is a child. Like we've had other podcasts, right? The Serial podcast, for example, where we tune in and we love to hear about people who are accused of crimes who may be innocent. I mean, we love to dig into this. And there's other things that we consume in the media where we try to dissect a crime ourselves, and we eat that up. Casey Anthony is in a position now, because she's been acquitted of basically everything. I think maybe one little charge stuck after her appeal, but that's all said and done, that she really has nothing to lose by coming out and telling her story. And I'm sure that she's not, I'm not sure she's not doing it for free. If I had to guess, I'd say she's not doing it for free. There's a totally double jeopardy argument to be made that she can't even put a foot in her mouth. She was legally acquitted, so there's no harm, no foul in her profiting from telling her story.
Exactly.
You know, and it's almost it's kind of like O.J. Simpson all over again.
Yeah, it kind of is. And it was on that level almost, you know, it was a huge case for people who don't recall this, but I think a lot of people probably do. And this docuseries, it's going to be 3 parts. It's called Casey Anthony, Where the Truth Lies. It's going to come out on Peacock later this month. And there's so much backlash against this on Twitter. People saying that they're going to cancel their Peacock subscriptions. There was a journalist, Ryan Gorman, a former journalist, I should say. This is morally bankrupt. Just canceled my Peacock subscription. Who else is with me? Hashtag cancel Peacock. You know, another person, a true crime podcaster, said something to the effect of, well, you know, I'll watch this. I'll watch her lie her, you know, ASS off for a few hours or what have you. So there's a lot of backlash against this, and a lot of people saying they won't watch it. I don't understand why. Yes, money, honey, I get the point there. This is supposed to include personal archives, according to the director, personal archives of Casey Anthony, and for her to tell her story, things of that nature. So how much do you think that she might be getting paid all in all?
Quite a bit, again, because I do think there's a big appetite. Now, maybe that might change. The narrative might change if the people who are paying her are also going to get canceled, which, sidebar, okay, I'm probably not going to watch it. I don't believe in the whole cancel culture thing. If you disagree with it and you don't want to watch it, well, then, of course, don't watch it. But there will be people who will want to watch it, if for no other reason than, you know, they want to watch her lie some more. Now, she did not testify in her own defense at the trial. And this might be, you know, her 15 minutes, another 15 minutes for her. And that might be very selfishly motivated. But again, everybody is entitled to make up their own minds as to whether she should be talking, shouldn't be talking. But there'll be eyeballs on this. There will be eyeballs on this for whatever reason.
Yeah, there definitely will be. And the director is Alexandra Dean. She says this series will allow people to look at the case in a new light. I don't see what new light we could view this case through. We had a trial back in 2010, 2011. It was when the trial was held, and she was acquitted. We basically know all of the facts according to her defense, and then according to the prosecution.
Hey, one
brief commercial break. Thank you for joining me.
To her defense, and then according to the prosecution. You know, this is somebody who took off and partied for a while her daughter was missing. And let's not forget, Jonna, Zanny the nanny. Remember Zanny the nanny? She said that she left her Kaylee with Zanny the nanny, and everybody was thinking, does that mean Xanax? Like, there was no Zanny the nanny. So I just don't understand. And apparently Casey Anthony had no creative control over this, or no editorial control, according to the director. So, I mean, yes, you cannot watch it if you don't want to, but as a criminal defense attorney, do you see anything good coming out of this for Casey Anthony?
You know, I really don't. I really don't, because we've kind of already made up our minds as a society about her. There's nothing that she's going to be able to say. There's no new light, to quote unquote, that's going to have anybody sitting there going, oh, yeah, you know what? I guess she really is not guilty. Oh, darn. In all these years, nobody is going to do that. And I think it's disrespectful on some level to Kaylee Anthony, to be honest with you. Not to mention the fact that, you know, her own father, who she tried to throw under the bus unsuccessfully on a certain level. And, you know, what does Jose Baez have to say about this? Is he going to be
Yes, I was wondering the same
because
thing.
that's another thing. He needs to walk a very, very fine line here between patting himself on the back and interjecting in something like this. I would be very careful if I were him.
Well, we don't know if Jose Baez is taking part, but I can tell you that we reached out to him for this segment to see if maybe he'd want to come on, and he declined and really said nothing about it. So that's where Jose Baez stands as far as we can tell from this. And the tease, that this is quite the teaser for this trailer. They basically ask her why she's doing this, and then it goes to silence. So they're really banking on people watching this. So Jonna Spilbor, a criminal defense attorney, trial watcher, thanks so much, as always, for coming on and offering your time and your expertise.
So
Law and crime is the source for this information. Very interesting. Once again, more nonsense. Why is Casey Anthony deciding to speak now? What version will she give? Wouldn't you be surprised and faint if she told the truth? Yeah, I killed the baby. No double jeopardy. She can't be tried again. Just imagine if she decided to tell the world the truth. Yes, I killed my child. It was an accident. I was scared. I dumped her. I lied on my father, brother, made up the story about the nanny, the job, where to find the nanny. It was all a lie. Because as the woman said here in this commentary, she doesn't have anything to lose. So really, she could tell the truth if she wanted to. She's been walking around anyway, free. Many people believe she's guilty. What the hell was going on in the minds of the 12 members of the jury? I don't know. Something in the water, I guess. But nonetheless, they let her go. She could tell the truth and nothing would happen. I do believe they paid her. Because why come forward now? We already know she can't work a regular job unless it's somebody psycho that wants to have a baby killer in their midst and their presence. You see, she's never married, never had another children. God forbid she was ever to become somebody's babysitter. So what has she been doing in this all these years, 11 plus years, whatever? Well, we already know the PI that was helping, he called himself having her work with him or give her this company, PI business. But there was some malfunctions as far as her being able to get a license or some business. So my thing is, it costs to live. You have to be able to have funds to survive in this world, some type of way. Whether it's somebody footing the bill for you, or you have to get out here and work or hustle. Whatever that hustle is, be it legal or illegal. So I won't doubt that, yes, she needs funds. And at some point, people will tire of taking care of you. And then she'll probably get tired of being bothered with the person that's being the payout. Because there comes an obligation when you shack up with folks. Usually they want something in exchange, especially if it's a man, an older man at that. This man's old enough to be your father, grandfather. So what was the payout? And at some point, as I said, he will probably want something from her. Probably did a little pat here, rub there. Hey, I need some sexual relations. I always thought that. There's no way in your right mind, if you've been in the legal business, you believe that she had nothing to do with the child's death. Too many lies were told by Casey Anthony to believe she had nothing to do with the child's death. The evidence was there, but 12 members of the jury decided to overlook it. And I won't doubt that some of the people on the jury actually believe she did it, but they got swayed by some knucklehead or two. Well, we just don't know. Now you fast forward many years later, she's decided to give a version. I do not have Peacock at the moment. I will possibly watch it just to see, as the lady says in this commentary, just to see her lie. She'll just be good content for a YouTube video. Let's keep it real. Because isn't that the art of it? Hustling, recognizing another hustle. See, manipulation is grand. She knows that people want to hear from her. She knows people want to hear what version she could come up with or what she could add to what she's already told. She knows that most people know that she's a liar. But they'll listen anyway, even if they don't want to. They'll hear about it. Somebody will whisper in their ear, hey. It is what it is. What version will she tell? What do her parents have to say about her speaking? What is her rapport with her parents now? What is her rapport with Mr. Baez? As you heard, Baez is not has declined this response by the law and crime. Why? Baez, why don't you have anything to say? You had a lot to say back in court with all those lies you spun on her behalf because she did not testify. She was a busy bee. And my goodness, she was in your ear and you were in the ear of the jury panel with all those ridiculous stories. Just ridiculous. How could a person reconnect with their family after accusing one of child molestation? Be kind of hard. I do believe the brother was looped in there, if I'm not mistaken. So she basically eradicated an entire existence with her family with these lies. Didn't say the child drowned. Father was responsible. He was watching her. No mention of the mother, I don't believe. So where was the mother while the baby was drowning? I guess she was somewhere getting her hair and nails done. You see, when you hear this type of nonsense, you realize how sick a person is. Casey Anthony is ill. And these traits start young. They don't happen overnight. That's what a person needs to understand about a pathological liar. You don't wake up and start lying to people. 9 times out of 10, a pathological liar, habitual liar, was a liar as a child, as a teenager. Make believe. They make up stuff to validate themselves. They want more of themselves. They want people to see more about them than what they've brought to the table. So they make up things, fabricate things. They'll lie about where they went, what they did. I've seen it firsthand. And it's hard to trust a person who lies. As I tell you, a thief, at least with a thief, you know what you're getting. With a liar, you don't, because if you don't know the person, they can spin all kind of webs to you. You don't know where they're from. You've never met them before. So they can tell you all these grand tales. That's why sometimes it's best to not even respond when you hear a person excessively talking about him or herself. Don't even respond. Just let them go on and on and on. Because somewhere in that conversation, the truth is going to reveal itself. The truth will reveal itself. I'm sitting here thinking of a story of somebody I met. The guy perpetrated himself as a straight male. And this is not to be disrespectful to anybody that is homosexual, but he was very feminine. And he talked about himself a lot. And I met him at a bar. And I would see him when I go out on the weekends. And he was showing me pictures of this beautiful brunette girl. And he was basically telling me he dated her. She lived out of town. I think he said she lived in Florida, which that's when I realized the lie was coming into fruition. And he was showing pictures of him and her, and she lived away, and she came from a very wealthy family. Her and her brother flew on jets and different things. And I always tell myself that when the story doesn't sound believable, real, it's possibly because it's not. And it's not to say that he doesn't know anybody with a jet. He doesn't know anybody that lives in a skybox in the sky that's worth $1 million, $500,000. It's what's logical. You are in a bar every week. You tell me you travel for a living. You want me to believe that this beautiful brunette in this picture is your girlfriend? You're showing pictures of a big home in the background, swimming pool, famous people at this party. You're showing videos of the party, blah, blah, blah. And something told the queen that he was lying. 1, I watch everything you say. I watch your appearance. And that leads me to believe if you're telling the truth or not. Because even a queen is not fascinated with shiny shoes and an overcoat. So let's go here. You're a business person traveling the globe, but yet every weekend you come in with the same orange bubble coat vest. Stay woke now. Stay woke. Well, it's not the Magnolia. This is another bar I used to attend down west, on the west side of town. Anywho, you come in the bar with the same jacket on, same bubble vest every time I see you. I didn't believe that that girl was your girlfriend. I didn't believe that you had ever attended that party that you showed in the video. I didn't believe that you were a world traveler. I didn't believe that she's a world traveler. Her brother's a world traveler. I didn't believe that they had jets. I didn't believe any of it, because what I have to tell myself is start at the bottom and work my way up. If I'm looking at a person that doesn't look like a jet setter, I'm going to start there. 2, you excessively talk about yourself every time I bump into you at the bar. That's all I need. I don't need verification. I don't need anything. So let's fast forward. I can't say if it was the same year, next year. I was at another bar that's around the corner across the street from the mall. And it's a popular place. I'll call its name out because it doesn't have any bearing of anything. Drake's is what it's called. I was in there one night and he was there. And at this point, I'm already leery not to even hold a conversation because I realize this man lies all the time, don't even speak. So I'm talking to someone, I believe it was a female, and, you know, women keep up with the know of people. So I said to the girl, I said, do you know that guy right there? She said, yeah. I said, what do you know about him? I said, is he a world traveler? Does he live out of town? And she said, hell no, he works for ADT, something like that. I about passed out. I said, what did you say? He worked where? Girl, he worked for ADT, some type of name. The point is, he was not a world traveler. He ain't been traveling the seas. He ain't been seeing nothing. So what you have to tell yourself, if you lie about what you do for a living, you lie about the girl, this, you just start with the small things. You already know the rest of the story. It's a lie. Everything's a lie. Because as I said, you're in the bar every week. Why would you be in this small city every week, but you're canoozling with wealthy people who fly on jets? I'm just going to say it. Why would you be in Knoxville, of all places, just hanging around at this bar to hang at another bar through the week and you're a jet setter? You wouldn't. Now, I'm not saying wealthy people do not come through here, because as most of you know, that football player was just here weekend before last and left the waitress $1,000 tip at an IHOP on Merchants. So there are people who are well off and famous that do come through Knoxville, Tennessee, as any other city in America. The point is, that football player, to my knowledge, doesn't hang out in Knoxville through the week. That's the point. And to make it even more official that he was a liar, Queen was standing in the parking lot and watched him go over to a standard small car that was not a BMW, Lexus, Infiniti, Range Rover. You see where I'm going. A little small compact car. And then it took my memory back. When I saw him in the car, I started laughing because I said, well, look at the jet setter. He doesn't even have a mid-sized sedan. He's driving a little itty-bitty small car. And then it dawned on me the comment he made to me a while back at that bar we used to hang at. He said, oh, I don't drive my such and such car. I drive the little compact car just to use to drive around the city. Well, why would you be driving a small car around the city unless you lived in the city? See, he tripped up then. And he said that because he knew I might see him get in that compact car leaving out. So he wanted to make sure he had an alibi of a small car, just in case I saw him get in the car and I wanted to be, you know, a meanie and say, hey, where's your big boy car at? So you fast forward a little while, you see him out at another bar, you ask somebody about him, they let you know he's just a regular old guy And then you see him going over to that same little car that he mentioned a while before. Yeah, beep, beep. Just a small story to let you know you don't know who you're talking to when you're conversating with people. People will tell you anything. And I understand sometimes we don't want people in our business, so we may lie. I would say fabricate, but we may lie about some things that we just don't want people meddling. Because there are a lot of people who like to meddle in stuff just so they can go carry a bone back. So I get it. Sometimes you just don't want people snooping around in your business. But to just start talking and just start going on and on about, yeah, I travel to Florida. Yeah, my girlfriend's got a jet. Her brother's got a jet. They fly here. They fly there. I'm a traveler, blah, blah, blah. But yet every time I see you, you're in the same bar every week. You're even there on nights like Wednesday, Thursday night. So when do you work your jet setting job? You have to be careful of people who like to spin stories. Anytime you meet a person that talks excessively about themselves, 9 times out of 10, they're not telling the truth. And that's a sad thing to say. There's nothing wrong with tooting your own horn on occasion, but to talk about yourself nonstop, it's a very bad sign. It's a very bad sign that you're talking to a pathological liar. I'm just going to keep it real because that's how it starts. Oh, I work here. Oh, I know this person. Yeah, I went to the such and such for the weekend. I was in Aruba for 3 days. And then I went over to Mexico for 5 days. Then it just goes from one extreme to the other. Oh, I was in Paris 3 weeks ago. Oh, yes, my Lexus is in the shop. And it's, it's always something. It just goes on and on and on. And it will make your head spin. Subject number 3. Quentin Simon. As most of you know, there's a storm coming. I'm going to play you that information pertaining to Savannah, Georgia. And please go sign the petition on change.org to mandate that the mother and grandmother pay the city town back the $250,000 monies that Chief Hadley requested from the commission's board, because I feel it's only right that they pay that money back since they know the child is dead. They are the cause of the child being deceased, and 1 or 2 put the child in a bag, dumpster, whichsoever, which led to the search of the landfill. Search will be called off, I believe, tomorrow, as to prepare for the storm that's coming. I will play you that said commentary. Thank you for joining me. If you need verification for this Casey Anthony story, Law and Crime is the source. The link is in the chat if you want to give your opinion about all 3 stories of the mother and the boyfriend dumping the baby in a trash can. Number 2, Casey Anthony has decided to speak. It will be a 3-part documentary, docuseries on Peacock. And number 3, the petition. Please sign it on change.org. If you feel like these people should pay that money back to Chatham County, because they went into the children's school board fund for cameras for the district, school cameras, if I'm not mistaken. Christopher, what's your problem down there? Lord have mercy. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Can't even find what I'm looking for. Well, hold on 1 second. Prayers for the people down there, because they will have to take cover. All right, everybody. This is pertaining to Chatham Emergency Management Agency. They're monitoring this storm. So let's pray for the people down there.
Bluetooth connected.
Prayers for all those that will be affected by this storm. praying that everyone can take cover if need be. Here's the set information, WTOC. Thank you for joining me.
Our first alert weather days for our area because of the impact we could see from Tropical Storm Nicole.
And those impacts in the coastal empire aren't expected to be severe, but the Chatham County Emergency Management Agency is still preparing for every possibility. SEMA has entered the enhanced monitoring phase, which means they'll be monitoring weather conditions with the help from the National Hurricane Center to determine what steps, if any, they need to take to keep residents safe. High winds are the main concern for the storm, which our First Alert Weather Team says could cause some power outages Wednesday night into Thursday and Friday. High tides are also a concern. Catherine Glasby with the Chatham County says people just need to be aware of the changing weather conditions.
People just need to be prepared for some gusty winds. They need to be prepared to batten down the hatches at their homes, make sure that there's nothing that's going to be able to fly around, and just be careful of elevated tides tomorrow morning. 8 a.m. we have a high tide out at Tidy that's going to probably be about 10.2. So it may come across the road. Just remember, turn around, don't drown. We don't want anybody trying to cross something that they should.
All right, everybody. WTOC is the source. So, Tybee Island will probably get a little high water. Some water may cross over onto the road, so please do not drive in that general area. Please check your local listings for your general area for those who are down there on the coast to make sure you will be safe. Naturally, there'll be a lot of people who will weigh things out and not go. That is your choice, how you see fit. But if you know you're in the general area of a storm, please take cover or leave the area if possible. Thank you all so much for joining me. Subject number 3 is the petition pertaining to Quentin Simon. Please sign the petition. I've got wind today that some people are a bit flustered about the petition being mentioned on Everyday Shenanigans. Well, my thing is, I talk about whatever I want to talk about. Whatever I want to fight for is for a petition. Call somewhere. It's my choice. It's my business. Nobody runs this but I. What you do on your network is your business. You want to sign the petition, it's your choice. If you don't, that is also your choice. I could care less. Because all the things that have been going on pertaining to Savannah and around the country on the wire has nothing to do with Quentin Simon. That's the reason why he's in the landfill in the first place, because he was never important. He was never important. And that is why he's no longer alive, because he was never deemed important. So the petition is important to sign, because these two need to stand account for their role in the death of this baby. And nobody needs to be digging in their pocket to recoup the $250,000. These are working class, poor people that live down in this area. Where do you all think the money is coming from? $250,000, that's a lot of money. Let me jog your memory back to Justice Smollett. He's a prime example of why you need to sign the petition. This man lied to the city officials in Chicago and still didn't want to pay back what? The monies. What was even $10,000? It's nothing compared to people running around the city in the dead of winter trying to find these culprits that you say put a noose around your neck. Those people have a job to do. That is their job, to work for the city as police officers, detectives. But they're not go-karts. Turn them on, turn them off when you see fit. And it's the same in Chatham County. They have a small department, so they do not have the manpower to be running around chasing ghosts. Got these people looking around for a child that was already dead, already disposed of in a dumpster. This is why you signed the petition. To show people you cannot go out here and, one, kill your kid, dump your kid, and then lie to officials for them to go out here and find your child. that you know is already dead and you are the culprit behind the death of the child. Number 2, the grandmother, Billy Joe Howe, Miss Betterton, whatever your damn name is, you were responsible for the children and you're sitting up here blubbering and crying. You are also responsible because you signed the papers for the children. Fraud. Lying on a piece of paper. It is a crime in some states to file a false report, no matter what it is about. And it should be a crime when you lie about your child missing when you know your child is dead. So hell yeah, there needs to be a petition. And I pray that a lot of you sign it. Please share the petition on your social media platforms. Thank you for joining me. Let's hear why you should sign the petition besides falsifying documents, lying to authorities, using up resources. Now they're having to go get money from the school board or whatever they got it from, commissions board, to dig into school monies just to find a child. I'm going to show you why. You should sign.
Here, Fury. I need this conversation.
I do.
I need this conversation. Oh, Fury, you pissed her off.
Hey, love.
Yes. Hey, Queen. Hi. Queen.
Yeah, he
I
pissed
love
me
you.
off too. I was trying to get up here too, but I couldn't get up here fast enough.
Queen, I want you to know that if I had enough money, you would have a sign on my wall too. Yeah. So, because
It's okay, girl. I'm not worried about that. I thought that was really cool, though. That was really nice of y'all to do that.
So Cher was the first person that held me up and backed me. She backed me from the beginning. She was mad at first, but she said, you know what? Let me open my mind and let me open my heart and let me see past what other people are telling me and let me talk to her. Mm-hmm. And she did that. And then you are the next person that came into my life. Mm-hmm. You are, Queen.
Aww.
And I
gotta give Cher props though. She really is trying really fucking hard, man. She's been putting in some work, and I hope people see that.
You and I had a conversation. I was at the river crying. I cried my heart out.
Broke my heart.
Mm. And if it wasn't for you, Queen, I couldn't have made it from there to the house. I don't want the world to know that. Because you backed me up whenever nobody else would. Just like Cher backed me up before anybody else would.
Hey, I backed you up too. I just want to out to people.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. No disrespect. Please forgive me. I'm still learning.
No,
Please don't be mad at me.
It means like she's been on my panel before, and she's been up here like she's defended you too before. But she means like not. You know what I mean? We know you on a personal level. You know, so.
But I want this guy to come back. He's probably afraid. Because me and this guy need to talk. You know, and I did get a little bit behind. I'm sorry, I dropped off from the whole conversation because I have a wonderful, wonderful God-fearing man that comes by my house every day and he talks to us. And me and Beth were sitting here talking and we were like, you know what? We need to see him. But we don't want to call him out of his house at 8 o'clock at night, right? You know, he's got a family, he's got a life, he's got loved ones too. So we asked him if he could come by tomorrow or the day after so we could spend some time with him because he
honestly and truthfully, I want the world to know that he was the one whenever I wanted to make a sign for Quentin. And I shouldn't have even said the word because now I'm going to be in trouble. But you know what? I'm doing this. The sign for Quentin that is in that memorial is the sign that my pastor came here and helped me make to put up there.
And that was always supposed to be in the front yard. She was never going to move that before the circus went.
I had no intentions of removing it. But whenever you put signs like baby killer, and I have pictures, baby killer in a memorial of a 20-month-old, what kind of person are you? So I got protective. I got really protective. And I moved him from the edge of the...
Billy Joe, this performance that you have put on is despicable, but that is expected from a person who, one, never cared about the children. That is the reason why you and your husband worked away from the house, is because you never cared. So in the end, anything that you would put outside on the lawn pertaining to Quentin Simon is a joke anyway. Teddy bears, memorial, a sign, it's all the same. It's despicable for you to put a sign up when you know your daughter killed that baby, disposed the baby, and you're aiding her. And then you refuse to own your part in being the custodian of the children. Why you all refuse to continue to talk around that subject is just baffling to me. And it's despicable to the child and the children. But this is expected of people who are street people who had no business having the children. As far as your pastor coming to make the sign, I don't know what his malfunction is, but I wouldn't be participating in anything pertaining to you, a sign, memorial. I'd pray for you. That's all I would do. But I wouldn't make myself visible. As to not have people harassing me and why am I helping this persons who had custody, assets to the children. Sometimes it's best to lay in the cut and not be visible. Once again, making excuses about the signs, the memorial. You're still the people behind the death of the child. So it doesn't mean anything about where you would move the memorial. You're still the people who are guilty of the child being gone. What is it that you don't understand? Now you go on to say, at the start of this, we all know each other on a personal level. You all don't know anything because in the end, you are spinning a web to some random strangers. You're a random stranger. They're random strangers, and they're random strangers is aiding this bullshit that you're spinning out. You all are all in this for self-serving purposes because all of you are ill and tainted. A bunch of peas in a pod, point blank.
I got a lot of things to sell. Because all these things are material things. They are things that mean nothing without little feet running through my house. So take that how you want it.
I'm going to take that how I want it because I'm going to tell the truth because the queen knows about street people. You had no intention of selling any of these items before October 5th. Checkmate. You had no intention of selling any campers, or whatever items you're trying to put up for sale because you didn't stay home long enough to sell anything. You're selling these items because possibly you need money because you haven't been to work. You also, I believe, have a drug problem. So you also got to fuel that drug habit while you're also trying to pay a light bill, gas, water, sewer, insurances on cars, trucks. You're going to go into a description of what you're trying to sell. And I'm going to say it again. Were these items up for sale before October 5th, before the baby was killed and disposed of? Because I got a feeling you had no intention of doing any of this, selling of stuff. That's my personal opinion. So since you all want to donate to baby killers, please knock yourself out. But as the one that said in the chat, she has income. She does have an income. But like I told people, the hustle is greater. She has to sell stuff to recoup not working. Now, she's also a union worker, so she still should be covered to have some income. So now we have to ask the ultimate question. Billy Joe, were you fired from your job because of the backlash that is now circulating on YouTube and social media? Is your husband still currently working? Because we're seeing him pop in and out, which shows us that neither one of you are working. So that goes to the question of, do you own the house that you reside in? What's the truth? Will you take leave of absence? Did you take a leave of absence, or were you asked to just get off the plantation altogether? Sorry, ma'am. Your name is ringing. We don't need you working for us anymore. What is the truth? Because you're going to go into that briefly in a subtle way that you can't discuss while you're selling these items. What's the problem? Do you not have a job, Billy Joe, Hal, Betterton, whatever your name is? Because the fact that you're now allowing an acolyte to work on your behalf, putting up derogatory signs on front lawns and making excuses why Quentin Simon's banner couldn't be put up, throwing out your pastor, throwing out some other God-fearing person that you don't want to call up because they have a family. Well, obviously he doesn't care about his family to be immersing himself with people who've killed a child. Because it wouldn't matter to me that you were not there. Once I found out that you were the custodian, I'm going to be looking at you sideways. And I wouldn't be interfering because I wouldn't want my name coming up in the news. I wouldn't want anyone filming me. I don't want the news catching me running in and out. I would stay in my lane and pray from you from my house. But there are people who are clout chasers. As someone said on somebody's channel, the man who's got his sons that are wrapped up in this takeoff mess, internet whores. You have people like this. They want attention. And some would say, oh, he's a preacher, he's a pastor. That means nothing to the Queen, because I wouldn't get immersed in anything pertaining to you and this case. And who knows if that's the truth. He helped you make the banner. Yeah. Well, he helped you make it. Who paid for it? Because how is he going to help you make it? He has a print shop? I'm confused. Does he have a print shop? Yeah, okay. Let me go back a little bit because I skipped over some things while I've been talking here. Let me get on here. We're going to go back.
I need this conversation.
Oh, Fury, you pissed her off.
Hello.
Yes. Hey, Queen.
Hi. Queen.
Yeah, he
I
pissed
love
me
you.
off too. I was trying to get up here too, but I couldn't get up here fast enough.
I love you, Queen, I want you to know that if I had enough money, you would have a sign on my wall too.
Yeah.
So, because
It's okay, girl. I'm not worried about that. I thought that was really cool, though. That was really nice of y'all to do that.
So sweet.
Cher was the first person that held me up and backed me. She backed me from the beginning. She was mad at first, but she said, you know what? Let me open my mind and let me open my heart and let me see past what other people are telling me and let me talk to her. Mm-hmm. And she did that. And then you are the next person that came into my life. Mm-hmm. You are, Queen.
Oh.
And
I gotta give Cher props though. She really is trying really fucking hard, man. She's been putting in some work, and I hope people see that.
You and I had a conversation.
You too, Queen.
I was at the river crying. I cried my
that
heart
broke
out.
My heart.
Mm.
And if it wasn't for you, Queen, I couldn't have made it from there to the house. I want the world to know that. Because you backed me up whenever nobody else would. Just like Cher backed me up before anybody else would.
Hey, I backed you up too. I just want to help the people.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. No disrespect. Please forgive me. I'm still learning. I'm still learning.
No,
everybody.
she's been,
Please don't be mad at
she
me.
just means like
No.
she's been on my panel before, and she's been up here like she's defended you too before, but she means like not, you know what I mean? We know you on a personal level, you know, so.
But I want this guy to come back.
He's probably afraid
Because
now.
me and this guy need to talk.
If
You know,
you
and
Yeah, I wonder if
I
I
did
do
get
that.
a little bit behind. I'm sorry, I dropped off from
No,
the
that's
whole
okay.
conversation because I have a wonderful, wonderful God-fearing man that comes by my house every day and he talks to us. And me and Beth were sitting here talking and we were like, you know what? We need to see him. But we don't want to call him out of his house at 8 o'clock at night, right? You know, he's got a family, he's got a life, he's got loved ones too. So we asked him if he could come by tomorrow or the day after so we could spend some time with him because he, honestly and truthfully, I want the world to know that he was the one whenever I wanted to make a sign for Quentin. And I shouldn't have even said the word because now I'm going to be in trouble. But you know what? I'm doing this. The sign for Quentin that is on that memorial is the sign that my pastor came here and helped me make to put up there.
And that was always supposed to be in the front yard. She was never gonna move that before the circus went.
I had no intentions of removing it, but whenever you put signs like baby killer, and I have pictures, baby killer in a memorial of a 20-month-old, what kind of person are you? So I got protective. I got really protective.
The same type of person that would stay on the road with their husband working, knowing they have custody of children, and left them behind with an unfit mother. A mother that let her children walk around in Pampers all day without shoes and clothes on. So the same people you're judging that put the baby killer signs up there are just like you. I deem you all the same. One's no better than the other. And you have a lot of nerve to sit up here and say, what kind of people would put baby killers at a memorial? The same type of trash that would sit a memorial out for a child that they know they neglected and left with the mother and had custodial rights of them. The same kind. That kind. You can't make this stuff up.
Yeah. And I moved him from the edge of the road back into my yard in hopes that the people would come there. They would come there with love.
Hello, Gloria.
For Quentin, regardless of what they thought about the rest of the world and our family. Because this is not about us. It's about him.
It is about you and your daughter. You've been trying to sway the jury before they even get picked. And that's what you're doing by canoodling with this Canadian acolyte. And whoever else wants to jump on board. You know you can get more bees with this tainted honey called YouTube. Shut up, Queen. Bring it to him. Tainted honey equals YouTube. YouTube equals tainted honey. So I can get more bees if I go to social media. They're going to worry about the news because they're not going to show me on the news that long. Let me go to YouTube where I can get some gullible green individuals who are also tainted, such as myself. Skeletons in their closet, wayward family, wayward parents, drug addicts, alcoholics, people that abuse animals, children, other humans, hustlers. Did I say it all? Billy Joe? That is why you're over here on the wire. You need sick acolytes to follow in behind you. And if you all need to know what an acolyte is, I suggest you Google it. You're looking for acolytes and you found a few that are on the wire. But the thing people need to understand, those acolytes are internet whores, internet junkies, people who need validation themselves. So you all have found a likeness in each other. And now it's, oh, we've learned each other on a personal level. No, what you've done is found somebody that rides how you ride. You're just filthy. Your spirit is filthy. You're an old person and you've learned nothing from your past. You haven't redeemed yourself. And now you're over here on the wire trying to pick up acolytes to run in behind you and sniff your tail, to try to sugarcoat. You walked away from them children. You did that willingly, intentionally, for self-serving purposes. Because at some point you should have told your daughter it was time for her to grow up and be a parent, act like an adult. So you are officially guilty alongside Leilani Simon and whoever else had knowledge that the child was dead and got them dead, knowledge of after the fact, whichsoever.
So, whenever the vulgarity that was screamed over his memorial of his mother,
She can't even say memorial.
and of his grandmother, and of his family, screamed over the top of what is supposed to be sacred for him.
Thank you for joining me.
They desecrated so bad
Desecrated.
that I moved it and I protected it behind a fence. And yes, I want the world to know that I put the voice behind the wall on top of it. And Queen, I do not want you to think that I'm...
So you put filth on top of a memorial. What type of sense does that make, Billy Joe Howe? You put a filthy horse on top of a memorial of a child that you and your daughter willingly neglected. And now you want to play possum as if you had no role in the death of that baby boy and the gross negligence of the other two children, because they also go hand in hand with Quentin Simon. Do not forget about the other two children. They just so happen to be alive. But negligence is negligence, irregardless. So you have a lot of nerve to talk about why you put up that sign of that Canadian acolyte. You are ill, and you're trying to get people to listen to you, but you are full of shit. Just like that baby horse you are canoodling with. All of you are ill, and you're disgusting. There's no way I would have a sign across my yard of anybody else, even guilty I know I am, but I would not have a YouTuber's face on a fucking poster. And whoever paid for it, you're sick and ill too. It's in the scripture for all of you Bible toters. Thou shalt not sit at the table with the wicked. It's in Psalms. Speak it and it shall be so. So be careful what you speak on, because you can claim it. Even when we're joking, you have to be careful what you claim. That's why you don't say negative things, because you can claim it. You talk about your foot hurting. Oh my goodness, if I keep on, I'm going to break my leg, break my ankle. Before you know it, you have. You're claiming the devil's workshop. Because see, you're already working for the devil, Billy Joe. That's why you went to this heifer. She found you however it went. That's in the scripture too. Seek and you shall find. Two demons found each other, and you all are coddling Satan's spawn, which is Leilani Simon. You all are evenly yoked. That's why you're sitting up here canoodling on a live stream. Oh, they've been so supportive of me. Oh, you all just don't understand. Oh. You all got something in common. That's why. One thing begets another. None of you are innocent in the death of Quentin Simon. So you can go live till you're blue in the face. You can scoop up all the cow manure, dead fish, and acolytes to align with you. You all are despicable. You have no respect for the living. You have no respect for the dead. That's why one is dead. Because there was no regard for him when he was alive. There was no regard for the other two children. They were just barely hanging on while they were here. We have to pray for their journey because one didn't make it. And now you're sitting up here blubbering, looking like a cow, making up stuff for entertainment purposes. Shameful. Hit the link if you have something you want to say about the 3 subjects in this live. Thank you for joining me.
I'm taking anything from you. This share was my first defender.
Well, we're all coming
And I
together
love
in
you.
the end.
I love you, and I love our conversations that we've had together. Because you have held faithful to the things that I've talked to you about, that you have kept between me and you. And that is love.
Well, I can tell you now, Billy Joe, you obviously have not watched the videos pertaining to this horse. She will betray you, and eventually she will tell everybody what you've talked to her in confidence when an indictment comes down and you and your daughter are arrested. She will break her neck to run to the wire and sit in her wooden chair to let everybody know what you said in confidence. And you should know that they are dumping your phones as you continuously go live on them. All of you, Cher, Laura, Billy Joe, Leilani, your brothers, Mr. Howe. So continue to talk. You just keep talking. Because, sure, you implicated yourself in a crime after the fact when you claim to the viewing audience, those acolytes that continue to follow in behind you, sniffing your tail, you know what happened. Well, then why don't you enlighten us all and tell us what happened to Quentin Simon? I'm eagerly awaiting. That's the part of the story that you have forgotten to tell us since you like going live so much. Where is the part where you tell us what happened to Quentin? I'll let you bypass your mediocrity of conversations with Billy Joel, but please enlighten us. What happened to the baby, since you know more than the rest of us? Please, do tell. Please tell us before your ass is locked up in Savannah, Georgia.
That is faith. And I cannot thank you enough. And God knows if I could fill my entire fence line and my house, every piece that exists of it with the YouTubers that have come through and did what they needed to do, I would. And right now, I hate to even say it, but I'm gonna say it. I've got an El Camino for sale. I got a camper for sale. I got a 1956 truck for sale. I've got a 1950s pedicab for sale. I got a lot of things for sale because all these things are material things. They are things that mean nothing.
Billy Joe, why do you have all these things for sale? Please don't use the children as excuses for why you have these items. You stayed gone through the week working, I'm assuming. And you want me to believe that these items that you are now saying you have for sale have something to do with the children. Well, the last time I checked, a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old can't drive a car, nor can they haul a camper. Checkmate. And you want us to sit here and think that you got those campers for your family, that you all just get together and go camping and hang out in these campers traveling around the U.S. I have enough sense to know that when you come home from welding, if indeed you're a welder, you're too tired to do any damn thing but smoke cigarettes, drink beer, and probably snort a little cocaine and puff on a crack pipe, meth pipe. I ain't what you want. Now go run tell that. And make sure when you want to strike something, be descriptive to YouTube. Those items you're selling have nothing to do with the children. You are the reason the children are gone, you and your daughter. So how the fuck you got the right to sit up and act like you're selling these items because ain't nobody there? You got your bum bitch daughter there. You got a son there, don't you? See, I know you wasn't trying to sell nothing before because I looked at your TikTok video before all this mess started. And what did you say in that one video? Yes, I've got to go back to Savannah and get my other camper. Didn't sound like somebody trying to sell anything in that TikTok video. So then we have to go back in this thing called life and say, well, when did she make that TikTok video? She seemed awfully happy to me. I got to go back to Savannah and get my other camper. You had those campers because you could. You got other cars and trucks because you can. Now all of a sudden, we're hauling everything off because some children are missing and gone. Oh my. Amazon wish lists are here. You don't need no Pampers. You don't need no baby bottles, no formula. You don't need no diapers. So what you need a wish list for, heifer? I done told you, stupid people, don't donate if you wanna. That shit gonna be up on the marketplace for sale or at the local Savannah flea market. Queen, no game. Game, recognize game. I've been around your kind. You might fool these other people that watch YouTube. I ain't the one. Because anybody with sense should see, if you're now announcing on a live stream what you're trying to sell, why would you think she wouldn't take something new and sell it? Checkmate. I hate to mention it, but I'm going to because it's for Quentin. Yeah, all right.
Nothing without little feet running through my house. So take that how you want it.
I did.
And twist it how you want it.
I didn't have to.
Do what you fucking want to.
I just did.
Fucking assholes.
I am.
Because people might have lived a whole life without good intentions, but I'm going to tell you.
Why are you doing this to me? I love those children. I'm selling all my worldly goods because I don't want to hear the brothers of my pitter patter feet in my house because I helped kill my baby. I helped kill my baby. I want my baby back. Ah! Miss me with that bullshit. You miss me with that bullshit, lady. You people need to go to school. Get a fucking degree in acting. You helped kill that kid, man. And you're sitting up here crying on that crazy witch's fucking channel like, oh, I don't know what happened. The world, the memorial, the banner. Thank you, Cher. Excuse me. I don't mean any disrespect. I'm not trying to forget about you. She ain't gonna think about none of you when she locked up. Make sure you got bitch money for her fucking commissary. Sit up here just going live. That boy dead. Won't you take your stinking ass out to that landfill? Help somebody find that damn kid.
I'm sorry. You're entitled to that.
Don't be sorry, baby.
You're
Don't be
entitled
sorry.
to at least
You're
that.
going through a lot of emotion.
I sent pictures to Queen today. It's Queen. Because I want what I have to
That was a nice.
Oh,
It's nice. You got it. Yeah, I did see him, and it's really actually fucking badass.
I'm not
It's
asking for nothing. I'm going to tell you now, I'm not asking for nothing for this world, because if anybody deserves anything, it is the siblings. That's it. Nothing more. All I need, and everything can vanish and go away. All I need is a home.
Mm-hmm.
A home. Read into that what you want to. I'm not at liberty to.
I did read into that, Billy Joe. Your house of cards are falling down, and that's why you're selling those items, because you need money. Because money is what makes the world go round. Checkmate. You're not fooling the queen. I've been living on top of this dirt 51 years, and I know a hustler when I see one. I can smell you all the way up here in East Tennessee. You've been doing this your entire life, lying and manipulating to get what you want. You're self-serving. You're a narcissist, and that's why your daughter's a narcissist. She came from your womb. And sadly, she bore children. Sadly, you bore children. I don't need you to explain anything to me about why you on that live stream with this bullshit. It's neither here nor there for the queen. You in a tight spot, and that's the spot you put yourself in the day you signed those papers. That's on you, honey. Because nobody told you to sign those damn papers. You were better off just walking away, you and your husband living a life far away from Leilani. And then when you heard the news, that the baby was dead, all you had to do was do what you're doing now. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I don't know what happened to my grandbaby. Lord have mercy. Probably would have been more believable had you been living in your own damn house. See, that's where your game got short, cutie. You should have been living far away from Leilani. So when the news came that the baby was missing, you could sure enough put on the waterworks and fall out and flap around like a fucking wet seal. But we know there was an even exchange for them staying at your house. That's why the IRS is investigating you. Because you had to get something out of this while you're sitting there crying about materialistic things don't matter. Well, they mattered before October 5th. You ain't gave a damn about nobody but yourself. And really, you don't care about you. You never have. You're like a lot of people. You're just walking and talking, but you don't have no meaning in life. You don't have no direction in life. And the same person you doused with gasoline that was keeping the kids, you ran up in that lady house showing out for. Thank God the girl had it on camera. It shows you a bottom feeder. You all have been doing this your entire lives, putting on for theatrics. Only now we have cell phones to capture the moment. Live stream. But you've been doing this before the cell phone was ever invented. Before there was YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, Twitter. Y'all been putting on. Now you can show out because you can have a viewing audience. See, game recognize game. And you just gonna keep talking to that horse up there. You all are just winding yourselves up more to be interrogated by law officials because you think they don't know your conversation. You think they don't know what you two been whispering about in Messenger and on the phone? Hell yeah, they know. Let's wrap this trash up.
To say more. So fuck you.
No, fuck
Shame
you.
on you guys for making her feel this. Shame on you guys, honestly. And that little bitch who came up here before and had a lot to say, but won't have the balls to come up here now. And I know you're listening.
I want him to come back now. Come back now.
How's he gonna come back up, Sharon? You wasn't gonna let him come back in there. You probably already got him blocked. You ought to stop that nonsense. Now, you know what? You getting a little old there, Cookie. You getting real old and tiresome with the bullshit. And I think it's funny when they start off talking, she says, well, you know, Sharon was mad at me at first, but then she became objective. No, she realized, shit, I could get some coins off of this stupid ass white woman down in Savannah, Georgia. I can get some coins off this story. I smell Donna Wells and Candace Bly again. Well, what you should have asked her. Well, Sherry, you don't know me. Why would you be mad at me? You don't know my life. You don't know my story. You don't know what I've been through. But I hear it through the grapevine via y'all mouths. Y'all been swapping slob stories with each other about who did what and who shot J.R. Ewing. Ain't nobody caring about that but somebody of your caliber. Everybody got a sob story. Somebody been beat up, shot, raped, molested. What's your point? Mama didn't want them, didn't like them. Children don't like them, don't like the children. Been to jail, stole, robbed, defrauded. Did I put it all in a nice box? Criminal records, what's your point? Disorderly conduct, drinking, driving, DUIs. Come on with it, Queen. Drug possession, whoop, drug dealing, whoop. What story you got? Child abuse, child neglect, gave up a kid, bartered a kid, sold a kid. Whoop! Did I hit it right? I'm gonna say it again. What story you got that's different than somebody else's story? Last I heard, 1 is the loneliest number. Because I got a feeling that's what some of you all gonna be by yourselves. Takes a clown to know another clown.
Ask me those questions now. Ask me.
Never feel apologetic for how you sincerely feel, even if it's anger. It's something that we all have to feel.
I'm mad. I'm mad. Does everybody understand this? I'm fucking mad. I'm mad.
And you have every right to be. And
I'm mad. Oh, every day Shenanigans is mad. She's angry. She's pissed off. She wants to beat a bitch's ass with a hammer. Oh my goodness. I'm upset. I'm upset because I allowed that bitch to kill my grandbaby. I won't own it to everybody. I want a pity party. Please keep feeling sorry for me. I'm a crackhead. And I love you too because I know some of you are so stupid to keep watching me and this horse. Whoa. They're all gonna laugh at you. They're all gonna laugh at you, Billy Joe. They're all gonna laugh at you, Leilani. Aren't y'all tired of this bullshit? And you know what's the clincher? Besides the baby being dead, folks in the landfill looking for this baby. These people sleeping in the house where you know that baby was killed. Now put that on paper. You are sleeping in the house where your daughter murdered a baby, and you sitting up here going on and on about memorials and fish and cow manure and memorials and YouTubers and clowns. Talk about how the fuck you stay in a house where you know she killed that child. How about that? Because I ain't heard nothing about that. Since folks think they seen a ghost running across the damn street. Okay. Join the panel. I'm not going to be the only one up here talking.
And
How can I not be? How can I even understand the difference in between what has going on? I don't. And I'm mad.
No, bitch, fuck you. Checkmate. Billy Joe, you are comical. You and that little miniature horse you've been dry humping via the cell phone, give it a rest already. I'm tired of talking about you, and I definitely don't care about talking about that baby mule that's sitting up there on top of the fucking border. But we're doing what you've been doing, giving us great content for our videos. Thank you. Since everybody loves to say this is a money-making business, which, yes, it is, but you have to get views to make money. Ting! So you're sitting there getting thousands and thousands of views up there in Canada. Woo! All because you want to schnoodle with this bottom feeder down here in the bottom states. I guess the bills are high in Canada. Light bill kind of high this month. Getting kind of cold up there, is it not? Got to pay water, gas, sewer, tax. I guess I'd be making some videos about baby killers too. Hell, why not? Go and pick them up, be friends with them. Just say, hell, fuck it. I got bills to pay. Hell, maybe next time you go live, Cher, we'll see you with a new dinette table because I'm sick of looking at them motherfucking wooden chairs your ass been sitting in. Your ass need to go to one of them popular stores in Canada where they sell modern fucking furniture. I want to see some fucking abstract art on the walls. Let me see some ficus trees in the background like I see on HGTV. I'm just saying. Fuck it, you making money? While y'all worried about what the fuck everybody else is making on the YouTube channel, let me see some pretty scenery in the background. Take me to the river. Hell, you ought to have enough money. I want to see Quebec City. Make it worth my while. Make it worth my while. I want to see some scenery. I'm sick of looking at all that gloomy, doomy shit in the background. Folks in coats and daggers with hoodies on. Let us see something pretty in the background. Go on to the mall and buy your pretty picture. Spend a little money. So the next time you go live, I want to see you going live from a pretty room that's got some modern looking furniture in it, pretty artwork, ficus trees in the background. Why don't you show that when you go live? So that way we'll know, the fans will know where their money's going to. Fuck streaming from that fucking kitchen table. Crazy bitch.
Nobody can judge you.
I did.
Go for
I
it. Let it
can.
all out. This has been a long time coming.
Oh my gosh. Come on, Angela. I want my baby. I want I can't do it. Why is this happening to me? God, why are you punishing me? What have I done so terrible? Oh, God. Somebody help me, please. Lord, help me, Jesus. Oh, bitch, if you don't stop. Let me tell you something. When I say the gates of hell is wide open, I wouldn't be surprised if one day somebody go by Bunkhouse and tell me the whole damn road caved in. Fucking sinkholes every damn while. Because your fucking house just went to the end of the earth. Now just stop this foolishness. And sleeping in the house with a dead baby. You can't make this stuff up. Okay.
I love him. He's perfect. He's beautiful. Everything about his first kid, everything, his first walk, his first everything. I had that too.
No, bitch, fuck you. You took it away. Who you talking to? Who you talking to, Billie Jean? Who you talking to? You did this, honey. You and your daughter did this. YouTube didn't do this. Facebook didn't do this. We didn't take your children. You took your children. And have y'all not noticed? Billie Jean, are you listening? Because I want you to hear this live. You ain't said nothing about them other two children. You ain't said nothing about them other two kids. How about that? My baby had perfect teeth. He had perfect teeth. He lucky he had them. Because fucking with y'all, they would have got knocked out his damn mouth. You ain't said nothing about the other children. I mean, we are talking about one that's under one, if I'm correct. And a 3-year-old, you ain't said nothing in these lives, because I don't watch that junk over there. But I can say in this few minutes of me playing this, you ain't said 2 words about the other 2 children. He was perfect. He was perfect. Well, what about the other 2? Because they living. See, I keep trying to tell you. Quentin gone. They working on getting him. But what about the other 2? Because they're living. So we got to give those children some praise because they're alive. So where's the praise for the other 2 children? Because you got to remember one day they're going to grow up. And I'm assuming social media will still be around. Now imagine sitting there looking at your grandmama, if she's still alive, hooping and hollering on a live stream of a baby horse, and your name ain't mentioned one time during the live stream. Not even one time. Hey, Billie Jean, how the other 2 children? Do you see the other 2 children? Are you able to get the other 2 children back? You don't hear that in the live stream. Why not? Why you don't hear no mention of the other 2 children? Hey, are you getting custody of the other 2? Hey, have y'all went to visit the other 2? Hey, what's going on with the other 2? Hey, how the other 2 children doing? Sitting there slobbering over a baby that's dead that you got dead. Fuck you. No, fuck you. Because you're the reason the children gone in the first place. And if they kept on being with Leilani, the other 2 would have been dead too. Y'all better wake up. The other 2 were just as much as risk as Quentin Simon. Let's get this health off my Bluetooth box. For my damn Bluetooth box blow up.
I'm gonna say this. Anybody and everybody who uses that picture on YouTube that has something to do with the siblings, fuck you too.
Fuck you too.
You are rotten.
You're rotten.
You are fucking insensitive.
Insensitive.
You want to strip a 3-year-old and a 4-month-old from their entire life.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Fuck you.
Fuck you too. Yeah. But you're responsible, but fuck us.
So much, but
we love you.
that you should get down. We don't want you to get in any trouble. We don't want you
get in any trouble. Oh, come on now.
I agree.
Now, this is the part of the live that is so refreshing. You've got this baby killer ×2 up here, and yet now you want her to get off the live because you don't want her to get in any trouble. Well, I mean, aren't you all the ones striking people's content and Facebook pages? Is that not what you did to Donna McCarter share? So it's okay for you to spit nonsense on your network, make up lies. You lied on Court TV that they've spoken publicly about if Leilani's guilty, they want justice, when we all know that's a lie. None of these people have ever been on a national or local platform saying that. So you lied on that content to that Black reporter. Didn't want to show your face, didn't identify yourself as a YouTuber, but yet you could sit up here and go live. But we know each other now. We all are personally involved. We know each other on a personal level. The only thing you all know about each other is that y'all are bottom feeders. That's what you know about each other. That's why you're all talking together, because you're eerily similar. And who the hell are you threatening about using Quentin's picture? Well, I don't show anything over here, so I don't fit into that category. And if I did show Quentin's picture, he was deemed a missing child / dead baby. So I don't think you know what you're talking about. What you gonna do? Sue everybody on YouTube? You better sue somebody that's got some money. You better sue them channels where they get a lot of income, because I don't make a lot of money over here, baby. So you're going to have to pick a YouTuber that's got like 500,000 views, 1 million views. You trying to get you some more money. I guess you're trying to get you some more money so you can go and buy your fucking Winnebago. Ain't nobody stupid. You ain't going to do nothing but move out that house. Go find you another house somewhere. God forbid whoever becomes your new neighbor. That's what you're getting ready to do. Ain't nobody dumb. That's why you was talking around in circles. I can't say. But I got to take care of it. I got to have a home. So let me guess. If you're renting, that means what? The landlord wants you out? Do you own that house, Billy Joe? How? I'm just curious. I wouldn't want your neighbor. I wouldn't give a fuck if you owned or if you're renting. I wouldn't want you as my neighbor. Go out far in the county where it ain't nothing but dirt and go build your house. So that's what you should put on the Amazon wish list. We need materials to build us a new house out in the middle of the county.
I'm sorry. I agree.
No, don't be
Please,
sorry.
just- no.
But it's just emotional, baby. You're feeling the emotions, and people don't understand. They just don't understand. Maybe hopefully they'll get a little bit of.
Freaking mad.
I'm not baby.
mad. I'm not allowed to be mad.
No, you
I'm not
can't.
allowed to
We
be
just want to
angry.
protect you. We just want to protect you. I love you, and I'm
Right,
gonna
A
call you after
balance.
this. Please don't hate me, but
All
I'm gonna
these
take you off
channels.
because I love
I'm
you.
not gonna hate you.
I'm going to take you off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm
take her
sorry.
down right now. She, that, you know what? That's fucking pain right there. And I hope people see what the fuck she's going through.
Well, I thought I
Yeah,
thought I had a deep voice. Queen B, you real deep. Hit the link. You got something to say. I'm done with that trash. I'm done with that. Almost 2 hours into this live. You all just sitting down there. I'm not getting paid to perform up here. I'm not stressing myself out. I got enough going on already. You know what's funny? All this hooping and hollering on Sharon's channel. Where Leilani at? I've yet to hear from her. You already done lied on Court TV about what they done said as far as if she guilty, blah, blah, blah. You want justice, which we know that's a lie. They ain't never said that. That's some shit you making up. And you doing all this talking to Billie Jean. Well, where is Leilani? That's the person that should be talking. But I guess she gonna lay low like Casey Anthony. You all are funny. Baby dead, 2 in foster care. Don't never talk about the other 2 children. Everything's disrespectful to Quentin. You're disrespectful to him. Because the day you decided to put a memorial out, you and Leilani, when you went on the news and made up that cockamamie bullshit, that was disrespectful to him. I can't even go out and enjoy my baby's memorial. You're the one killed him. Fuck you, man. You can't enjoy the memorial. You killed your baby, and you want me to believe that you are concerned about a memorial? See, this is when you know you're dealing with sick, vile, 2-legged creatures. To just sit up there on the news and make up stuff. And Billy Joe, We watched your facial expressions while Leilani was spinning that web to the news. You had to turn your fucking head because you knew she was lying. All right, hold on. I don't know why I'm the only one sitting up here talking. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm tired of talking about these folks because they're not talking about nothing. Just ignorant. Oh, we could take her down, but she's upset. Now she's a therapist. She's a therapist. Life coaches, therapists. Ain't nobody got no license, no degree. Ooh, Lord have mercy. What college did you attend? The College of Nowhere. Where did you go to graduate school? Graduate School of Nowhere. Where are you practicing medicine? Nowhere. Woo, Lord, long time no hear. Hello? Hello? Well, I don't hear him. Hello? Well, AB has no volume on.
Hold on, I found it. I had to pull it.
Oh, okay. Woo, honey.
Yeah.
I was wondering. I know I ain't going crazy up here. What's going on?
No,
I ain't heard from you.
Here's my mic that time.
Okay,
Yeah.
what's going on? I ain't heard from you.
Oh, fuck. I'm listening.
Since
Just
you was
listening.
at the post office earlier in the week.
That was yesterday.
Well, honey, I couldn't get her days mixed up. I've been dealing with a whole lot, fooling with this account. Got all kind of shenanigans going on, and I'm just not myself right now.
Where was this where Billy Joe broke down?
This was on Horses from the Wall.
That was on Voices. Fuck, I must have missed that.
Well, honey, it's called I Guess You Have a Life, don't you?
Yeah, I thought it would have.
Yeah, you know, when people have things to do, they really can't sit up and watch YouTube videos all damn day.
So, Cher actually accused Danny of banging the 15-year-old daughter of the babysitter. Not a peep of outrage.
Say what?
Wow.
What'd you say, honey?
I was just reading Barb Murray's comment about Cher accusing Danny of banging the babysitter's 15-year-old daughter.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that because I don't listen to that trash. That's
I
all.
wouldn't
That's
listen to
gossip. That's all gossip.
What do I care if a bunch of teenagers are having sex? It wouldn't be the first time. What I find funny is that, you know, when you sit back and look at it, Cher takes, it doesn't fucking matter. She really puts herself up there with.
I never seen anything like it.
With like Phil Donahue, like Geraldo.
Why you went back to Phil?
You know, like she's really a serious fucking journalist.
You going back to the book when I was a child.
Billy Joe, she knows exactly how to navigate the arena.
But see, that's a hustler's life.
Absolutely. I've never seen anything like it because when you're just observing it, you can see all the fucking mistakes that she's making.
Yeah.
And how silly she looks. Like she's out of her element up there trying to deal with it. When somebody approaches her with a normal question that you could shake off and you could just answer normally and transparently, she tries to spin it and say that you're not educated on the case.
Right.
You need to educate your no. Why don't you talk about the case for a second or for once, Cher, instead of making it all about Billy Joe Howell and all about your fucking self like you are? See, these people, and there's several of them, they don't even have to be named, but you'll notice that they're contrarians up here on YouTube. You know, they say one thing and they have the audience believing it, but they're doing the things that they're saying that they're against, they're blaming other people for, and it's only okay when they do it. Because they're doing it right. Like Laura, for example. Laura makes this mistake time and time again. She's talking about, I don't want to get too sidetracked, but she's making that mistake because she's so eager to get in there and get close to the story and to get it, and she wants to do it a different way, in her own way. Just we already saw her go through that in the Summer Wells situation. Like, you can't give me
I didn't watch her then. Once I heard that she was on their team,
want to go down there.
I had no need to.
You want to go and interview people and do your piece and do the exact same thing like the news does. Do your fucking thing. But none of these people want to do that. Let me make that clear. None of these people want to do that. They want to get close. They want to have an angle, and they want to blow it out of proportion, exaggerate, bullshit an audience for super chats in the moment, in the time. If it was only about getting a camera angle to a live
fake
stream,
news,
it would be one thing. They want to really falsify what's coming down your line. There's enough to talk about in regards to this, but remember, what makes this special, like Summer Wells, like Orrin and Orson West, is that it's easy for everybody to identify where the guilty party is in this. And even though that, listen, now you need to hold yourself back, because you should be relieved that it's that easy, in essence. Not that the police aren't acting fast enough. They'll come around. They'll get it done. They have the same question that everybody else.
Monica, nobody cares. She's not going to kill herself. Narcissists rarely kill themselves unless they murdered somebody and the people are coming to serve a warrant. Then they'll shoot themselves.
She's so, is so overwhelmed. She wants to be this unicorn, this something that doesn't exist, this magical being that comes and fucking saves the day. That's a nice way of
calling her a horse, AB. Unicorns are for children, imaginary.
No, that she's a unicorn, that she's something.
I know what you're saying.
Magical thinking, right?
Yeah, magical. Yeah, but she's not magical. She's just as meticulous as they are. She knows what she's doing, just like Billy Joe knows what she's doing. But I'm going to enlighten people about.
But there's so much hate and so much trolling. It's easy to focus on all the naysayers and deviate from the reality.
But that's that's what manipulators do. That's why I say what I said earlier.
Exactly.
Billie Jean has been doing this all her life. She knows what works. She knows what works too. Even if I know that you don't believe me, even if I know you don't like me, I still got to try. That's what people don't understand about the art of the hustle. It doesn't matter if you like it, you believe in me. I've got to do it.
You still got to go through the motions and throw it out there.
Exactly. Like all that crying and blubbering.
You can't shy away from it.
And then just like now somebody's in the chat saying she's talking about killing herself.
Who's talking about killing herself?
Somebody says in the chat, she just got off. She's on a live now talking about killing herself.
Oh yeah, get it done with already. Fucking come up here to YouTube and tell everybody about it.
And like you said,
you know what? If she's saying that over here, then so am I. I'm really depressed too. Then.
Yeah, I'm depressed too. I got shit on my mind too.
Farm over here, everybody. How about you, Queen?
Yeah, I got issues too.
All right. Next topic.
Well, let me tell you all something.
We'll be dead.
Let me tell you all something. I'm going to tell you something I've never told anybody on here on the live stream, but I'm going to tell it now because I need to tell it.
All right.
Back last year, I was dealing with somebody who was immersed in the Summer Wells case. I never told their name, but I'm going to tell you what they told me back then, which is in relation to what we're talking about now. This person was talking to Donald Wells. Donald Wells would call this person. Donald Wells would be pissy drunk, calling this person in the AM, knowing this person has to get up, go to work. But it reminds me of this Cher Billy Joel love affair. They do this because it's mind manipulation. Just like when she just said about the pastor and whoever the guy, the God-fearing person. Oh, I don't want to bother them. I know they got a family. Well, that's just like this person. Donald Wells is calling this person up, pissy drunk, knowing the person is sleeping, but the person answers just so they could, just coddle him. You do that because you want to sway the jury. Oh, I'm depressed about Summer and, going on and on, talking about his life and stuff. And I told this person, I said, stop answering the phone because you're only sinking yourself deeper into this mess. And he needs an audience. And that is exactly what Billy Joel is doing with Cher. All that late night, midnight hour, chitter chatter bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You're letting Satan in and you don't even realize it. And what Cher doesn't understand, you have now sold your soul to the devil for content.
She's voluntarily, it's like voluntary ignorance. It's like, okay, well, it's like choosing to look the other way, almost, only you're engaged in it with like blinders on. You don't, she doesn't care. At the end of the day, she does not give a fuck.
I know
about it.
Yeah. Yes, Gigi, don't feed the monster.
Bettering herself, doing a better job, growing as a channel. She's about the fucking now.
Yeah.
She doesn't care about the product that she puts out. She's
well, a lot of people do that.
She's a poser.
Oh my God, not a poser.
use a term from the 80s.
Hey, I got a movie of the week. Because I can't post stuff right now. The Belko Experiment. I fell asleep on it this morning, but it's good. It is so good. It's about these people working for this Belko company in a low high-rise building in Colombia. So somebody gets on the intercom one day and says, attention, you have so many minutes to kill 2 people. If you do not start killing people, we will start, eradicating you. I said, what? Oh, it's awesome. It's crazy.
That sounds like something funny to put over the intercom at
yes,
Walmart.
But this is what I told my mom. You always got the one cynical person in the movie, right? You got the cynical person. You've got the one that's green, the crybaby. Then you got the one that's strong, sensible. They're the only one with their head on straight. You got all the little entities that make the movie. And in this movie, there's each of everybody. And it's so crazy because you know how the person is speaking. Of course, you're going to start laughing because you're like, who the hell is this on the intercom? Telling me I better kill somebody in so many seconds. You know what I'm saying? You've got to see it. It's on Tubi. If you're interested, the Belko Experiment now playing on Tubi. That's my recommendation for the week.
All right.
Yeah, I got to finish it because it's pretty good. Oh, I'll tell you who's in it. You remember the girl that played Olivia Pope?
No.
Somebody in the chat knows who I'm talking about. The black lady that was dating the president. He was white. It came on Thursday nights. The Fixer or whatever the hell it was called. Should they call it The Fixer? You all know what I'm saying. Well, the guy who plays the president, he's one of the stars. He's the one that's the president of the company.
Kevin Spacey?
Kerry Washington. Yes. The guy that plays opposite Kerry Washington. The white guy.
Way to go, Lindsay W.
Huh?
Lindsay W. got it.
Who got it? I hear you flicking back there.
Lindsay W.
What are you saying?
It was a fly swatter.
Yeah. What's the name of the guy that plays the president? The movie, the Dolly Parton movie comes out December 1st. Meant to tell you all that. Showing on, you're in? Yeah, it on NBC. Check your listings wherever you live. NBC, December 1st.
Did you get any money for that?
Yes. Barely.
Oh, yeah? You're fucking, are you going to be up on the IMDb now?
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're a fucking star, queen.
I'm not going to be up there. I was just an extra. Just somebody
like the next Diana Ross.
Somebody that wore themselves out. Man, let me tell you something. That was some grueling work. If you look at it, you're going to say, oh, she's not doing anything but standing there on the stairs and sitting in a chair. Well, it ain't nothing like what you think.
Fucking get all those people to do what you want them to do.
Yes, because let me tell you, the stair scene was worse because you have to be out there on the stairs within seconds so you could pretend you're looking in the sky and watching the snow fall. Oh my God, I wanted to chew my paw off. It was horrible.
Did you get to see Dolly out of her wig or in her wig? Or out of her wig?
She had the wig on, yeah. Well, and two, she's decided now to let the world know she is no longer going to be touring.
Finally.
I mean, she's an older person. I mean, she's not
I'd say
spring chicken,
like my mom's. She's almost 80 probably.
Oh, Tony Goldwyn. That's who he is. Yes, Tony Goldwyn is playing one of the leading roles in the movie as the president of the company of Belko. Please check your local listings. Tubi is playing on Tubi, the Belko Experiment. It's pretty good. I know some people don't like horror movies, but it's pretty good.
It's a horror or
well, yeah, it's like a horror thriller. Yeah, that's what it's labeled under. You know that too got some good stuff coming up because I love the Brits. I'm a British fan, and I got this new guy. He's an older guy, but I like his style. He's a detective, and he's spinning these stories. Man, that one I keep falling asleep on this stuff because I stay up too late. This one's about they got a guy they call him the Night Stalker. He's locked up now, but he was running around sexually assaulting elderly women and robbing them. Man, this man did like 17 years. 17, that's a long time.
What was his name? Not Peter Sutcliffe.
Peter. No. Black guy?
Oh, okay. No.
No, he was a black guy.
Was he? And he was
he's
getting away with it in London. He was in London?
He was like moving around certain parts of London.
Oh, okay.
Certain jurisdictions.
Yeah,
I don't think he was like right in the city, but he was going to different places. But let me tell you what's crazy. This is what's crazy. The cop says, when we arrested him and I looked at him, he says, the first thing I was thinking was, damn, this guy's older. He's in good shape. You know what I'm saying? Because in your mind, you're thinking, you're doing this for almost 20 years. How old is this suspect going? You know what I'm saying? In your mind, you're trying to picture, who is the suspect? What is he going to look like when I finally see him? He said, shit, that guy was in good shape for 53 years old. Guess what's even more crazy? The wife was handicapped. Hell, she was in a wheelchair. They showed the family portrait. He's got his kids in the photo. I mean, this shit is wicked. It's wicked.
What's his name?
I can't remember his name. But what's crazy is another guy had the same name and they didn't catch it when they finally pulled the guy over. Not him, but the other guy with the same name. They
talking about Delroy Grant?
Yes.
Also known as the Minstead Rapist. Excuse me.
Are you pulling it up?
Non-consensual sexist. And
your ass is so quick on that typewriter. Yes.
Is thought to have been active since 1990. He has distinctive modus operandi.
Yes.
Pull it up.
The UK, everybody, the UK. Please check it out. It's also playing on Tubi. It's called The Manhunter. It's an older white guy that's a detective. He's spinning these stories coming out of the UK of his time while he, working.
Between 92 and 2009, shit. In the southeast London area of England, yes.
Mm-hmm. It's really good.
That's a long time to be carrying that out.
Huh?
To be looking for that guy. It's a long time to be looking for this particular dude.
It's like they said. We pull over somebody with the same name, but we didn't think to run the name to make sure it wasn't another Delroy. He was around all that time. Nobody just didn't think to run the name. You know what I mean? Run it again. Run the name again. You would have seen there was another Delroy. And you could have followed that one, which would have been the real the real rapist. But he was brutal. Let me tell you something. I love the UK. I love the way the buildings look. I love the way they have the glass in the door, right? But that's dangerous because I think about if we were here in America, they would kick the damn panes out, stick your hand through, open the door. You don't got no ADT. And I always thought about that every time I watch a TV show. I'd be like, damn, how do they live over there with all that glass in the damn door? This crazy ass. Let me tell you, he wasn't even breaking out the pane in the door. He would go to the side of the house and take the pane out of the window. They said he meticulously chose houses that were old so he could just take the paint.
Gain access a lot easier. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, but that's a lot of work.
Well, he wanted to fucking get his rape on.
Oh,
like some of these motherfuckers are.
That don't sound good, AB.
Well, listen, these guys are fucking dangerous. Like, they just don't knock on your door or see if it's open.
Yeah.
When they target and they want to go after you, there's nothing that's going to stand in their fucking way.
Yeah. Well, the detective, he said the one thing about this guy that was just astonishing, he said he wasn't the guy that just saw somebody pretty or whatever and just said, okay, I'm going to get that person. He studied you for at least a few days before he even attempted to break into the house. That takes time out of your day. So who has time to sit on a street and watch people go up and down to decide? You know what I mean? To pick your mark, watch them, see who's coming and going.
In that, the UK is different like that. People in the UK have all that sort of time in the
Thank
U.S.
cars.
It's more of a capitalistic system and not so traditional. Like think about what coming out of Victorian. Like there's so many people, and the government has to look after those people, and it's just centralized a lot differently, right? So they have a lot of their social issues are handled differently.
Yeah. We got a petition up, me and the mod.
Yeah. I just passed it around today earlier.
Oh, did you? Thank you so much. Did you sign it?
Yeah, I did sign it.
Okay. Because me signing that, or me trying to get that thing messed up my damn Google account.
How did it mess your Google account up?
Yeah, because I was trying to put in my name that I was going, the name I use and not the name I use for another platform. And it booted me out of Twitter. And the next thing I know, it booted me out of my own Google account. Don't ask.
So
because the mod, it did hers like that too. It's something about that change.org. It wants you to put your government name. But my thing is, how do you know what my government name if I've never been on here? And I've been on that change.org before. And because I signed the Anaya Blanchard petition for the judge to be removed, I didn't have no problems. And I did that a few years ago. I don't know.
Thank you, Barb Murray. And thank you, Cars Ryan. Hold on.
Yeah. So I'm just, it's just been real stressful dealing with all that. I don't
ask
know.
You something.
Mm-hmm.
List me 3 benefits if you were in a situation such as where a child went missing or your child went missing. Give me 3 reasons why you would come to a YouTuber. Give me 1.
I think the only one I would think of is if I watched, I watched YouTube and I didn't think I was getting enough coverage in the town where I was living, I would possibly go to a YouTuber. But if I didn't know about YouTube, then I probably wouldn't have no reason to. You understand what I'm saying? If I didn't watch YouTube.
Well, actually, let me rephrase that. Why would you go to a YouTuber before you go to a mainstream news outlet?
No, I wouldn't.
Like
that's why I just said, if not the story ran on the news and a little time was going by and I wasn't getting enough updates from the police and I didn't feel like they were sharing the content on my local network, then I could see maybe going to a YouTuber. Maybe. I can't say because I'm not in that position, but I just can't. But I would never go to a YouTuber first. No, I would never do that. No,
like what I'm saying is what's happening here in
no, I wouldn't. No, I would be at the news first. I think I would be on the news more than anybody in the radio stations.
Oh, fuck yeah. If it was a legitimate situation, yes. Now we know it's not legitimate because Billy Joe Howell, she totally tells mainstream news outlets to pretty much F off. She doesn't want to tell them anything. Yeah. And then she comes here and starts, she puts her, use parentheses, her trust in Cher to go and share all of the real information, the factual information from you. Why would that be necessary, Billy? You have a social media account. You could be posting all the sorts of. In fact, wouldn't you think that you want to be in control of all of that? Yeah. No. See, it's not what's happening here.
But usually the seedier people tend to be. They go to YouTube. And that's just a sad thing to say, but we've seen this lately from Donald Wells. He's a prime example.
I don't think that we have to say seedy, but the people that have something to hide. The people, I think it's relative.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not saying all people to go to YouTube. I'm talking about what we've seen as far as the Wells. That's what I'm speaking of. I'm not going to group everybody the same. I'm going to say with the Wells, they're seedy to me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I agree.
They're seedy. And this woman to me is a copycat version of them.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm not, because I don't want to say all people come to YouTube, because I've had people come on the panel and talk
they have
about
the same
personal
sort of thing
stuff.
to fucking cover up.
Yeah, and I don't want people to think I'm judging people, because I've had people up here to talk about their personal life, so that I'd be judging myself. But this woman is Wells all day long. And what I'm worried about now, the storm is coming. They're only expecting to get, really just high winds, but you got to remember that's still trash out there. Who knows what that shit's going to look like come Monday? You understand what I mean?
Well, the leachate, this, like, depending on how much rain they're going to get there.
Well, yeah, that's bad too. Yeah, sloppy. It'll be sloppy.
You got to think about what happens to everything in leachate systems, and they start to ferment and break down. It cycles the process and decomposition and things. They'll just be getting bones if they're lucky, or some clothes. I'm skeptical of this story all in all. I hope they find it. I'm hopeful, eternally hopeful when a situation's like this, but I always keep my eye on the prize, and I've never wavered. Why hasn't these women actually said anything to their own, credit or Quentin's credit? They pick and choose, they cherry pick, and they know how to manipulate. Yeah. But that aside, they're still not acting appropriately. People are putting their own financial interests before their rational mind when it comes to all of that. But that's perfectly fine for many YouTubers because they can maintain a bullshit narrative. That's pretty much what happens up here all the time, and a lot of different channels.
Well, I'm going to tell you something, and this is just from personal experience. This talking about these children and it's just negative to me. It's very negative, and I don't like it. I just really don't like talking about kids' stories because it brings a bunch of negativity. I end up getting myself wrapped up in some stuff pertaining to Summer Wells that I've never discussed on the channel for security purposes, because these motherfuckers were behind the scenes suing each other for shit. So I could never say anything about who I was talking to that was involved with the case and also involved with Boy H. So I was just like, I had to tell
ways to talk about a situation like this.
Yeah, I had to tell both of them. Let me tell you something. If you watch my channel, you know how I rock. Don't involve me in your petty shit, because each one was playing the other one. Now, this is so crazy. I met one through the other one, right? Next thing I know, out of nowhere, months later, I'm getting some crazy stuff that the girl done sent me. She was starting to act a little bit erratic. I don't know what the hell was going on with her. She sent me a picture of him saying that he had committed some crimes, against women, right? So I looked at the photograph and I thought, this isn't him. So I messaged her back. I said, hey, what is going on? Why you send me that picture? And she was like, oh, that's him. And I said, that's not him. I was like, what is going on with you and dude? You know what I'm saying? And I didn't know she was losing her mind, cracking up. So the next thing I know, he gets in my messenger and then he's asking me stuff. And then I started putting two and two together. Okay, these two then fell out. Next thing I know, we're talking about that cease and desist bullshit. And I removed myself completely because I was just like, I told him, look, I don't want no parts of whatever you all got going on. You all are supposed to be over here trying to help this little girl that's missing out of Rogersville. How did it go from that to now you two are bickering and suing?
Hold on here.
Crazy.
The only person that I know that gets romantically involved with their people in their live chat, the only person I know that does that all the time is Dougie.
Oh, thank you, Scoop. Well, you may get romantically involved. Now tread lightly where you're going.
Oh, Dougie loves he loves all the attention that he gets. He loves to be everything to everybody in his live chat.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And he's
how does his name come up?
He's known for dating some of his subscribers, I guess, like you could say.
How he lives all the way out on the West Coast. How would he be dating his subscribers?
How? Because there's plenty of people on the West Coast.
Well, okay, yes, that's true. Okay, that's just we know.
To be honest with you, like, that's probably in the United States, which is the majority of my viewers. The majority of the viewers in the United States are out of California.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, I didn't know. See, I don't keep up with all that stuff that goes on. Nobody, nothing. But I see that there's some trouble, and I'm going to be honest because this is the truth. Trouble comes with talking about these kids, because once you immerse yourself in the involvement with these cases, it snowballs. And who knew that me having a platform, these people found out about the platform. I talked to one person because of a missing case here in Knoxville. That led me to this other person. Then they had involvements with each other. Then they fell out. The next thing you know, they're all up in my inbox talking bad about the other one. And I let them both know, I don't know what you got going on, but I don't want no parts of it.
They're trying to bring you into their love quarrel?
I'm saying they're bringing me into whatever the hell they fell out about. They're
Was
both
that-
they're
was
both
that-
were
was that
business
their-
entities. They both were legitimate business entities, you know, working with the Summer Wells case. But the point I'm making is I didn't want no parts of whatever the hell they were going to, what they were doing, because I told them, I said, you forgot, I'm a YouTuber. I catch hell up here already. You two are supposed to be professional people that's supposed to be helping with the case. So what does it look like? I'm up here talking about trash pertaining to the family. You all are supposed to be acting like fucking professionals, and you're sitting here bickering and bitching back and forth. And now you want to get out of my inbox talking about this one and that one. And I let them know. I said, see, this is why you can't deal with these type of people. Because
now you're gonna have to be specific. Like, how do you expect me to agree with a bunch of generalities? Now I
can't say it.
Now I'm gonna have to say, like, now I can't give you an answer because I'm gonna have to say.
I'm saying it in a delicate way, and so I don't end up with no cease and desist. That's the fucking point where I'm going with this, child. These people were involved in the case, legally involved in the case. Okay, they were trying to help with the case. The point I'm making is
going on. Were they in love?
Saying love? It wasn't no quarrel. It was just a difference of how they were interacting with each other. One's accusing the other one of being unprofessional. So then it snowballed. So then they knew I was a neutral party. So it was kind of like, let's go call Angela and let her be mad at the other one because of what I'm mad at them about. And I let both of them know, I don't got nothing to do with what's going on with you all. I don't talk to you enough to know what you got going on. And I didn't want no parts of it. Because I'm already up here talking about these crazy people. You understand what I'm saying? You all are in the case. They were in the case directly. I was not.
Yeah,
do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm trying not to say it without telling it. You should be putting two and two together by now. You're involved in the case. So why are you now in my inbox trying to get me involved and you two then fell out? I don't have anything to do with that. And I've let them know. I don't want to be a part of no gossip, no he said, she said. You two are angry with each other for whatever reason. I don't know who's right. I don't know who's wrong because I didn't want no parts of it. And I didn't think it was right to try to involve me to turn against this one. It was obvious that one of the people in the story had some mental issues going on. And I told that person that I said, maybe there's something wrong with this person and they seem like they're flipping out. Maybe you just need to, wean yourself from them and just pray for them. But then they're getting mad, telling me, well, I want to know what they said to you, and I need you to tell me verbatim. Who you threatening? Don't threaten me. Now, don't threaten me to tell me, because I don't have to repeat nothing that somebody said to me in confidence.
Shit.
That's to keep myself clear. Because once I repeat something, I would have been in court. I know how that shit works. That's why they kept saying, tell me what they said. Tell me what they said. So what you were going to do was, as soon as I write down what you think, whatever they said, you know what they're going to do? Then they were going to go take it to their attorney and say, now, see, they went to this person and told them this. And then they said, I got somebody trying to find me to serve me papers to say, here, we need you to write down this statement in a deposition. I'm not getting involved.
Yeah, you're being used.
Getting used. And it was disrespectful to me because I'm looking at this person like, you're supposed to be trying to help find this little girl. So how am I wrapped up in the bullshit?
You said you were my friend.
Yeah, but see,
why won't you do it for me?
I felt like they both turned on me because now you got me wanting to write down in a message what the other one said about the other one. I knew what time of day it was. You were going to take that shit and show it to your attorney. I knew exactly what you was going to do. And next thing you know, they've been trying to find me to say, well, we need to talk to you because he's got a cease and desist against this person. And then, I ain't want no parts of that shit. Sorry I'm going on in the chat, but I'm just trying to let you know, these cases, they breed trouble.
Oh, yeah.
They breed trouble.
I know what you mean.
And that's why I don't want no parts of none of it. That's why I say the shit I say on my channel about going in there, protest and doing all that. When you start getting yourself involved in real people's problems, you can get yourself wrapped up and you could be going down a rabbit's hole before you know it. That's why I didn't
There's certain ones that seem to fit a stereotype that you can maintain focus on. Like it doesn't just have to be missing toddlers, although there's many of them out there considering the population. But I mean, no, I understand what you mean, but you have to treat them right. You don't want to over focus on them and do them to death because nobody would even dare want to talk about them in the future. And that's the real disservice that people do to them in the long run. Like that's really what's happening over in the Summer Wells case.
Snuggie Nugget, what are you talking about? She can't come back without providing a passport, which she can't get because she's in Canada. That don't make no sense. Go over to change.org. It's under KM.
She's dual citizenship. snuggy nuggy, apparently.
Well, if you got dual citizenship, then what's the problem?
Well, the problem is, and I can break it down, it's not that complicated. Like, for all the time that we've been talking about it, I know that she's lying because you could have got it done in this time that's passed already. Like, I've just gotten mine updated. My daughters, I had to send away. Like, I just live with the office. Service Ontario is down the road. I just go down there, drop my papers off. I can get it done. If I have a reason to get it done, they can get it done in 24 hours if you need it.
Yeah, well, somebody said that in the chat that Canada was faster than America because
you have to go in person.
it took her a month and a half to get it.
It's obviously not going to be very fast if you do it through like snail mail. If you send it away and you don't need it, you just want to get it and you don't plan on going
Canadian Cookie says she said
all that option is on the papers. There's like 5 different options for how you want to receive it. And if you're in there in the office, you can bypass them all, fill out the paperwork, go in person. It's even better because they can verify you.
I don't understand. Yeah. You know, because a lot of people are lazy now. They don't want to do nothing. They don't want to go stand nowhere, no way.
Yeah, but
if I was in a hurry,
sorry, bringing it back home to Cher. Cher claims that she needs to get it update or it ran out.
Somebody in the chat that said it expired or something.
Yeah, it expired. So it would mean that she probably has to get an updated photo, which is fine because they make it easier than ever. You don't even have to get it endorsed.
Yeah, Monica said it took her 2 weeks. So I think it's just a different time for in different parts of the United States. Every city ain't gonna be the same.
Yeah, she lives in Saskatchewan. She's in the middle of fuck Idaho.
She's in Saskatchewan. Oh, she's on that side of the fence of Canada.
She's in the middle of the west.
Okay, she's way over west. Okay.
Between like Winnipeg. She's like north of South Dakota.
Well, where is she actually from in the United States?
Minnesota. Can't you tell?
No, I don't.
It's hard to tell. So many people Minnesotans have that an accent which is very distinguishable. Others, right?
You want to make me want to pull up that damn movie
to me, but people always say it's a Canadian accent. I'm like, fuck, don't put that on Canada.
Look, what's that movie that they filmed up there? What's that movie they filmed that was in the dead of winter where they had the funny accents from Minnesota? You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, the horror film. That's Wisconsin. That's
no, not the horror film. The one
Fargo.
where
that'd be Fargo.
Oh, I love that movie. Oh, they did a series and I haven't finished it. Oh my God, that is the funniest movie. And they got a TV series they made. And I didn't finish it, man. That movie had me screaming. And I like the TV series too. It's pretty good. The first few episodes I saw of it. But that one lady that's the sheriff, that accent, man. Damn. She had it go down. She's a good actress.
That's a Cher accent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really annoying.
Yeah. That's it. God, you all are sick. Okay, let me ask you.
She's up here illegally. Well, she's not really illegally. So I don't know what the big holdup is. It doesn't cost you a whole lot of money.
Well, and B, you're Canadian too. So what? I got two Canadians in the chat.
Cost you $14.99 to get it done. People advertise passport photos all over the place. $14.99. Get it done. Take it in. Do the paperwork. I maybe Cher forgot to how to spell. I don't know.
Let me ask you something, because somebody got mad at me for putting that poll up the other day about if they think the child's in the landfill. I put it up there because a lot of people come to chat saying they don't think the child's there. So I'm going to ask you, I don't know if you want to answer or not. Do you want to answer if the child's in the landfill or not?
Well,
if you want to pass, just say pass.
I don't know. Like personally, I don't know. I'm not putting a whole lot of faith. I have to trust law enforcement. You always have to trust the people that are there on the scene, analyzing the evidence in order to bring them there. I mean, I'm not going to work against them at this point in time. However, something could come up down the line. Anything's possible at this point in time when you're around these sort of liars. Like, it could be a story. They could be doing something to throw off the police. They could be throwing away just evidence. There could be multiple dump
that's what that guy said on Court TV. Did you watch the Court TV segment yesterday?
Just as far as Cher.
Huh? Did you watch Court TV?
Yep.
Okay, so you heard what that one guy said, the bald-headed guy. Could be items she threw in the garbage in that trailer.
Really evil. What's his name?
Huh?
He's an old cop too. What's his name?
So he said it could be items she threw away, which is true. Okay. But I still believe what they have said in the recent article pertaining to this child. I have proof she put him in the dumpster. So I'm gonna lean on that.
If they've got proof that she's put it on the dumpster, then fucking why isn't she in handcuffs?
Well, because he wants a body, obviously. He's not even going by the recommendation
enough, is it?
from the FBI to him. But you got to remember, everything's man-made. We make the decisions of everything. So he's calling the shots. FBI's not calling the shots.
I might see that, then I would bet that he's bullshitting a little bit, because listen, it's pretty obvious that either Danny or Leilani did something maybe together.
Yeah.
Why you can't get anything out of them? That's what they're dealing with, is because now that they know and recognize that they've probably told them lies, it takes them an extra long time to go and verify everything, because they can't trust anything that they tell him. Mike King.
Well, my understanding is this from the source is that that girl ain't talked except for when they went there to see about the report of the kid missing. Other than that, there has been no formal sit down of Leilani and law enforcement. There's been no, she comes down, give a statement, sign it, none of that. Just the initial report of the child missing when they had to go to the house. And that was the first implication.
There was a bunch of people out there that saw them allegedly, that saw a lot of truck movement in and out.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I think somebody has verified the truck, and that's what's also said to me days ago, that somebody has said they saw her.
They've identified the lie. They just can't. They can't, and it's going to take them a little bit of time. Either it's the body or it's the evidence. Or it's
Cars, where's the child? Then the child ain't in that landfill. See, this is exactly why I made the poll, and somebody got mad at me saying, "How dare you? The child's dead. Why would you take a poll?" I take a poll about anything I want to take a poll about. If you keep coming to my chat and on my channel, keep crying and moaning the baby ain't there, hell yeah, I'll make a poll to see how many people think the child's there and how many people think the child's not there. You keep talking about it.
That's a good poll.
Yeah, it's a good poll. It's not disrespecting the child. It's just saying the obvious. You keep complaining, he ain't there, he ain't there. So I'm asking you, how many of you think he's there? How many of you think he's not there? I don't think that's disrespectful.
So what were the results?
Let me go back in. Hold on. It's all I can say is very interesting. the people who don't really think he's there. I don't know. It's just hold on one second. Let me open it up. Let's see. Let's go to community.
There is a ton of other places around there to hide a body potentially, but the thing that you don't want is the dogs, which are coming to come and sniff them out. You probably want to get it in a truck and get it as far away from you as possible.
Yeah. Hold on. I had a lot of stuff I posted up there. Hold on. Let's see.
And seeing how they were already going out that day to work, it wouldn't be too difficult to sneak by, not just in the garbage, but they could get away. They could really throw anything they want in the garbage.
Okay.
But if you really had to get rid of a body, it wouldn't be very difficult to drive it off property and get away with it and not seem conspicuous. However, the only thing that conflicts with all that is that 5:30 a.m. call that one party's saying, they're saying that it came from Leilani's phone, but Danny's saying Leilani sent it.
And that's what he mentioned, Mike King, during that Court TV segment. Implications are that she uses his phone on occasion, or often, however you want to word it. But that's what was told to me by the source when they were investigating, when they were at the house, the report. She mentioned that. This was an overheard conversation. She said to an officer, "Oh, sometimes when I go out, I grab his phone by mistake." So don't you find it interesting that when they start spinning this web,
until you swipe it open and realize that it's not your phone?
Huh?
You do that until you go to use it. Then you realize it's somebody else's phone.
But I think she made
so no matter what she said, she still sent that. Did she?
But what I'm saying is,
we don't know.
She said all this in the beginning before we even knew about this conversation. So to me, she was setting up the alibi. Oh, I sometimes grab his phone because she knows she's the one that possibly sent the text to McCarter that morning. See where I'm going?
Yep.
So let me tell the police day one, oh, I sometimes pick up the phone because she knows eventually they're going to talk to the boyfriend.
Why isn't that the major, the emphasized point here at this point in time? Is that, hey, where did that text come from? How come nobody knows?
Okay, we heard about it, baby. Okay, she's been bawling about how did she raise 2 monsters. Okay, whatever. Jesus Christ, I can't.
Billy Joel was just on a live bawling. How could she raise 2 monsters? Fuck, that tells you about her level of intelligence. Monkey see, monkey do, bitch. How could you? It is your fault.
Crazy. I don't know where that poll it was up here. Let's see. Well, maybe I passed it.
I'll go pull that up again.
Or maybe I reworded it or something. I thought maybe I took it and kind of reworded it.
She's really making a mistake by doing that, by acting out this way. That's a real mistake in the eyes of law enforcement and everybody else. That might get you by for maybe an 8-ball that you're after. But.
Okay, here's one I made the other day. One day ago, it says, if Quentin is not found in landfill after exhaustive search, do you think Chief Hadley will arrest Leilani Simon and Billy Joel Howe? So then I put down each person's name plus both and neither. Leilani, 26%. Billy Joel, 1%. Both, 18%. Neither, 55%. This is out of 815 votes.
This is a worst case scenario for Billy Joe Howell. You will be seeing jail time. Unfortunately, it's a heartbreaking thing, but you're the one who chose to take that chance. You're the parent. You're the one who has responsibility. If you say it's okay for the Leilani to be around your child in the way that she does, well, if you're okaying it, you're still fucking responsible, even more so.
Oh,
if you okayed the person that just murdered your grandbaby,
yeah,
the grandbaby that you had custody of, you okayed that. So no matter which way you play it, anybody else out there telling you that she doesn't hold an iota of responsibility in all of this clearly has no concept of what responsibility is.
She is very fertile. I think we know that with 3 babies back to back. Okay, I want you to check this content out too on News Nation did this special called New Calculator Tackles Inequality and Missing Person Stories, okay? This is about, it's a new poll that's going around because I saw it somewhere else too. If you went missing, would you make the news? Have you heard about this?
No.
Okay, it's on Facebook, different places. So News Nation has done a poll. So I did my own poll. I said, if you went missing today, would you make the news? As you know, many do not, especially Black, Native, and Hispanic people. If they do, their story is not played often nor make national news. 11% of you said yes, you would make the news. 89% of you said no, and that's 305 votes. Interesting. Because they did a special, pertaining to Petito, how her story ran, all of the news, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of people missing: Black, white, Native, Hispanic, other races, and they get a few stories on different networks, but then it tends to die down until a body's found.
Yep.
And sometimes the body's found, and you still don't.
You can look at it a different way. You can look at it a different way, in that. Why do you just have to word that whole poll a little differently to get to the same ends? And people want to make it about race, but it's more like, why do people want to fixate on the privileged white person, the rich, more so than anybody else? Do you understand how different that is?
But I wouldn't consider her family.
Why don't these people get as much attention as Gabby Petito? The question really is why did Gabby Petito go viral?
I think it's because somebody was law enforcement. I think it's because one of her family members was in law enforcement. And then the fact she was a YouTuber. I think all that coupled together, it's all it took for them to get the ball.
Because I think in a situation, a lot of situations get overlooked right in the beginning because of when things are legitimate and it's easy to see, news spreads fast. When things are a bit more convoluted and silent, things don't go as fast. A lot of people that come from lower
Cars, please stop. How's the baby around the house and they have the
don't
dog?
have those big networks that a person that's like a young co-ed or something like that may have. There's many different factors. It's not just one, but I don't think it's necessarily that. Historically, it's differently, but today, not as prevalent. I don't think. Not where I'm from, it's not, but in the U.S., maybe in some parts.
Okay.
I could see it. It would be probably different in a place like Alabama and Louisiana, in Arkansas, more so than it would be in New York or Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Or Southern Ontario.
So I asked this question too. Will FBI soon bow out of aiding Chatham County in the Quentin Simon investigation in search of landfill? 75% said yes, 25% said no, 449 votes. Let's see what some of you had to say. I think that they may just continue to search at the landfill, but I do not believe a complete bow out will happen. Let's see. Lumbee Queen says, at this point, I don't know. I hope they don't. I still believe Leilani and Danny knows where that precious baby's body is. His spirit is in heaven, but his body should be laid to rest. It's only
here's your big signal. Here's your big signal as why you know that the probability here is that Danny and Leilani both are working cahoots is the fact that they're not together. The reason that they're not together is so they don't get caught in the fucking lies.
Yeah,
that it takes time for you
out
there.
Let's open that Pandora's box.
Question them. One person can say one thing, the other person can say another thing, and it's a whole fucking act to prolong.
I've had that in the poll too. Let's go here. Do you believe Danny aided in the death of the child?
Yes, absolutely, he did.
Okay, so you believe he has knowledge then?
Oh fuck, absolutely, 100%. There's no
which
way.
One you weighing on? He participated or he got knowledge?
Both.
Okay. Because I did a poll about that.
It doesn't matter if he's gone hands-on on the child or if it's through just being negligent and leaving his drugs out and somebody fucking came upon them and we'll call it an accidental overdose for the sake of conversation. It's exactly the same fucking thing in my mind, in the law's mind. Okay? You're equally culpable. I
don't think he saw that baby. Child. I don't think he saw that baby in the playpen on that morning.
I don't think you'll ever get a straight story out of it. You're going to have to get all the answers, as many as you can, then sit them down and then pull them out that time before you.
And why did you take? And why?
You need a lot of time before you have all the answers to the questions that you want in order to get a fucking confession out of them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Why? What I want to know is why didn't you take your kid with you? Because that was stupid for the parents allegedly to come forward as everybody's gossiping. Oh, they're trying to get custody, but yet they went to court. You don't hear that their kids are with them.
Fuck, there's no way their kids are going to be back with them. They're lying. They're not being cooperative.
That's how Danny's family. Remember the rumor went out that his parents were trying to get the
Danny's a fucking rapper.
Why did you take the kid? Why did you take the kid with you?
Danny's family, his family came and picked him up from North Carolina, got fucking high. They're probably all in cahoots anyway. They're ratchet. In that regard.
Oh, you are so funny. You said ratchet.
Well, I couldn't think of any other fucking word to use.
They're the white folks when they say ratchet. They're just ratchet, damn it.
That's an American word.
Oh, Jesus.
But that's what they are. They came down and allegedly, the next thing you know, that they're getting high on pills and Danny's not around. Listen, all of these assholes in the background are saying and acting and doing a completely different presence than they are here on a live stream. They can come up here and bullshit you for a couple hours, fucking turn on the taps, pander to the audience, and then fucking go on about their lives. That's what the benefit to having Cher is, because you get to do it in one spot, and Cher believes them wholeheartedly no matter what they say, and you have to ride that wave as long as you can when you're a guilty party.
Look what I got in. Look what I just got in the IG message. Are y'all ready for this? Y'all just couldn't wait to get that damn IG to send me a message. Amanda Bearden live stream interview uploaded 1 hour ago.
Yeah, I know about that. Actually,
What'd she say?
Don't know. I haven't seen it yet because they uploaded it yesterday. They've been trying to get it up a couple days. They sent me.
Yeah, I got it. Brittany, thank you, Brittany. COTR podcast is
exonerated. They say she's exonerated. I'm like gonna wait.
Oh, this is too long. Hour? I can't play all that on this one.
So there's two parts. So
okay,
there's Amanda Bearden exonerated. There was a pre-record. Okay, that's what they call it. And
okay,
I haven't heard her.
Yeah, I don't know what's
in the media, and the second one is going to be a live stream.
Crime Creeping. So funny said, told Quentin mom to stop saying his name. Well, she's not going to stop saying it. How about that? Danny left his child. Yeah, we know he left his child.
Listen, Billy Joel is up here crying. She's not even sharing her what a parent's true emotion is at this point in time.
Yeah,
over this, it's all presentation for the people that no matter what will side with her. And Cher has got a fucking conglomerate of them.
Right,
the whole murder of them, like a big murder of crows.
Look, more wild. She's got more wild rumors scheduled for what? Tonight at 11 o'clock. She's about to go live about that. No, we're only going by what you said, honey. She's getting ready to go live here in a minute.
Who's that? Cher?
Uh-huh. I'm looking up her channel up here, and it's got one waiting.
Are you sure it's not for tomorrow? Because she's on a community page. I'm just like half done a video, and she said she had to put it off till tomorrow.
Oh, well, maybe so, but I just know it says upcoming right here. Scheduled for 11 something. I didn't open it up to see the whole thing. Who's this still sending me stuff?
So BJ is making the rounds on YouTube. She's gonna have a core of fans.
Oh, then this bitch, she's something else.
She is all drunk and high, Ms. Diggs. Well, she can be drunk and high. That's another benefit if you're a guilty party coming on YouTube and not come in front of a fucking camera. Like,
and then you get one of the titles of one of her videos. She's a bee. She's a dog. She's a motherfucking problem. This lady is Jesus.
Wouldn't you get as like
babysitter
inebriated as possible if you had to appear on somebody's live stream and pretend that you were innocent? Yeah, you would probably want to disassociate yourself from the reality.
Damn, this lady's sick. I don't know how she's alive. Then look at this one video from 3 weeks ago. She's got somebody licking their tongue out with something green on it. This heifer needs you need help.
Do you know what Cher is, Ms. Diggs, in this regard? And I'm not making a joke in this regard, but when you, how should I phrase this? I don't want to do any disrespect towards people who have went through abuse, but her behavior is very similar to children who have gone through the R word in that regards when they have been groomed to protect those who have abused them. Do you know what I'm saying? That they've been groomed as a children to okay and normalize the abuse that they've suffered and to stand up and protect the people essentially who are abusing them. And that's kind of what Cher's mindset is like. That's all I was trying to make the point.
Which video is it here you all speaking of on this girl's? I don't really like playing this stupid stuff. That's
this one.
The last one was 6 hours long.
Whose channel are you on?
Queen Bee.
Oh fuck, that's not the one I'm.
Huh? Well, the one where she's talking about her kids being a killer. Which one is that?
Oh yeah. Tell us in chat, please. Which live that she's in that you guys are watching?
I don't have to humanize her. That's between her and God. It ain't my job. Queen Pen. Oh, she took it down. Her second channel. Oh my God. These people are sick. That's all you got to do. Just talk about absolutely nothing. I don't see nothing. Oh, come thug it out and vibe with us. Let's chat about the crazy shenanigans.
Stephanie Keys.
y'all-
That's a brilliant name.
I love this.
Snuggy Nuggy.
What's the title of the video? Come thug it out and vibe with us. Is that the one?
144.07.
Okay, 144.07. Hold on. Let me take it.
Oh, KB. Okay, hold on.
I'm trying to get up there.
It says Queen here. I'll actually copy this.
Is it Queen Pen OG? That's the one.
Look in your private chat in the back. Here is what you want to search. Just copy and paste.
I got it. I got Queen Pen OG.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I already got it up. Ready to cue it up.
Oh, fuck.
Let me see.
I'm late to the party.
148. Let me go back. She said 144.
Bluetooth connected.
Oh, this can be brilliant.
Wait a minute. Let me see. I'm trying to get her face where I can see her. Penny Keys. What is his name?
We will all walk through the rest of this with you. And ain't nobody,
right.
you know what I mean? Even if they do, it's okay.
She knows when to turn the taps on.
That's right.
Now, it's for eternity. I love you. And you know what? I will walk that line with you because you know what? I know who you are.
That's
Fuck what
right.
all the rest of these motherfuckers say about you. Fuck that. And I'm gonna wait my time. It is what it is, baby girl. Stop that. Stop. Mwah. I love you. I love you.
Nick, I'll bring you up here in a minute, okay, honey?
Oh, Billy, I wish I could wrap my arms around you and give you some love right now, baby.
I know, and you know what? You got
I
love
didn't
and
realize Queen Bee was so lovey-dovey with Billy Joe and Sharon and all that.
Immediately take them out. Block them, done. I'm not putting up with it.
Just wait, hold on. Are we on share? Do I need to go? I got
No. This is Queen Bee.
No.
Queen Bee.
Billy, you're on
Hello.
top, baby.
Hi.
Sweet, I'm gonna hope that you got that under control.
That's right. Yes, I do. Fuck
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
I
we
do.
We need
The
that.
mods were in.
We need no negativity. We need positivity right
That's
now.
right. We're here to lift up. She needs support right now. She needs more support more than anything right now. We got you, babe. We got you.
I appreciate
There's
it.
only 240
You need to
people
fall in
right now.
to
This
get
ain't no big,
delusional
huge
when you're
crowd or
surrounded
nothing
by
like
somebody
that. You know what I
doing
mean? You're safe with us. You got good people around you,
What'd
right?
you say? Because you can't hear over that loud mouth. What'd you say?
Oh, I was just commenting to the chat about. I couldn't believe that
With that volume turned up.
that
ahead,
Queen
say what you
Bee.
gotta say.
Oh, okay, no worries. The Queen Bee is so lovey-dovey with sharing all of that. I was disappointed to hear to listen to this.
Tasha said she wasn't, but some information shared with her. Then she switched. What are you talking about, Tasha?
Oh, some secret information, some of that secret squirrel stuff we all love. Secret squirrel stuff.
I can't fool you.
CIA, NSA,
You know,
straight at you.
you know you're not
Quantum
right.
computers and all that shit. Here it comes.
Right now.
Think your purse in the garbage.
I just so.
Girl,
I did.
It's
I
okay.
did.
I'm gonna go get it because I need the keys for
I
it.
know.
Oh, Billy, dang it.
I'm
I'm not that disappointed.
gonna die.
I'm surprised, more surprised than anything.
No, damn.
I know.
No, baby. No.
That's not what we're doing. Damn you. No, ma'am.
They need you, and so does Sky right now. Don't you dare!
I don't have a fucking gag order.
Now she mentioned somebody
Look,
else's
you
name,
should
kid's
be.
name, finally.
No,
Somebody
ma'am,
else.
you will not take that out.
Wait, who's that
No,
talking?
I
Who's
love
that
you,
talking?
baby.
I'm so sorry, but no, ma'am. Please don't ever say
Stop
that.
screaming at me.
I think that's her best friend there.
Okay.
She's just, you know what I mean? She's having a really hard time. She needs some love and support, man. She just needs some love and support. That's it. That's all.
Who's her best friend that's with her? That's maybe who she should be talking to instead of sitting up on you all's damn live streams. Why not talk to your friend instead of going to YouTubers?
Tell her to take a fucking Quaalude.
You know?
Calm
I think
yourself
that's her
down.
friend talking to her. And then she had to tell somebody to quit screaming at her. Well, stay off the live stream. They'll quit screaming.
And if that's not what you're here for, then you need to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm that I can get through this. Everything just seems hard. I just
The smell stink.
All right, Morris, thank you.
Crazy. Oh my gosh, I can't imagine. But you know what, Billy? You don't think you can get through it every day, but you are getting it through it every day, honey. And every single day, you're gonna find the strength inside yourself to keep fighting and surviving for the other babies, right?
Oh.
Let's do it.
And that room looked really good. You did a good job on that room. You did a really nice job.
Wait a minute. Let me pause right there. Billy Joe, what room you done decorated? What room you done decorated, Billie Jean? Girl, if you don't quit hallucinating, you ain't getting them children back. Y'all got a whole baby in a dumpster, and you think social services is getting ready to make a mockery out their damn self? Not this road trip. AB, you with us?
Yeah, what?
Fell asleep.
No, I'm still here. I'm in the background. I just muted out. I got noise in the background.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
You did a good job on that room, Billy Joe.
So she's trying to occupy her mind, do some.
My head hurts.
She's got to be doing a lot of bullshitting around there as well. Like,
baby, you buying stuff and decorating for nothing. Is that what this Amazon wish list is about? To put shit in an empty room? Are you really this damn crazy?
maybe she needs to do some sponge painting. Like, you know how you take the sponge and you put it in the paint and then you put it on the walls and it makes a funny pattern.
Maybe,
it's
please.
Very, very satisfying, I hear.
Well, Billie Jean, you're not getting them children back. Please stop the nonsense.
So they haven't mentioned anything about the other kids.
No, these people have finally mentioned, but not Billy Joe. They're talking about the kids in this live. You can hear one of them. Somebody said something 2 times about the children. And then that's when you went on to say about the room looks good. But the point is, you don't hear Billie Jean saying nothing about the children. That's the problem.
Billy Joe.
Jean.
That's when she started crying.
Billie Jean.
Well, not my lover.
She's just a girl.
She says, I am the one.
But the chance is not mine, son.
That was a good song.
I can't do this. Please, I'm drowning up here. I can't keep talking about these damn folks. Let's resume.
So give us a visual. What's happening?
You
you actually see it?
Huh?
Give us a visual. What's happening in the back? What's happening there? Is she like? What is her face?
Everybody else is incognito like we are, but Billy Joe's only view you see of Billy Joe. I think she's BJ up here is a fan, like a fan in the ceiling. That's all you see.
Oh, okay.
A fan that I can tell.
Got the acrylic paint to make the stencils on the walls. Zane is gonna love it, and so is Scott.
That's right. Yeah, she's got another woman in the background with dark hair. Somebody else is in there with her.
We can't stand still because the daggone ground shakes when we do.
Now she takes it
That's
off.
right. That's right.
Now all the people
the
face
pizza house, baby. Yeah, I need to let the dogs out because they're freaking out.
Woo, Redneck
Yes,
Alley.
ma'am. Thank you very much, darling.
Hello there. Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, baby, we're here. I just tossed the screen up because I didn't know. I didn't want to, you know what I mean? I just popped the screen up real quick.
Now she popped it back up. Billy Joe has company.
Grimshot, that's Grandma. Come, let's trust this.
So let's talk about
She's
the
on the
facts.
street. She said, "You got this, Mama. Stay focused, Nana."
I don't think it's very difficult for Billy Joe to be dramatic, overly dramatic.
She's Nana something over there at Cher's house, but then on this
Nana
live
love.
stream, she's BJ.
Nano love. Well, she got a sock account.
Well,
Maybe she changed her handle.
could have. So we ain't Nana no more. We back to the thug. We being thug
No more
Mrs.
Nana's love. That's her mod account. She's getting away. Maybe.
She's thug Mrs. now.
Yeah, Thug Life 69.
I don't want to know. I never want to know, and I'm so sorry that you're going through this.
I know. I just want to wrap my arms around you and give you a big old hug.
Spoken like a true prisoner.
Fucking drag queen.
I know there's, nasty people, but you got a lot of love and support in here and a lot of people that are holding you up.
I feel like I feel like answers are coming soon.
Yeah,
And I
they
don't,
will.
You heard that,
I
didn't
don't
you?
know.
Come in due time. Hold on, let her talk, baby.
I don't know if I can handle it.
God is going to carry you through, Billy. You have to have faith that God's going to carry you.
I was a lot of things. I was a lot of
It
things.
does not matter.
Let me talk.
You're
Please.
a lot of things.
Let me talk. Let me talk.
Uh-oh. Somebody
Just
get
let me talk,
attitude.
There's a lot of
everybody.
things
It's
in
time
the
for me
town.
to come clean and be
One thing I
honest with
never
you all.
did
Huh?
put my kids in danger. No matter.
Did you see how she snipped real quick, telling she's basically cutting them off, talking about let me talk. You hear that?
Yeah, she's trying to act like she's trying to be honest with a group of people. I want to really be honest with these people. I want to tell them the truth. She's politicking.
Tammy Sue said, that's not a love I want from my nana. Yeah, I agree. You want to resume, sir?
Well, like Nana loves the 8-balls.
Oh my God, Billy could for sure fall into the Big Mike category. I'm dead. Thank you, Steph. Was this Stephanie Keys? Thank you. That last name is scary. Not to be nasty. Jesus wept. Oh Lord.
Who I was. My kids were safe. And to process something like this happening in your life, it's fucking impossible. It's impossible.
You know, Billy.
It's like
Are you sure you don't want to?
my body and my
Maybe
mind.
I'm not supposed to understand.
It's like my body and my mind is a constant war on whether we should live or die. And
No, ma'am. You're not doing that. Come on, baby girl. Please.
I'm tired.
I know you're tired.
Do people talk about me like I'm an active addiction?
You're not.
I am
That's
not, but I
horseshit.
haven't. I've fought hard
There
to get
ain't
out
no
of that.
fucking drugs going on here, period.
I fought fucking hard.
You're gonna keep fighting hard. You're gonna keep fighting hard. And that's all there is to it. You don't have an option to give up. There ain't no giving up, baby.
They need you.
I might not be
They
good
need
enough.
you.
You're
need
good
you.
enough.
you're
You
good
are good
enough.
enough.
You're
They
good
need
enough.
You gotta give yourself grace,
I feel like I'm
baby.
in the middle of a
Give yourself
Thelma and
grace.
Louise moment.
You're being too hard on yourself.
You're right. She is. She is. That is. Yes, ma'am. You are absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
You're not responsible for any of this that's happening, Billy. You're a victim, and I
Oh,
honestly that there was more I could do for you. I want to wrap you in my arms. I pray for you every good night. I feel like a failure.
Think she needs you?
No,
kid?
you're not a failure. You have done
No,
so
baby.
much.
Finally, you took a little
You
bit of
did so
acknowledgement
much.
of failure.
Can't help her.
You haven't failed those kids.
I appreciate all of that from a bystander, and I love you for saying those
These
words to her.
fools telling
The
her
things
otherwise.
she needs help with, you can't help her. She's gonna have to find that in herself, and God's gonna
Yes,
put it
Tammy.
right.
She's got to find it in herself.
What?
But I want her to know she has support and love. She has a lot of support and love.
And you gotta keep praying.
But how does God give me two murderers? How? How does God do that to me? How? How?
Uh-oh, you admitting you
I
just
got
admitted it.
two
Hot
murderers.
damn it.
You know,
Billy Joe, did you just admit you got two murderers? Bingo card. I'm done. I ain't got to hear nothing else. Take it away, AB.
No. Unfortunately, she's recognizing her shortcomings.
Exactly.
She's
1
recognizing her
hour,
shortcomings.
53 minutes. There's only 3 minutes left on the clock of this video.
Nobody said
Thank
it
you,
was going to
BJ. I want to thank you. I want to thank you. And you said it right before the storm because you told Sharon, did you not, there was going to be some furniture moving around down there. You told Cher that days ago, did you not? Or was it last week? Did you not tell her it was going to be some furniture moving around? Then you just admit, even in this live, I believe something's getting ready to happen because you already know what's going to happen. Yeah. Because you ain't still told us what was on them papers they served you last week when Queen went live on a Monday and told you that they was in a meeting trying to decide what to do with you. And on Tuesday, they served you them papers. And they were live streaming the show. So I'm going to ask you, what's on them papers, Billy Joe? Yeah.
What's on those papers? What papers?
The papers when they were live streaming last week. Remember when they showed up to the house and Bullhorn was saying it would look like a detective? Well, I went live on that Monday and told you they was in a meeting discussing her. And on Tuesday, they show up with papers. They've been discussing her. They've been discussing Miss Canada. But she still wants to keep going live. You should have stopped talking to Billy Joe, honey. Because my understanding, they've been listening to your conversations. God, you all are stupid.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I went live last Monday and told everybody. The source told me they were in meetings to discuss her. I went on that same live.
I recollect the conversation. Yeah. I didn't know that they actually served.
Well, they've served her something. Papers. I don't know what's on the papers. I just know somebody said to me, they're in a meeting discussing what to do about her. On Tuesday, you all notified me that they were on the ground serving her papers. And I also said in that live, they were going to make a decision by that Wednesday. Well, Tuesday, here comes somebody at her house serving her something. What it is, I do not know. But I think it's interesting that whatever was discussed about her, why are they at her house the next day? And now you're talking in circles a week later about you think something's about to happen. Because you know what's about to happen. Billy Joe knows what's about to happen. Huh?
The hammer's about to drop.
Yeah, the hammer's about to drop. That's why she's talking in circles.
You think she's trying to get as much commissary and shit money together as possible?
Yeah, that's why she's selling stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wants to drop those hints. It's not just for like some rock cocaine, perhaps. Yeah.
It's more to it than just I don't need material things. You had all those material things October 5th. You wasn't worried about campers and selling bicycles and cars. All that shit you've been had on that property, you ain't thought about selling that stuff. Now all of a sudden, 4 weeks in, going into week 5, now we're selling stuff.
She has to empty things out because
exactly. Because we don't want that left behind. We don't want it left behind that we can't get rid of because we're locked up and don't know how much the bond's gonna be. Ting. See, Queen knows street folks. You talking in circles because you know shit is about to pop off. And as far as I know, one of the sources coming out of there, they're leaving out tomorrow from this case. So the division is coming.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Shit's popping off. Whenever you got people on the team getting ready to disperse, it's it.
Somebody's going to get arrested.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second. What if Billy Joe gets arrested and Leilani remains free for the time being?
Yeah, that would be some shit, wouldn't it?
Oh, and then it's going to really get informative inside. Billy Joe will start to talk, you would think.
And you just admitted on a live stream, how did I raise 2 killers? So you're admitting to yourself and a national audience that you believe your child killed baby Quentin. But I want to thank you because
that's fucking amazing. She just admitted that. Yeah. So, wow. Thanks for.
I just told you all that last week. She's going to give her up.
That just sunk into me right now. That just sunk into my mind.
But listen, I told the viewing audience she's going to give her up. She has to give her up.
The fact that I already think that she probably killed him. I
Yeah.
didn't recognize the fact.
But I'm
that,
saying it now.
Billy Joe just
Yes, I'm
acknowledged
saying it
that
now.
right now.
Yeah, because I told people last week, Billy Joel has to give her up because she has more to lose. She has more to lose. Leilani doesn't have anything.
Listen,
She's codependent.
I got to tell you, Queen, a small part of me does feel bad for Billy Joe, but that is easily erased because of the deceptive practices that she's employed during all of this. If she was a legitimate individual who had her business about her and didn't have anything to hide, it would seem a lot more honest. She doesn't seem very honest. That tells me a lot about what's going on in the background.
Yeah.
So the worst case scenario, what I did feel bad about is that, hey, your worst case scenario just fucking happened right now.
Yeah.
Even though that it wasn't by your hands, you're still responsible. That's what you should have been shitting your pants over. The fact that she's pretending she's ignorant about that fact. That's a fact. Each and every one of you out there. That's a fact in all of this. That's what having custody of a child means. That's what being a parent is.
And that is what it means. And so now you have to go back in the book of life and say, why did you sign the documents when you knew you had no intention of taking the children and providing daycare?
Let's erase the fact, Queen, that's her daughter, and she had, that's just, what if it was a babysitter that this happened to?
Yeah.
You take the complications away and just add them as you go.
Yeah.
When you're done, Billy Joe holds a lot more of the responsibility because of what was going on, because she was so adamant that she needed to have custody of those children so you could police more so you could police the activity of your out of control lying 22-year-old daughter that you want to be best friends with.
And
that's
what was said too on Court TV. The dynamics is something to question as well, because like they said, we hear all these rumors and stories that you all are fighting and fussing. My house is chaotic, but yet you're drinking with that same person on an island at a restaurant. But then you take it back and say, "No, I was drinking her drink."
Back shots with your mother,
but she took it back. Remember? No. Leilani wasn't drinking. I ended up drinking her drink. Remember?
Yeah, the reasoning behind that. It's a very juvenile and immature in its own right. It tells you exactly the sort of the enabling that goes on behind the scenes. The normalization of what they're really undermining the situation that they're currently in by saying anything.
Well, you see the comments in the chat. It's been
you could have just shook it off, said, "Hey, we had friends and we all went out for dinner." The fact that's
all you have to say. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's all you have to say.
People are going to blow.
But your behavior let people assume you were drinking, because when people voices elevate in a restaurant, that's the first thing you're going to think, that they're either loud or they're in binding. You don't walk in a restaurant quiet, and then the next thing you know, you're falling all over people and slobbering.
Yeah, and that excitement, that's a buzz. That excitement, that sort of mindset isn't the mindset that goes alongside the fact that your children have been taken away and one of them's missing, and you're the main suspect. You wouldn't be having that sort of buzz or be around people and be having that much, kind of fun, where you would be carefree enough just to let yourself go. I mean, that's what was going on there from what.
Okay, Kasha. So I see the babysitter won't stop talking either. Somebody says she's been on TikTok with a new name. Anyway, as somebody in the chat said, this up and down with you and her fighting over a washing machine tells you everything. That's what led to this bullshit in the first place. But she was going to kill one of those kids anyway. So if it wasn't a washing machine, it was going to be something else. She knew, hey, I'm going to be in the street. Me and this dude got these kids. I got to get rid of one of these kids. Collateral damage. She'll never put me out with a missing kid. She'll never put me out with a missing kid. It worked. But she has to give her up, because now there's too many people talking. Hey, DHS, where you been? Hey, what happened with DHS? Hey, we've got 2 kids now in foster care. Hey, there's a kid in the dump. Hey, she signed the custody papers. Something's got to be done. Leilani hit the blow. She hit the baby, but look who had custody. You're both equally guilty.
Yeah, it blows my mind that these people that are pro family, and it's fine. You can take whatever stance you want, but to
She had an
blindly
affair
follow
with
them
Bubba. Okay,
and
now
to
wait a minute.
completely deny any responsibility on Billy Joe's point is
Now
disrespectful
y'all
to
bringing rumors in
Quentin,
here.
and people do not even understand, and that's what scares me the most. Like Laura and Cher completely overlook the fact that Billy Joe is responsible. It doesn't mean that they have to hold her responsible, but they totally
yes,
dismiss that reality.
Mm-hmm.
That's
she
what
can't clean it up. She can't clean up going live now saying that. And I already told you that they have been watching the live streams. The source told me that last week too. Dumping all devices and watching the live streams. Trust me, somebody has been watching my stream, other streams, and they have been sent in to law enforcement. That's why I told her, why are you still talking and going live? All of you need to stop talking. But we're going to thank you because you just admitted now that your baby number 2 is a killer. You admitted that.
Will you rewind that part again? I want to hear that.
About what?
Do you still have that handy? About
Yeah,
Billy
I
Joe
just have to turn. When she says,
God,
well, how do I have 2 killers?
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
That's leakage. It's statement analysis over here.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back.
Bluetooth connected.
I'm all for like supporting like people, if you have
change.
and you're making a change and you're trying to, retrain your future and try to succeed professionally and all those things. Like I'm 100% back that up. I come from a long history of people that do stupid things, right? I don't think that that's a reason to judge anybody. I really think he should have thought out that statement a little bit more. Like,
Bro, no, Kyle, remember the statement with Zav girl when she's trying to explain like the car flipping, and when she actually tries to explain it, he's like, no, that's not true. And it's like, okay, so you don't even know about your own profession.
In due time. Hold on, let her talk, baby.
I don't know if I can handle it.
God is going to carry you, Billy. You have to have faith that God's going to carry you.
I was a lot of things.
It does not matter.
Let me talk, please.
You're a lot of things.
Let me talk. Let me talk. I was a lot of things in the past, but one thing I never did was put my kids in danger. No matter who I was, my kids were safe. And to process something like this happened in your life, it's fucking impossible. It's impossible.
Billy?
It's like my body and my mind. It's like my body and my mind is a constant war on whether we should live or die. And
Man, you're not doing that. Come on, baby girl. Please.
I'm tired.
I know you're tired.
And people talk about me like I'm an active addiction.
You're not.
I am not, but I fought hard to get out of that.
No fucking drugs going on here. Period.
I fought fucking hard.
You're gonna keep fighting hard. You're gonna keep fighting hard, and that's all there is to. You don't have an option to give up. There ain't no giving up, baby.
I may not be good enough.
You're good enough.
You're good enough.
You're good enough.
You gotta give yourself grace, baby. You gotta give yourself grace. You're being too hard on yourself.
You're right. She is. That is. Yes, ma'am. You are absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
You're not responsible for any of this that's happening, Billy. You're a victim, and
Actually, that's not true.
Like, honestly wish that there was more I could do for you. I I want to wrap you in my arms. I pray for you every good night.
I feel like a failure.
Think she needs you?
No, you're not a failure. You have done
No,
so
baby.
much. You've done so much.
Can't help her. I appreciate all of that from a bystander, and I love you for saying those words to her. The things that she needs help with, you can't help her. She's gonna have to find that in herself, and God's gonna put it there, right?
She's got to find it in herself, but I want her to know she has support and love. She has a lot of support and
Listen
love.
to all the advice coming in
gotta
from all the
keep
people.
her.
who should be-
God give me two murderers? How? How does God do that to me? How? How? I'm not supposed to be mad.
Okay, well, you know what? The first one was an accident fucking day. You know it. Billy Joe, don't you dare. Don't you dare. This one,
Hey,
Let me tell you something, you dusty bitch. One of the relatives was in my chat a week ago. That was not an accident. They set that boy up and took him out somewhere and they killed him and they robbed him. Now you stop that foolishness. That was a deliberate setup. You don't get 20, 40 years in prison for an accident.
That's right.
You all ought to stop this bullshit. You gonna come correct, you better bring it right. They robbed that boy and killed him deliberately. That was no accident. Fuck.
hey, it's all about the headlines, Beth. You think anybody reads into it?
Yeah, fuck these people and fuck the headlines. That's all there is to that, you know?
they don't fucking know the real deal.
They don't. That's why we say the tragedy. That's what they do. So you know what I mean. Don't let that shit get.
What you're
really.
doing?
It's just people wanting to make money off tragedies, and that's. I'm sorry, but they're sick fucking people out there.
You can't get much
Yeah,
more
you're
tragic than her bawling like a bitch up there on your panel.
You're sick as fuck.
It's so gross.
What you're accusing everybody else of, what you're doing.
You know what? The bottom line is, you know and I know that Quentin didn't mean that. You know what?
Let me pause this for a minute.
That hurts more than anything else because I can't go no fucking farther with that too.
Please stop yelling.
Listen to her telling people to quit screaming. She's something else, ain't she?
I'm gonna cry and be yelled at.
Yeah, let her cry. Let her cry. Let her be mad. Let her be mad. This is fucked up.
It is fucked up.
Super fucked up.
I know. She have killed a baby.
About that.
Life just isn't fair.
They don't love you.
These people are sick.
The world is against me.
Oh my God.
You know
I'm
what?
about
They're
to
the
throw
only
up.
ones that's keeping Quentin
God
alive.
hates me.
They're the only ones that keep talking about him every day. They're the only ones that keep bringing him up, and I'm so afraid. People are gonna
Perfect
stop
place to do all this.
I'm so afraid that people are gonna stop.
That ain't gonna happen, baby.
No, there's gonna be justice for Quentin.
Ever let him go. Do you understand that?
You're talking to the ringleader of the
Quentin is in our
bullshit.
hearts
Are you listening to
forever.
this? Oh, wow.
Oh, I'm listening to it. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Damn,
I
man.
will never, ever lay him to rest.
What about his siblings?
Yeah, what about his
All of
siblings?
them. All of them, Billy. Of course.
First time she's ever talked about him.
They're not.
No,
They'll
they
never.
are not forgotten. They are not forgotten.
Allow that. Billy, stop it. Stop it.
Oh
You know
my
what?
gosh.
You and I, we are not fucking victims, Dan. Gone it. You know it and I know it.
Well, what you done
walked
done?
down here to- Don't play games with me.
You're stronger than you realize, babe. You're stronger than you realize.
Fuck, you're like victim every single time you get me.
Oh my
That is
gosh.
not. And we looked at him like,
I'm done.
you're shit. That's not who we are. We don't understand you. So don't play games with me. You're not a victim. You are not a victim. You're not. This has happened. It is a bad thing. It is. Bad things happen to good people.
All the time.
God, I can't.
Girl,
Always happen to the best
Bird.
people.
it's because we have to. We ain't got no choice. You know what? They need Santa not in his fucking backpack. He needs you to hug him and love him. Fuck with me if you want to.
You have got to stop saying his name, please.
That's the end of that. Gotta stop saying his name, please. That's the end of the video. For those wanting to know, this is on Queen OG's channel. Come thug it out and vibe with us. Let's chat about the crazy shenanigans on these messy YouTube streets. Well, let me say this to you, Queen OG, wannabe gangster. You are part of the problem as well, because we wouldn't have this content to even play on our channel or discuss if you all didn't allow these people to live stream and come up on your panel and cry and moan about shit they know that they've done wrong. Yes, we're all flawed and sinners, but there's no excuse for this. This lady took legal custody of children, and the fact that she's now knowing that the hammer's coming down and finally wants to admit that there are 2 other children in this tragedy pimp game is just as vile and disgusting. And I thank God that those babies are small enough to, well, they can forget about Leilani, Billy Joe, and whomever else is in that family. And it's not to be disrespectful to other people who were not there, don't have knowledge of this crime, but it is what it is. I'm grateful that there's an infant that don't know nothing, can't repeat nothing. And the 3-year-old, if he remembers anything, we know in time he'll possibly forget about all of you. He'll forget about everything that happened at 535 Buckhalter. I'm done. AB?
Unbelievable.
You're welcome, Tasha. This is sad to me. I usually say pathetic, but in some degrees it is sad, because it's hard to believe that these people are walking around. All of these people on this panel are legal adults, and this is how you talk and sugarcoat being responsible for kids. Because Billy Joe knew she didn't want those babies. She had no intention of raising those kids. Dinah McCarter has nothing to do with nothing, because she has her own family. These are not her children. These were never her children. You all were responsible for those kids. So blaming the babysitter is a low blow, because these are not her kids. If that's the case, she could have filed for a petition to get the kids. If that's the case, if you want to say, oh, she paid her. They didn't pay her shit. Fuck you gonna do with $15? Gas is $4 and $5 a damn gallon. Got kids to feed, groceries to buy. $15? That's nothing today. That's nothing.
Why do you think the reason is that she took only one, and not all 3 in custody? Or there's 2 that she had, but not the 3rd. Why do you think that is?
Why? Why
she did? What's the youngest child's name?
Sky.
Why
Yes,
didn't she
baby.
pick Sky? Why didn't she feel the
Because
need?
Sky already had a daddy living at the house, and naturally that daddy would say, "You're not gonna take custody of my kid. I'm here." So I asked that out. Why she didn't take Sky? She took the 2 boys because their baby daddies are MIA.
So there had to have been a lot of concern around the house already about how many children she was able to handle and her future plans.
Okay, let's go back to this. Did you remember hearing about a post that Leilani put up on Facebook where she says, I can't even rough play with my man and my kids without somebody having something to say? Who are you directing that to? Because it can't be but either Billy Joe or the husband. Rough play? You can't rough play with your man and your kids without somebody having something to say. Huh?
When did she post that?
I don't know, but somebody brought it to my attention. Because I pulled it. I think I saw it on somebody's channel on a Facebook post or TikTok post.
On me TikTok, yeah.
I can't even rough play with my man and my kids without.
Yeah, that was early on. That was probably from somebody taking pictures outside from the protest, I would think.
Huh?
I think that was in response to some of the protesting that was going on.
Well, I think she was, no, this was just a post she's posting. You know how you post to Facebook, you're just talking?
Yeah.
So she's just talking out loud. I can't do this in my own house without somebody having something to say. This is way before that, because she didn't have the kids after when the protesters got there. So this is before anybody went missing. But it speaks volumes to what the fuck was going on in that
Yeah,
house.
the relationship probably between mom.
Because that was mentioned on Court TV. It's a pull. It's tug of war. Today we're good. The next day we're smiling. We're dancing in TikTok videos. Now a motherfucker's pushing me into a wall because I'm washing clothes. Stay woke.
Well, I'm thinking this Thomas, this gentleman that she's married to, that stays in the limelight. He has to be. This relationship has to be somewhat recent. Because of the way that they worded the 2021 incident when she broke in with all that change. Leilani broke through the neighbors into the neighbor's trailer for all of that change.
Before North Carolina.
She was living in the trailer right beside with her mother, Billy Joe.
Yeah, in another state. Let's make that clear before folks get rowdy.
So she's probably.
I want to talk about that too. I want to talk about that for just a second. I'm glad you brought that up because there's always a reason for the season. It's easy to go to the Daily Mail or any paper and say, she's a thief, she's this. But what is your actual role at the time? Because even if she is known to be a liar, which I do believe she is, prove to me that you didn't send her in the trailer to steal. See where I'm going with that? Prove to me. Because it's easy to feel sorry for him now with all this tragedy around him. Death. But I always tell people to beware of the messenger. Because you didn't go to a news station to talk about Leilani and these children. You went to somebody that pays for stories.
He was probably approached. He was probably approached. And he took the deal.
Could be. But either way.
You're talking about Bubba?
Deal. But you still settled the deal. That's my point. Doesn't matter who went to whom. You still went in with them. That's my point.
Well, I don't look negatively upon that. Not fair.
Why not? Why would you be selling a story and your baby just died?
Because to him, he can justify it by saying, okay, you can give me money.
Well, I'm just saying how it looks to some.
It's different when he's going out and selling a story and a narrative and an angle.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he's lying about some of the stuff he said, but I do know that when people spin stories, you should know that a lot of times we will not own our part in the story, such as I also could have been getting high. I also could have been wanting her.
Oh, well, they were together. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That I'm not going to tell you everything I was doing.
He's going to make it out to make him not look as bad as.
Okay, so now think about what you just said. Because even that woman on Court TV said, it's not to be mean, but you have to ask yourself, what are the odds of 3 people dead in a month associated with you?
I know, it's bizarre as hell. It's like
very bizarre.
And especially his dad in like mysterious circumstances.
Well, he was walking down the highway in the AM. His car broke down, flat tire allegedly, and he's walking down. And as I've told people here in the South, we don't have sidewalks in the county. So you're just walking on barren concrete. No sidewalks, no sewer,
shoulders, you mean?
Just flat land. Huh?
You don't have shoulders?
No, it's just flat. They're see where they are, it's way flatter than where the Queen is. That's all flat ground. All that's flat going all the way down to Florida. There's no mountains, there's no nothing. You don't get to the mountains until you get to North Georgia, which borders Tennessee, North Carolina, or South Carolina rather. So imagine baby dead, mama dead, daddy dead. Could it be karma coming back? Because you know that generational curse is in the Bible, if you believe in the Bible. That sins of the father, that shit's passed down from generation to generation. Because then you have to ask yourself, what kind of lives was the mother living? His father was living. You have to ask yourself, this person's got a lot of bad luck. But could it be payback for you not really being a great dad? You bowed out. You really didn't push the envelope to try to be in this kid's life. 8 months you ain't talked to Leilani. That means you ain't talked to your kid. What kind of life have you been living in North Carolina beforehand, during? What was your mom and daddy doing? What kind of life were they living?
Young adults.
Huh?
So they're probably up to a lot of nothing.
That's my point. And sometimes that boomerang comes back round full circle. It hits every mother, sister, cousin, brother. Because y'all ain't been living right. Who's to say? Because they say God is a just God. But we do know he allows things to happen as well. So you can say it was Satan. You can say it was God. Take your pick. Depending on your perception. But you have to admit there's some strange stuff for one person in 1 month.
Yeah. Like.
Because you rarely hear that many people died
I keep
related to one person.
an asterisk beside that. That's like the Barry Bonds home runs. There's something wrong with those.
Yeah. Because that lady said in the court TV, and she was trying to be delicate, not to say, like she's saying, I'm not trying to draw any conspiracies, but what are the odds? That's true.
Yeah, well, that's a legitimate question. I'm curious to know what the odds are on that because, I've
seen it in the family. I saw it in the family recently, a few years ago. They lost their grandmother. The relatives lost their grandmother, the mother, and the grandmother to, children. Then the father died. So it was the mother died. Then the father died a few months later. Then his nephew got killed in a motorcycle accident. So it was like boom, 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 boom in threes. That's how this is, threes. But they're direct. It's child loses his mother. Before that, the son, his baby son, then his damn daddy. Come on now. That's a hell of a coincidence.
Yeah, that is a coincidence. A quinky dink.
And I'm not saying nobody went out here and killed these people because of him in this case. I'm just saying it is freakingly coincidental.
And he lost his mom. What did his mom die from?
See, that's another thing. Ain't heard nothing. That's why I was asking people, was she sick? Did she have cancer? Some type of debilitating disease? Heart attack? Stroke? They heard nothing. Now, would you like to go run to the Daily Mail and tell them that?
For how much?
And I ain't trying to be mean, but people are curious. Why would I be curious?
Well, I want is it mysterious circumstances or is it not?
Well, see, we don't know because he ain't saying nothing. Because remember, he don't want to talk.
Well, is there a write-up in the paper at all?
I hadn't heard nothing. I ain't been back in to check. Because remember, they said he wasn't going to speak to nobody else about nothing. He just did that Daily Mail and he was out. But don't you find it funny when you quote them words? I'm done. I ain't got nothing else to say. Boom, your daddy did. Shut up. Just saying. Oh, somebody said they heard it was cancer. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. It's very strange.
That'll be more and more common as time goes on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Somebody said she was clearly ill. They posted pictures of the mother. Okay, so cool. The mother had cancer, but still it's strange. Boom, the daddy did too. Like, damn.
Yeah, that is some bad luck.
Exactly. A lot of bad luck. And you think he's not sitting there wondering to himself, dear God, why me?
I hope not.
No, I'm just saying, you would question God. Why are all these people dead?
Oh, yeah, that'll be the first thing in your mind.
Yeah, that's the first thing in your mind. Why me? How is it that my daughter, my son, my mom,
in your
my
mind,
dad,
it shouldn't come out of your lips.
Yeah, you're going to ask that. How could you not ask God, why are all these people dead? It's very scary.
But hopefully he's not putting any blame on him. I don't know what the circumstances are at all because he's clammed up, but
somebody says Cher climbs in bed with demons. That is where she's happy. Well, that's kind of obvious.
It's for a sense of familiarity, Crazy Daisy.
Yeah. And that's what's sad. So you're judging people as tragedy pimps, but aren't you doing the same as the people that you're accusing as tragedy pimps? You're doing the same by letting this people.
You're just jealous.
Come up on your live stream.
That to Cher and Laura, you are just jealous.
Oh yeah, this queen OG want to be gangster thug life. You the same. Want to be gangster white girl? Come on with all that bullshit.
Yeah, people are extremely jealous.
Look, sounding like a man. I got a deep voice too, but damn,
quite husky.
Well, it's hey, you'd be mad if you found out it's got a wee wee. So after that one YouTuber went live and had them damn painted pigs up there on that damn screen, I said, what the hell has got to do with Quentin? What in the hell is this?
Oh, that was House of Williams.
Who?
House of Williams, Mallory.
I don't know them.
It's a funny channel.
What? No,
I don't watch.
That. But I just said, I was turning, somebody said to me, say, Andrew, gotta check this out. And I was looking and I said, well, what this got to do with the children?
Nothing.
Just sitting there all in the camera, twisting the head side to side. Then that thing came out painted with makeup on. And I said, that is a man.
Molly. Fuck.
That's a big man.
That is a real fucking life bullshitter in every sense.
I said, these people don't do nothing when they cut the camera off. This is how you live all day long. You do this on your off days when you are not filming, you ain't going live, you ain't pretending to care about the world. You doing this with these folks dressing up in girl clothes. I can't stand it. And it's no disrespect to nobody. They want to be who they think they should be, but you ain't. That's too much. As I say, that's too much chicken for the soup.
Too much chicken for the soup? I guess there's not such a thing.
Yeah, that's Queen's analogy. It's more chicken than soup. It's too much. All that putting on. Just stop it.
Well, that's probably Barb. You're jealous. You're gonna go make a huge banner of Cher and her father and husband and put it on your fence. So that's really odd. Okay, that's odd to me. Now, anybody can do whatever that they want. At the end, but when when Cher brings her father on with her and goes on,
what?
Find that bizarre?
I gotta get off this live.
Like, her dad is a nice enough guy and everything, but when you start to open up and you want these random strangers,
I can't do
some
this.
sort of valid, to get validated by these random strangers. Listen, you don't want strangers necessarily looking into your private life, or
are you talking
even
about
though that you have no shame over
Are you talking about her husband or her real daddy?
her real dad?
Shit, I thought you were talking about the damn husband. I'm going
not Mark. No, not Prairie Boy.
Oh,
no, like her real dad, like her real father. The gentleman was in prison for quite some time, and she wanted to make him feel and introduce him to.
Man, he's funny.
And
AB got to learn street slang. Well, look, when he said daddy, I thought it was.
No.
Man.
No, I just didn't suddenly start using street slang.
Okay, no, that's okay. I thought you were being smart. Like, she brought her daddy on. Because that's black folks' term for her man. She brought her daddy. Damn.
That's funny shit.
Woo! She brought her daddy on the live stream.
Prairie dogging. But I thought that was a really odd thing to do. And then she gets bothered by all of the negative, brushback from the internet.
Oh, shit. Well, guess what? If that's her daddy, who her mammy?
Her mom. I asked her mom.
Billie Jean. That's her mama, Billie Joe. Shut up, Queen.
She's looking for a new mama.
Billie Jean, her mammy. Shit. Now that's street slang for mama. That's old black folk term. Better go tell your mammy.
Mammy.
Billie Jean, her mammy. Shut up, because you want to laugh.
The head broad in the prison, the head dyke. Head dyke?
Yeah, who's my daddy? I ain't got no daddy. My daddy dead.
Who's your daddy?
And I ain't got a man, so ting, there we go. And if I had a man, he'd be saying like, I wish you get off that live stream, please, man. You've been on long enough, ma'am. Damn. This is depressing. That's why I don't like doing these type of stories, because it's ridiculous. Because normal people who have missing children, dead children that didn't commit the crime, they don't act like this. And I'm not saying they're perfect, but they don't do none of this that you're seeing.
The worst part about doing it is that you're essentially putting yourself in for emotional turmoil in the long run, because you want to speed the process up somehow.
Yeah.
In your mind, just naturally, because you think you're on the right track and things aren't happening fast enough. That's just natural when you're watching cases like this go by, when in fact you probably shouldn't even be touching it in the first place. Talk about it, but it's very difficult to leave it at that, especially when there's all of these believers. We'll call them marks, believers out there,
acolytes,
that latch on and want to blow smoke up your ass and have you believing acolytes. Because well, think about what that does to Cher when she has a few people in there just telling her everything that she does is just amazing and brilliant, and that's what she fixates on. If there's if that means that much to that person, that's what motivates her to continue on doing what she does. I'm not saying that's going to change, but that's all it takes for Cher.
Mm-hmm.
Cher's not going to change in that aspect. She doesn't want to.
Well, she can be whoever she wants to be. I don't really care what she does. I just wish she just crawl in a hole, because you are aiding foolishness. That's why the world is in the shape that it's in, because people are coddled every day, and we allow people to walk around here acting crazy and doing crazy stuff, and then we sit in the corner with them. At some point, you just can't sit in the corner with people. You just got to leave them alone.
You've essentially you promise everybody that you know the difference between right and wrong, but you've
that banner was put in the back. They didn't have time to put that banner up.
Oh, the Quentin banner's in the back.
Well, my understanding, you have to go listen to my other video from what's the day? What day are we on?
Almost Thursday.
Okay, it's almost Thursday. So Tuesday's live is where I play you the excuse why Quentin's banner wasn't up. From Cher. According to Cher. Life according to Cher.
Life according to Cher. I did listen to that.
Yeah, it's baffling. But let's talk about what will Cher's response be with this. How did I get two killers? Cher, will you have a response? Because I can't wait to hear it.
Cher's up on that panel right now, right?
I don't know. I don't know what they were talking about. What are you talking about?
Or just Queen Bee?
Queen Bee, that just went off.
Because Cher had to get up there and escort her off for being too emotional, right?
I don't know that Cher was in that one. Was she? I don't think so.
Maybe not.
With some other people in that one. There was so many people talking, I couldn't keep up. I'm just listening.
I gotta mute out for a sec. Hold on, Queen.
That's fine. Woo! I'm almost 4 hours into this live. It's a long-winded live. Oh, Cher was on the panel. I didn't see her name. I ain't paying no attention. I was trying to listen to what they were saying. That shows you how important they are to me. Because they're not. I wasn't even really paying attention what they was doing. Okay, Barb, please stop. Be our daddy. Oh my God, I'm dead. Well, I was trying to give you all a chance to come up and speak. Nobody else wanted to come up, so there you have it. Yeah, Monica said she wasn't up there. Yeah, I didn't notice her name when they were talking. Let me go back. I'll pull the video back up where I can look and see. I didn't see her name up there. I see a queen and some guy and two other boxes. I can't tell what they are. Something RTM. And one box is blanked out. I don't know. I don't think so. Some strange people. Very weird. Then they had some guy here with a head full of hair. Who the hell he's supposed to be? Who are they people? They just anybody up here. Look like he's biracial. Let me see, what is he talking about?
And at that point, I just ended up storming out because I like, to me, seeing this couple who the last, I think, 30 years of their life have been affected or something like that by this crime and then wanting this camera shoved in their face, it just made me sick. Like, I couldn't handle it. So I go out and, my dad notices, and we go out and we hop an RV and I tell him exactly how I feel about everything that's going on. And I'm, crying and yelling at him. And he had a falling out, but we got into it. Also, some things that had to do with me personally between me and I came up, which ended up being a good thing. We can discuss things later. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's fair to put out. But yeah, so we had a falling out over this, and
I don't know what he's talking about.
I'm gonna say where I was. I might give things away, but I was in the middle of Kansas. I called a taxi.
I don't know what he's talking about. He ain't talking about nothing. These people are stupid. See her break down. Barb. Stop it. I don't see her killing herself. That I don't see. AB, you up here? Huh?
Who is in danger of harming themselves on a YouTube live stream?
Usually when people talk about killing themselves, they usually don't. Some don't. I don't see her killing herself.
No.
It's too much fun going live. Why would I kill myself? I've got this audience. I've got these people, pushing their faces up the rear of my tail. So why would I kill myself when I already got a following of acolytes? I don't need to, I don't need to kill myself. You all are gullible enough to sit there and keep listening.
Figure of speech, isn't it?
Jesus,
She was saying it. Oh dear.
I will do. This is the first time I came across your name on your channel, I should say. Okay, FN. Barb says Cher already looks expired. Jesus, I can't. Damn, that's a hell of a
probably
word.
her makeup.
She can't. No, honey, she ain't no makeup.
Maybe it's the angle she's looking at her camera. It's probably the camera angle.
Substance abuse. Yeah, that's what it is. And then she had the nerve to say, let's talk about that. She has the nerve to say that on the live that she's fought so hard, to get clean and she's not imbibing. We've seen you moving your mouth around. That is one of the signs of substance abuse. All that twitching of the tongue and twitching of the mouth and jaw. That's one of the signs of substance abuse. You don't even have to be a user to know that.
Billy Jaw.
Oh my gosh, I can't. Damn. Damn, that's even worse than Billy O.
Billy Joe.
Dang. Yes, podcast, you're right. If she was going to do it, she would have already. Yes, she took the words right out of my mouth. You don't need to announce you're going to kill yourself.
I would have thought that would have came when Betty or Bullhorn Betty was there.
Listen, she better be glad she's not a young person because, hey, I watched a girl go live, a black girl. She kept telling people she's going to kill herself. Then there were people in the chat telling her, just do it already. Just do it. And right there on the live, she did kill herself. So if you were a young person, I'm wondering if you would do it. Because I know some young kids, they're brutal. Some older people probably the same. They would tell you on a live stream, well, just do it already. Stop talking about it. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. There's some people that would tell her to kill herself. That's why you shouldn't even speak like that.
You don't even talk like that.
Yeah, that's a fool talk like that.
You can flag that right away if you come across this live like that.
Oh, well, you all can flag the video because she's talking about killing herself.
Yeah, you can go there, flag right away. You can that's a good way to get them shut down in real time.
Yeah.
Like if somebody gets up there with a knife against their skin or something like that, flag it right away. They'll take it right down.
Come thug it down. Yep. Well, flag
money
it.
Making talk. That's right, Crime Creepy. That is money making talk.
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta go.
No, that's a great comment. Yes, looking for attention, of course. Oh, and she knew it would get around. Oh, did you hear? Did you hear?
Billy Joe's threatening.
Go watch the live
now. All
she's
because
killing herself.
Cher will say it's all because of like people like Bullhorn Betty and Molly and that.
No, it has nothing to do with our opinion. You gave us this material. This is what I keep telling people. You don't want people talking about you. Stop doing stuff. Stop talking on Facebook. Stop going on TikTok. Quit talking.
But it's
people
your right
so
to be here on YouTube. You're just exercising your right.
That's my point. Nobody would even know who you were had your ass went on and led your life. We wouldn't know nothing about you. But people would have dug eventually. People would have dug up her past. Even if she never went to YouTube, never went to the news, Billy Joe's past would have came up regardless because that's what people do. They love to investigate. So it would have come out about your past. It would have come out about your son. All that would eventually came out. It would have took a little time, but it would have came out.
Over at Carl's channel, I believe there, Amanda Cox.
Oh, Tasha says, yeah, I can't flag it. She made it private now. Well, it's out, though. I've already played the audio. And I'm sure the person who been feeding Queen information, they've already forwarded this to the FBI. Because
where did you get the information that they were talking about Cher?
from the source.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. And obviously somebody's turned them on to everyday shenanigans to listen.
Well, I mean, you would only have to monitor one side of that text conversation.
Yeah. Well, they've been listening. They've been listening to their conversation and all that. And that's why I kept saying stuff. And I told myself, shouldn't say nothing to these stupid people. Let them go and keep talking. But what people don't understand is there are people that keep calling the police. They love to call the police to tell them what they're doing, which, really by law, it's no big deal if they want to talk. But the FBI knows about all your little conversations. Law enforcement knows. Because I believe they did bug something down there when they searched the house. I'm kind of leaning towards that. Somebody didn't put a bug somewhere. Because somebody is real interested in that damn Canadian horse. That's why you should have never been talking to her. And Cher should know better. You know damn well they're investigating those people. Why in the fuck are you talking to her personally? That is the stupidest thing you could do. I would never talk to her personally.
They were friends, though.
I don't care. You don't know Billy Joe. And Billy Joe don't know Cher. And this is still an open investigation. So if you had any type of common sense, you would know not to be talking to nobody on no phone about nothing. And maybe what you all are talking about, you don't think it's nothing, but the people listening may think it's something. Because they already just admitted, oh, you've talked to me and told us stuff. We can relate.
Well, are you sure you're not just being sour over the disinformation that comes out over it? Isn't it somewhat interesting that
I'm just saying, I'm saying the common sense wise
that might be or is more revealing to investigators that are looking in from afar?
What I'm saying is common sense. If somebody is being investigated, you should know not to be talking to them on the phone. I don't really care what they talk about. I'm talking from a logical point. I'm not going to be up on the phone with nobody affiliated with that house. That's what I'm trying to say. Why would I want to do that? And then I'm stupid enough to go on my own live stream under my name and say, yeah, I know what happened. They told me. Now, who does that?
Sure.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm looking at her like, you must like trouble. Because a 5-year-old would tell you, you shouldn't be talking to that lady, right? You doing it for whatever reason you want.
Hold on there. Would it be different if it was Leilani over Billy Joe?
You'll be a fool either way, because we already know the mama knows something. So Leilani would even be more stupid. But don't you find it strange? It's not her.
But nobody knows that for a fact right now. That's a possibility.
It
but we know,
but
we
I'm
know
just
that
saying,
wasn't there that day.
I'm just saying, let's look at it, as I said, logically. I'm the one everybody thinks killed the kid. So wouldn't it make sense for her to be the one talking to Sharon? Why is Billy Joe doing all the talking? She ain't the one that allegedly put the baby in a dumpster. So why is she the mouthpiece of the story?
Oh, because that's her problem. She doesn't. Remember, she says she doesn't do that, but that's what she's doing.
Right. So when you have a person that's supposed to be the culprit, kind of like with the whales, they were the ones talking to the news. They were the ones talking to the YouTubers. Why is the mama? Did you hear Don Wales' mama ever talking to anybody? I don't remember.
Unfortunately not.
Okay. His daddy?
Close. Crime Story's obsessed over text.
So what I'm saying is, why is the culprit not talking to Cher on the live stream? Ain't nobody ever try to figure that out. I know it's entertaining to you all. Y'all like hearing the talk go on and on and on.
You mean Leilani?
I'm saying she's the culprit. She's the one that did this. But why would you not be the one talking to the YouTuber? That's what I'm saying.
Oh, good point.
I'm the one that everybody's hooping and hollering about, and now you looping my mama because she had custody.
Well, she's
but
the
I'm
one
just saying,
who has something to hide, though, right? So, I mean, in my mind, it's really Billy Joe who's taking the head of the situation.
Well, but why? You the main one saying, ain't got nothing to do with this. Just think about what I'm saying now. You ain't got nothing to do with this, but you the only one talking on a live stream.
Because it buys her time. distraction.
That's what I'm saying. When you look at it at a logical standpoint, the daughter should be the one talking to the YouTuber, not the mother.
If it was as it seems.
See, I guess that depends on your perception. Somebody says because she's guilty. Yes, I would have took my daughter down to the police station because I would have told her, you can't stay here, honey. I have left you in this house. You've ruined my house. You don't pay no bills, you and your boyfriend. You got all these babies in here. I'm having to deal with the babysitter texting me back and forth about this, and this. See, I'd have been cut all of that. See, Billy Joe looped herself in this.
I wonder what Billy Joe was so upset about. Remember the first couple days when they had on record when they're caught yelling through over the back fence? You could hear the
somebody got a short. Somebody's got a short of that. I don't know if you when you get some free time, go to YouTube Q. Somebody got a short of that. I think it's that Jay somebody. I don't know if I'm quoting it right, but I was listening to that a week ago, trying to listen. I'm wondering if she was talking to Bubba. Ting.
Talking to Bubba.
You remember they said Bubba went to the house? Remember?
Oh, yeah, because Bubba went to the house. Yeah, that's right too.
And he was talking to her. It was interesting when you try to listen to the screaming. She says, I don't need nobody telling me how to raise my kids. Well, who would you be saying that to?
That's a good point. I don't know.
Right. So you need to go find. You need to go find that.
Around there.
You need to go find that short because that conversation sounds like somebody else who ain't at the house, perhaps talking to her about what she's done. And that came to mind when Bubba told the paper, oh, I went by the house or whatever to talk to her. Remember he said he talked to law enforcement, then he went by the house.
That's right.
So when you go watch that short, it makes you think it's either him or somebody else, like inquiring.
That's a good point. Who else would it be?
Yeah, like what's going on? What happened? Because don't you think he would ask her when he got there, hey, what the hell's going on? They'd call me in. I had to come all the way down here about the kid. And he probably was telling her about herself. She didn't like it. But you can hear her saying, I don't need nobody telling me about how to raise my kids. Mm-hmm. See, there's a whole lot to this story, honey. Let me tell you something that I think that's interesting that Mike King said on Court TV. He said, what I'm more concerned about is what you're not hearing. Ting.
Yeah.
See, everybody listening to Billy Joe and all these versions of drowning in water and giving baths and cooking meals.
Yeah, they seem very, very, excited to offer you some potential theories. And those potential theories are pretty macabre. So what is it that they don't want you to know? Like just when you thought it was really bad, the reality of it's probably a lot worse than
right. And that's the point of the story. You got one mouthpiece that refuses to take any responsibility for even having custody of the children. The one who allegedly killed the child won't talk to nobody. No pleas in the beginning. Last baby daddy took off. Can't find him. He won't talk to nobody.
Hey, Blue Ivy.
One baby daddy talking to the damn Daily Mail. It's a whole lot of shit going on with them.
It's really too bad. And as far as Billy Joe goes, because she's being less than honest.
Mm-hmm. She don't want to own her part. She knows her name's on that paper. She knows that's heavyweight. She knows that's heavyweight.
People will understand the situation. In fact, it probably could happen to many people right now. Not just, we're too busy trying to figure out the worst of the worst sometimes. But hey, a lot of parents get put in that situation. It's probably not the first time.
Yes, Hicks. Very true. All of them are going to be witnesses. And that's another thing. This Paul kid, I don't really know his actual age. Everybody's confused with how old he is. My thing is, when I watched him sit out on that lawn the other week, I just looked at him and I thought, what the hell am I looking at? He's sitting there smoking a cigarette like he's at the drive-in, waiting for somebody to bring the popcorn. I thought, this is macabre. And don't nobody really see. That's why I tell you, them protesters, they ain't got that shit together. You ain't really looking at the bigger picture. You're hollering and screaming obscenities and all that. See, I look past all that. You know what I'm saying? I tune all that out. I'm looking at them sit on that lawn, and I'm telling you, they were sending the protesters and the viewing audience a message. Hell yeah, we know that baby in that dump. What you gonna do about it? Think about it.
Yeah, I get that sense.
That was a powerful message when they sat out there, because you're the same ones that wouldn't talk to the press. You wouldn't talk to nobody. You go to stinking YouTubers to talk that's crazy as you are,
Yeah,
and then you mind
they're transparent, like we didn't do anything, and they're more than willing to talk and say, "Look, we really don't know what happened, and you're here with no reason." They're just it was a back and forth between specific individuals out there.
Who is Cher? Cher told him to sit out there. I don't care what Cher told him. You're a fool to go out there and engage in that. You're engaging in men. You can't complain about the messenger, and you're engaging with the messenger. Everybody knows that.
Technically, she is engaged in that. She's a specialty life coach. She has a specialty.
Yeah, I'm talking about Billy Joe sitting out there on the lawn. I don't care what Cher told her to do. Who is Cher? What is Cher running? Nothing. Because in the end, if something pop off in Savannah, Cher gonna be comfortable up there in Saskatchewan. She ain't gonna be able to do nothing. Be like, oh my God, did you hear what happened? She gonna be like everybody else, running around whispering. Because Cher can't help none of them folks when the bang comes. That's what you all don't understand. This is real business.
Somebody moved Cher into the. I bet you they moved Cher and Mark into one of their trailers down there.
Oh my God, you're sick. It ain't gonna be no trailers, AB. Then the bitch just tell you she's selling stuff.
They could have fucking a live stream going nonstop.
Exactly. Podcast said it. Billy Goat didn't want them kids either. Bingo card. That was the whole purpose. Those were self-serving purposes to sign them fucking papers. She had no intention of raising them kids. That woman is old. She trying to live her life with her husband. That's why she came back fussing and cussing. Whatever the hell she saw in her house when she came back, she was done. She was done. Who goes to the court filing all them paperwork? Do you know it costs to file papers in the clerk's office? I don't care if you're suing for $5. You're going to spend $200 on the paperwork.
So there's a lot of question around that as well still, isn't there?
That's money. That's money out my pocket to go file for child support. It's money out my pocket to say I want you out my house. You don't do that shit for free. There's no more freebies in filing papers at the court. You got to pay. That's how the court is able to stay open. Then you flip the script weeks in after giving that mess to the news that, oh, she's a liar. Oh, something ain't adding up. Then now we on the lawn sitting with her lined up like we're at the drive-in. You all better wake up
for Quinton. Well, they're trying to show them real justice for Quinton. You're on some weird side. You can understand the feeling that they had compared to what Bullhorn Betty was presenting.
Yeah.
But still. But it's consistent with not making the greatest choices all along up until this point, right?
Yeah. See, look at y'all. Y'all got 12 different versions about that damn passport. Please stop. Just take it as Cher ain't coming to Georgia. Let it go. It's about to be a hurricane down there. Them folks got to worry about if they're going to be living or not.
Hey, Barb, I think it might take Cher 5 years to get a passport. You can get one. You can get it updated if you need it. If she could list this as an emergency situation because she was traveling within the next week or something like that, and they process it right there.
By the time Cher get a passport, we will be waiting on interviews coming out of penitentiary.
What's she fucking scared of? It's probably because the old man won't let her go.
Oh, and B got a good point. Maybe she don't got no ID. I'm dead. Y'all would die. You found out that heifer ain't even got a driver license.
Yeah, she doesn't have a driver's license.
What'd you say?
Did she get up there?
I can't hear you.
How did she get up there if she doesn't drive?
You're talking to the wrong one. I don't know. Like somebody said in my chat, a horse box. I died. Damn. I said, now that's a mighty big box.
She'll raise money for 5 years to raise money for a passport.
That's a good
fucking idea.
All that money y'all giving her, she ought to have a nice house. That's why I said next time she go live, I want to see a new dinette table and chairs.
Oh shit. Hey, if you want to do that, by all means. I think it's just.
Did you
fucking
take a bus?
hilarious.
You can take a bus. That's why I said I know damn well they ain't closed that road coming out of out that tunnel from Detroit. Because that's
Cher's
how
like
people.
the fucking United Nations of YouTube.
That's how people get into Canada from the side of Detroit. They go through the tunnel. I know because I've been through the tunnel before. I can't believe they closed that tunnel.
How did you get to Saskatchewan? You don't go through Ontario to get to Saskatchewan.
No, you don't. But I'm just saying, just going in Canada, period. There's different ways to get into either side. Is what I'm saying. By car. I came out of Toronto going into New York, so I know you can drive by car.
Oh shit! Boat, car, plane.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Canada is the length of the United States. You want me to believe all them ports? You can't drive through there no more.
Snowmobile. Boat,
okay, I see.
Canoe.
Okay.
You could mail yourself. There's a time you could actually mail yourself.
Podcast, please. I'll probably be going to glory with me loving cancer. Don't talk like that. Come on now. Prairie dog and smuggled her in. In what? A suitcase?
That's got to be a love story. I wonder how those two met, Prairie Dog and Cher. Lord, I wonder what they were doing at that point in time that brought those two together.
Well,
does anybody in the chat know?
Yeah, Canada's nice.
Over Chris Watts? Did they meet over Chris Watts?
Because one of my designers I like out of Canada, Candace Olsen. That's one of my faves. Then my other one is God, I can't think of her name right now because I'm getting her mixed up with Miss Robeson. My other Canadian designer, she's very zen. She's got dark hair, curly hair.
Just another person.
Her channel. Huh?
Just another person nobody can afford.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Somebody in Canada got some money because every time I see she's going to somebody's house, all the designs are similar though. Everything's always cream and white and chrome, which I got kind of bored with that. But it's somebody up in Canada got some money. Somebody.
What was Cher? We got people that know in the chat. What was Cher's? There's a reason that Cher gave why or where or why.
Somebody said Cher's daughters took her to Canada. Oh my gosh, she's a mother. Kids.
Cher's daughters can drive.
Oh Lord.
Well,
sure. We know one thing. That bitch ain't got no pets.
What was it about Prairie Boy that she fell in love with? I wonder. Has he always had that beard?
He probably was a way out.
You think he was a Band-Aid, an excuse?
To get away, yeah.
Well,
life.
She has daddy issues for sure.
Because if you already got problems here, kid issues, pet issues, men issues, he probably was to tick it out. Okay, here's this guy.
He's stable in that sense.
Visit.
In fact, he's not Cher.
So it happens all the time.
It's pretty easy to tap into. You just have to treat him right. Something's
probably wrong with him because for him to be aiding her in all these live streams and
I'll tell you what's wrong with him. He's lonely and he's living in Saskatchewan.
That's what I'm saying.
Man.
Oh, but let me tell you
up there, man.
Let me tell you what I had saw the other day when I was going into my Google to do my research.
Mail order bride. You got a mail order Cher. You could have had 3 Filipino girls, and you got Cher.
Y'all are killing me. Well, he may be a nice guy. I'm gonna leave that alone. But I thought California had the most missing people, right? Alaska. Shut up.
Oh yeah, it's easy. Easy.
So what you got to ask yourself? Why do you have all these missing people in Alaska? Then why there? In a place that's barren.
To locate.
Huh?
Difficult to locate.
Well, I'm just saying, but we already know it's more men than women. So I like to know the demographic. I didn't go that far in, but the demographic of which one are missing more, men or women. Because you ain't got no women up there. Scary. Especially, you seen that story about that one serial killer that come out of Alaska? He was a baker.
Yeah.
And a hunter.
And didn't he drop
Keanu Reeves? I think Keanu Reeves played him. Man, that shit scared the hell out of me. I watched that documentary.
He was raping those girls in the local
hotel. That shit
hotel.
scared the shit out of Yeah, he would hunt them. He'd tell them to run. So imagine you already know you're going to probably die because he's a sharpshooter, right? You're a hunter. And you're going to tell me, here, I'm going to let you go.
Well, a lot of these fucking are recidivism from the lower 48. Right, they go up and they relocate to Alaska because
we found that out. Yeah, we've heard a lot of those stories of people. Yeah, on the run, they go up there and blend in. But that's what people do anyway, because that's the thing about being in America. We're free to roam. So you can ride the train like the guy who killed the college kids in Kentucky years ago. Hell yeah, he was just riding a train up and down the U.S. killing people. That's why they couldn't find him, because he was riding a damn train. And then what's crazy, he had a life. He was married. He was a Hispanic guy. He'd steal from the victims, take the jury back, give to the wife. She had to have been knowing he ain't putting that shit in a little jury box from K's. Where the hell he get it from?
Well, it's amazing what look at some of Cher's chat. People will believe if you tell them. They will believe
listen to this. Somebody said, "Would you let your wife call you Mr. AB?"
My wife call me Mr. AB?
Hey, that's some Color Purple shit going on right there, Mister.
You could only my driver can call me Mr.
Driving Miss Daisy
and my pool boys.
Hey, Mister's home. That means everybody better act right. That's
anybody I paid for something over $1,000 for. Mr.
And B said, Cher ain't blending in nowhere. I don't believe she leaves her house. I bet she sits in the house all day looking at social media. She don't walk dogs because she don't need no animals. So she don't do nothing but probably just sit up under that man. She don't do nothing. I bet she don't have no friends. She don't go nowhere. She don't donate. She don't do nothing. Just sit around, hang around that house. It has to be a lonely life. YouTube is your life.
Well, they've got each other.
Well, that's what I'm sorry. I promised you all a live about that missing YouTuber. I don't know if I want to do that story or not, because something about that is, I don't know. Some people think it's fake. I don't know. But when you Google it, it's all coming back that it's legit. So I don't know. But his YouTube videos are up still allegedly on YouTube. And so the documentary
right now.
This is something that happened a few years ago. I can't remember his name.
You say it could potentially be false.
Well, you can because there's a documentary about it. I found it on Tubi, I think. Tubi.
Oh, okay. And
the documentary is clips from the YouTube footage allegedly, and it's just up to you if you believe he's really missing or not. I don't know. It's filmed in Hawaii. It's strange. I don't know. You don't really know what's real and what ain't. So shit, I don't know. But I did find it interesting, when you go in the queue and you Google something in the queue, rather, okay, all these other videos will come up similar to what you're looking at. So then they start showing these other people that are YouTubers that are missing. Damn, they had like 10 in one video said, these are the people who are now no longer alive or been seen as YouTubers. That's interesting.
Yeah, going right back to, what's that crazy backpacker? That Kyrie, starts with a K anyway. He's a crazy backpacker who saved somebody from getting raped.
Listen, no one's good enough for AB. Damn, Mandy, why? Mandy, you just said that about me. Shit. I haven't met anyone. There's nobody here. This is the South. I mean, it's slim pickings down through these parts, honey. Most of these men, they want to be girls. Shit, everybody want to dress up in damn dresses.
Yeah, Adam Rave Kai. And then because he got, he went viral, I guess you could call it, and he ended up befriending this lawyer in New Jersey, living with him, and ended up murdering him. And it's a big thing. Now he's in the clink.
Oh, Kai. That's why I tell people
wielding backpacker.
There's 1,001 stories you can talk about up here. Did you check out my first story about Casey Anthony and the little boy that's in that his mom and boyfriend might be facing the death penalty for putting that baby in a duffel bag. Let me talk about that for a minute. Now, when you go into the articles, they keep showing the street, just a random street. And I'm sitting here trying to put it together because I said, I know I'm not looking at what I think I'm looking at. Please tell me you did not put your baby in somebody else's fucking trash can. Not a dumpster, but a trash can, a personal. Because when you go into the articles, they all show the same footage of like just a random neighborhood. You understand what I'm saying? So there is a surveillance of her and the guy walking. And you can tell it's from somebody's house because it's facing a driveway and you see a car in a driveway and then you see a street. Then you see those two circle walking in the dark. You mean to tell me you went by somebody's fucking trash and put the baby in a personal fucking garbage? You know damn well when the garbage man comes and see that duffel bag, he gonna look in it. Why would he not look in it? Huh?
He was just set on top?
I don't know. But the footage is of a neighborhood. It doesn't look like an apartment complex dumpster or a business dumpster.
Which case are you talking about?
His name is Ezekiel Harry, little black boy, 2 years old. He was killed back in July.
Okay.
That's part of this live. That and Casey Anthony is a part of this live. It's a 3-part live today. Because I wanted to get all the stories out to
I missed that
videos.
I got
Yeah.
the case.
Well, I'm on 4 hours now, 29 minutes. But Casey Anthony was my subject. She has spoken, Law and Crime. I played their content, podcaster. They talking about her, what she's going to tell. People are raising hell. Some people saying they're discontinuing her Peacock subscription because why do you want to talk to her? What is she going to spend more lives? Well, you're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to watch it. Don't watch it. I mean, we're all human. We're all grown, just like YouTube. You don't have to watch YouTubers' content. You don't like what they're saying, just flip out the video. I'm going to decide if I'm going to watch it. I probably will because I have a curiosity of nonsense sometimes. I'll probably watch it because I want to see what version she's going to spin. Like I told the chat, you all would die if she told you the truth. Yeah, I killed the baby. Now what? Hello?
I'm here. I'm just thinking.
No, I'm just saying, imagine if she told the truth. Yeah, because I know I can't get arrested again. Double jeopardy. Imagine that. Just tell the truth. Yeah, I did it. I got sick of dealing with her. I didn't want to be a mother anymore, and I suffocated my baby.
Well, eventually, on paper, during an investigation, it should get to that point.
What you mean?
Well, if you dig up enough information relevant to the case, you should have enough to hold over that person in order to get some sort of admission out of them.
Look at S. Ooh, that'd be so messed up. I don't know, because let me tell you something. As the lady says, who's reading the information in this Law and Crime Network video, she's made a very valid point. She said, what does she have to lose by spinning a new version? Nothing. That's true. I'm exonerated. I can say anything. I can actually tell you the truth. I don't have to spin another version, another narrative. I can just come on and tell you, yeah, I killed the baby. This is why. What they're going to do? Try to fight the law? Because man made the law that you can't be tried twice for the same crime. So what?
There'll be something.
Constitution. You have to try to fight a law that you made. That's been around for God knows how long. But they overturned Roe versus Wade, so anything's possible.
There's always exceptions.
That's what I was going to say. But just imagine if she went on and told everybody that she did it. Lord have mercy. You talk about ratings.
People have, when it comes down to it, people have different inner definitions of things. Especially when it comes to things like verbal abuse.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God!
Nutrition, hygiene, lifestyle.
Oh, and B said she'll pull a OJ. What if I did? Interesting. Yeah, that OJ stuff is creepy. I sometimes go in and I find stuff on the apps, on the Roku, and there's some people who got some stuff. There's one guy got some tapes released of his time he spent with OJ after the fact, and I don't know if I really like his commentary because I was trying to see where he was going with the documentary, but OJ is who he is. He's always been a narcissist. OJ knows what happened to those people. Now, I at first was straddling the fence. I was a young person at that time when all that happened, and I just thought
the obvious turned out. The obvious happened when Ron Perlman dropped off those glasses during, they were already having fucking problems. O.J. Simpson had a long history of domestic violence at that point in time.
With her, especially with her.
Oh, fuck, yeah. And seeing a dude like Ron Perlman, a young, handsome white dude, a lot younger.
But I want you to watch that documentary that they did. It's either on Tubi or, Tubi or it's not Crackle, but I'll think of it. This documentary spins the story of the painter, the white guy who we later found out did kill some people. So you have to ask yourself, are we pointing the finger at the wrong guy? Could it be the painter who she got friendly with and he was making passes at her and she rebuffed him? Maybe he got mad because this person is now in penitentiary who did have access to her house, hanging around her house, and he is now a convicted killer of another human being out there out west.
Well, it's possible, but how do they tie the painter to what happened?
They're just trying to say, all these years we've been looking at OJ. Could it be that the painter did it? Could it be that OJ paid the painter to do it? It's an interesting documentary because, well, it's not a documentary.
Ron Goldman
it's a
just
movie.
Happened there by circumstance?
Yeah, it's like a fictional movie, rather. It's like, could it be the painter did this either on his own or hired by OJ?
Who made this fucking bullshit movie, OJ?
That guy has killed somebody. They convicted him.
OJ was very capable at that point in time.
Yeah, I'm not saying he wasn't, but I'm just saying this fictionalized movie is kind of like saying, could it be he hired the guy, the white guy, or the white guy did it on his own because he was infatuated with her? He liked her. Because I do believe there was a moment where he and Nicole may have had some type of, allegedly, could have had like a little, kissy poo moment.
I don't know about that. I think listen, let's get it a little too fucking out there. Like, I mean, listen.
Well, I'm just saying, they made it out to be she was frisky.
Profile,
they said she was frisky. Hey, they said she was frisky.
Money. Oh yeah, I bet you she was. Listen, but the point is that you're careful on who you surround yourself with, especially with people that do work for you often.
Mm-hmm.
So having a random fucking dude around you inside your house and you're home alone isn't going to be ideal for a woman at any point in time, especially one like OJ's wife.
So I don't understand what you're saying.
Like this white painter theory.
So I'm just saying, you don't think she could have had something going on with the painter?
Oh, I mean, it's possible, but I'm saying, well, because I know enough about the case. This is just fucking news to me. But
that's why I'm trying to take this story. People are saying you all never even wanted to introduce him to the case when OJ was going to trial, and they said, why not? Because we now have him known as a killer. He has killed somebody, and it wasn't even nothing worth killing the person. That's why he's in penitentiary now, because he took the life of somebody else.
To be a killer,
huh?
Well, he wasn't a killer at the time, though.
I can't remember. See, it's been, I watched that documentary, that movie a couple months ago. But what they're saying is you should have been looking into him because he was a character that you should have been looking at. And they're saying they didn't introduce that information in the trial, that the district attorney, they're the ones that choose what they're going to talk about in the trial. They felt like that guy should have been
try on those gloves.
Well, maybe they should, but that's the point. They knew about him. They did not talk about him much. All the focus was on OJ.
Was it who dropped it from court? Why wasn't it talked about in court?
Well, what I just said, because obviously the prosecutor didn't want to mention that painter. But now you fast forward, you hear that this man has killed a human. So, it is logical that, hey, what if it wasn't OJ? What if it's this guy? What if OJ
it's worth thinking about, but it should be a lot, it's a big what if, because if he went on like 10 years after to go on and murder somebody, well, then it's kind of shooting in the dark.
No, right? I'll have to, what I'll do? I'll go back and look it up to see when he murdered this person. Because I think it's in close proximity.
Murderer, and he was around her at that time. You think that that would be an easy thing for the defense to bring up and throw?
I have to look it up.
Like, look, that would be OJ's first go-to. Hey, look, don't fucking pin it on me. Pin it on this convicted murderer that I hired to be around my wife.
Yeah, because see, the guy was doing odd jobs for Nicole. So he did have access to her house. So see, that's something that we never even heard of. We never heard that somebody had access to her house, was coming and going, working in and out of the house. He could have easily became infatuated with her, just saying. But you can't explain the blood, of course, in OJ's truck and at the house and the sock, the glove at the house thrown over the, over the wall. That is a bit,
Cato, remember Cato?
Suspicious. And Cato, he was a fucking comedian.
And the limo driver.
Whoever he was. And then remember somebody said,
he's a fun dude on the witness stand.
You remember somebody said, I was sitting outside at the airport. I saw OJ put something in the garbage can before he walked in the airport. I thought, oh my God. It just goes on and on. So now OJ threw away something before going in the airport. You never heard that?
Kind of. I already fucking kind of. But, you know, people have been talking about the case.
Well, it's just interesting when you hear, you know, different things about the case that you didn't know about. It's always interesting when you get new information, because that's what I tell people about a story. You're never going to hear everything pertaining to the lives of the people in the story. Everything is a version. Just like when the police goes to a scene, he only knows what he sees and what somebody tells him. Doesn't mean it's true, but that's what they tell him. Then the media goes to the police to say, what did they tell you? Then he repeats what they saw, what they heard. Once again, still a version. That's why I always tell people when they come in the chat cussing and fussing and getting mad about stuff, why are you getting mad at me? I'm just repeating what the news said. The news is only repeating what the police said. The police is only repeating what Pookie Ray Ray told him. So once again, it's just a version. And you're never going to know the truth about a person's life. What is the truth about what they said? Oh yeah, I saw that guy. He was running down the street with a gun. Was he running down the street with a gun? Well, how do I know if he did or not? And then the news picks it up. You see where I'm going? Everything's a version. It's just a matter of do you want to believe what was told. But people will argue you down about a fucking news story.
What's true? Yeah.
Yeah, and I tell people everything's a version. Just like everything you've been hearing about this story. That shit came from Billy Joe. The news ain't never came forward in 4 weeks. Matter of fact, what's today? Yesterday would make it 5. You never heard them say, we think the baby died in the bathtub. We think the daddy drowned him. We think he drowned in a pool. Don't matter about the pool. He wasn't found in the pool. That was just something they had to do because it was a pool. Oh, he was at the quarry. She took him to the lake and threw clothes in the garbage. That's all Billy Joel and that bullshit. All that shit to go to Sheriff's Channel. You ain't heard the police tell you nothing about this case, how they think the baby died, what their evidence is. Quarry, lakes, ponds, streams. They ain't told you nothing.
Well, let me ask you this then about this Quentin Simon case. Don't you, or what does it make you think about the worst case scenario now that there's so much deceit going on and so much, you know, away from being transparent, although they want to claim that they're being transparent as a family and they've got nothing to hide, but we know better. We know they know what they're not, you know, answering or acknowledging at this point in time. Wouldn't that be because they're actively covering up the worst case scenario?
Yes, because you already know. I knew that Billy Joe knew what happened when she flipped and started going to the tubers. They went to the news. That sealed it for me. I said, she knows. Because you were the first person to run to the news saying something doesn't add up. Then your husband said, she's always a liar. Come on now. What changed? Because you know Leilani better than anybody. You brought her here. So
I'd say she's signaling quite frequently about her suspicions.
Yeah. So Cher, Pookie, Ray Ray, Queen, whoever, you all don't know these people. Billy Joe knows her child because that child's a product of her. So she knows more about Leilani than anybody in YouTube land, Savannah, North Carolina. And she knows she killed that baby because she holds
first
the
thing
secret
that they said to the news
was
that they don't know, they can't believe Leilani. That's why they couldn't give us any updates because frankly, they don't believe Leilani.
And when she did that TV interview and she's spinning that story and she's looking over, trying to cut her eye at her mama and the news lady, that's when Billy Joe turns her face and gnaws like she wants to scream. She knew then she killed that baby. That's why she couldn't open her mouth. Because the more Leilani talked, she knew I'm sitting here aiding this bitch, knowing she killed this kid.
Yeah, she just lied right in front of me, my face.
And I can't sit up and imagine you sleeping in that house. Because it's one thing everybody talking about that little ghost running across that street. Well, guess what? They're in that same house where the ghost might be running around playing. I don't know. But I know they're in that house, and I could not stay a day in there knowing somebody killed the baby. Because you know what I'd be thinking? Did she kill him over here? Did she kill him over here? Every time you go in the bathroom, sit on the toilet, you're wondering, did she use this tub? Did she use this
She's
thing?
redecorating right now, you notice.
I couldn't do it. Yeah, guess what? Stay woke.
She's redecorating for just that reason, probably.
It could be. Could
Just
be.
get rid of, it's no different than throwing out mattress.
Exactly.
You like to
Carpet, tile floor.
think about after a
clean it
loved
up.
one dies or something like that, passes away. You
Uh-huh.
get rid of certain things.
Yeah, you
just
throw away
to
stuff.
get
Exactly.
on. You
And
know what I
I
mean?
often wondered that too. What was actually washed and or thrown away after they said the baby was missing? Who was up possibly washing, using stuff in the house?
Do you know what this case has that the Summer Wells does not have?
Mm-mm.
The fact that the investigators are on them from day one. They caught Leilani.
Yeah, when they went to the house, they knew something when they was in that house.
Not
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, they knew. 3
You know what I
hours
mean?
later,
From the
you called the
get-go, Summer
FBI.
Wells never had that. Summer Wells
Mm.
never had that.
Yeah.
They were fucking lying, but they never had the investigators
Yeah.
calling them out on it. Like,
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is, when people spin a web, right? They're watching everything, your movement, how you're talking, how you're interacting. And when people lie, they really don't think about how they look when they're lying. You know, you do a lot of things when you lie, unless you're just really diabolical and you can hold that face down and be looking in the person's eye and be just like, yes, and this happened, and I was here, I was asleep. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people can't do that. A lot of people cannot hold the lie. They'll do stuff to show they look deceptive.
oh, these people are comfortable with lying, but even this, you can see that there's certain things that stick out amongst their other behavior, right?
Yeah.
But it's being, if you're always clouded in substance and alcohol and things like that, you're always acting like a crackhead and a little weird.
Yeah. And who knows if they were under the influence at the time that they were talking. You got a babysitter saying they were questioning her why she wants to help. And I found something interesting when I went back and re-listened to some of the content from Miss McCarter. She said they didn't want her to come in the house. Why not? Why not? That's a video all in itself. Why didn't you want the babysitter to come in the house?
They didn't want her to come in the house?
Yeah, but Carter says that. I went back and listened to it a week ago. Mm-hmm.
I thought it was that they just didn't want her to help look.
She said, well, I know she said,
well, here's the main
they didn't
problem.
want me.
There's not a
She said,
sense of
she told somebody in the
urgency
chat that
around
was
that
talking,
home.
I didn't go in the house. She said, I didn't go in the house, because somebody was saying, did you go in the house? And she said in a response, she says, no, I didn't go in the house. But don't you think a person would say, hey, did you look in the house? And you'd say, what? Oh, yeah, we looked already. I still believe they didn't want her to go in that house. Because she's basically saying they were acting like they didn't want her to help. So if you don't want me to help, you don't want me looking nowhere. You don't want me looking in the house. You don't want me looking around the property.
Well, it would suggest to me that they already know what's gone on.
Right.
They're not, in fact,
Because
looking
they weren't
for a
expecting
baby
her to
that
come
well.
over.
Don't you think that if your baby was actually missing from like you want to lead on, that you wouldn't be running around like a chicken without its head, looking over? You would be fucking throwing books off shelves, outside tipping over cars. Come on, if you really think that child's around there, but that's not what we see here. We don't have that sense
Yeah,
of
Monica
urgency,
saying, yeah, they
that
stood in front of her like,
desperation.
we don't need you already. That's what I'm saying. Because anybody would have sense enough to say, well, did you look everywhere in the house? Because, kids that his age, you could hide in stuff, a toy chest or anything. I think they found a kid in a toy chest because that's where they hid. That's my point. If you don't want me looking around, you definitely ain't going to want me to come in that house. And you can get a vibe when you can tell a person wants you to just stand only so far away from the front door.
Well, here's the problem I have with that as well, is that they didn't want any help looking. They had not notified police as of yet. It's not just that.
Yeah, I remember she said that.
We're waiting for the police. Just hold on. Like, no, we don't want you doing
Yeah.
anything. Just wait. Something's fucking happened here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's that.
I don't think they wanted her there, period.
That's when they decided. That's when they saw the urgency to notify and file.
Yeah, because let me tell you, they weren't expecting Carter to show up.
They had an outsider recognize their essential lie.
Yeah.
So they had to make a move right there.
They used her so much that she was immersed and intertwined with them. That's why McCarter ran over there, because she's been the go-to person for this bullshit of these people. So naturally, you're sitting here trying to come up with your stories. You're not thinking McCarty's going to bring her ass over there. So that's a wrench in the plan when she shows up, right? Because ain't nobody going to really know nothing going on in this house unless I tell them. So McCarty don't know that the child's missing until you called and said, oh, have you seen? Because she knew she's going to have to start spinning this web because somebody's going to start asking questions, which would be the babysitter. Mama's probably going to be coming home eventually. I got to get this shit in order. So I got to start making up stuff. You know what I'm saying? But they weren't expecting McCarty to run over there.
Okay, hold on. Pause. Yeah. What has been going on during this time with the other children? Diana looks after the other kids as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
But not all at one time. How?
Yeah, all at one time. Remember,
she doesn't have an opinion. Not that I'm trying to be suspicious. I'm saying she doesn't have a real opinion over. Nobody's mentioned about why Leilani's in the state and the situation she is, other than the obvious substance abuse disorder problems.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody's ever really commented on how she managed or mismanaged her life up until that point.
Mm-hmm.
What was Diana's? I wonder what Diana's perspective was. I think she tried to avoid talking about that, which was a good neighbor. But I'm really curious to know, because I would have to think that she has some thoughts on that. Seeing how she's mentioned that Leilani would kind of duck out on while she's on her front porch, and she's up to other things.
But that just shows you how deceptive she is, because why in the world are you going to have this woman keeping your kids? They're already there for long hours. You're not paying her anything. And then you got the nerve not to even go to work and keep your own damn kids. They didn't want those kids, man. They didn't want those kids.
Well, they, like it or not, you can love those kids to the moon and back.
Yeah.
But to the adults in that house at this point in time, that's a large burden. So there had to have been a pressure on Billy to do things in order to provide for the family that she wouldn't have had to ordinarily do necessarily. So there had to have been ongoing conflict with her and Leilani in that home.
You know there's going to be conflict when people are in your house, AB. Visiting. I don't give a damn. Visiting, staying, coming in and out, however you got your house set up. Shit gets old at some point when stuff starts getting in disarray. For instance, you like laundry folded. You like things swept up. You don't like dishes in the sink. You don't like people that, you like your bathroom straightened up. You know where I'm going. That shit gets old when you've got to go in behind a grown person. Now, you're factoring in 3 kids. That's more mess, more trash, more money to spend, more toilet paper to buy. That shit is ever evolving.
2 adults that are acting like kids who have no fucking idea how to raise the kids, who don't clean up after themselves.
Yeah, and they probably weren't cleaning up after themselves.
It's probably a huge fucking disaster.
That's why when she argued with her about the washing machine, they were probably clothes piled up from here to New York, and it's like, damn, I'm going to wash my clothes. I can't because you got probably wet clothes
how
still
fast
sitting in
clothes
the washing
pile up with
machine.
kids.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Especially babies that you're changing so often.
She might have had clothes still sitting in the washer, wet, clothes piled up. This lady's got really dirty stuff. She wants her and her husband's clothes washed. Now I'm coming home. I'm looking at dirty dishes. You ain't vacuumed. You ain't clean. The house probably was a wreck, but you allowed that. So in the end, who are you mad at? You're mad at yourself because you've allowed these people to be in there not being productive.
They let Billy down in that aspect. You can put it in that aspect, but still, it's still Billy's choice.
Everything's a choice.
Billy's a part of all of this as well, no matter which way you look at it.
That's what I'm saying. So how you run your house is your choice. That's your house. So if you let people come in and run in and out, revolving doors, people spending the night, using shit, stealing shit, that's on you.
So how, that brings me back to thinking, how, let's say, in tune to being a mother and how motivated is Leilani to make sure the kids are nourished into bed, not into the fridge, drinking all fucking dad's Coca-Cola, all of this stuff. Do you know what I mean? She's not motivated to let's say, follow the rules or rules. And there's always rules to life, especially when there's raising kids. You know, you have to be a good example. She's not one, but yet here she is in a situation where, you know what? She probably was sitting there getting fucking high, doing her thing. And the inevitable happened. You know, Murphy's Law happened.
Yeah. Well, I still say I won't bet that it was deliberate. I ain't gonna just use it all blame on drugs, because we don't know these people. And I know her back was up against the wall. She was gonna have to get out that lady's house. And if she believed her mother was serious, she knew she had a burden. 3 kids. Who knows if they saved their money, had savings. So you have to think about all that kind of stuff, because we don't know them. And if she got court papers sent to her, she got them on the 26th of September. The baby goes missing 1 week, damn near to the date. Come on now. Because the mother found them like maybe a week or 2 before the 26th. So she got them 2 weeks later from her filing the paperwork with Billy Joe. She felt pressure. Oh, she really wants to be out of here. She's really angry.
That she may have lashed out. There's a lot of pressure on all of them just from the domestic issues that they're having amongst each other. They probably took it out on the child. There's a strong possibility as well, isn't it?
You don't think she told Leilani what? You don't know nothing about them folks and what they talked about.
I don't think.
Come on now.
You're reading something in chat. I
Yeah.
don't think that Billy told her that Leilani was not supposed to be let alone with the children. I don't think that Billy Joe told her that Leilani, meaning the babysitter Funtuski. Yeah. So I'm wondering, there's probably no set rule. Like what Diana was under the assumption.
You want to be in a rap game, you need to be further up near Atlanta, Georgia, one of those places outside of Atlanta, to be a rapper and get your shit off the ground. Do you know how far Savannah is from Atlanta? It's some hours away. You need to be in the Mecca, and that's outside of Atlanta, in the boroughs or Atlanta, Georgia. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, successful rappers. Well, don't REM and come from Savannah, Georgia? There's a
AK-47.
There's the B-52s. Don't they come from Savannah, Georgia, too?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when it's time to do recordings and all that kind of stuff, I'm saying it's that city and the outer limits that's got, recording studios.
You're not in Atlanta, then you're missing an opportunity. That's what
I'm saying. Savannah is some hours away down the coast from Atlanta. Seems like to me he would be living up closer to Atlanta.
Well, this kid, you're talking about a 21-year-old kid who doesn't have a shit together. He's trying to act like he's a daddy. He's playing daddy right now.
Let's just look at it like this. He got the hell out of there. How about that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't want to rap. He knew how to get the hell out of Dodge. Lord, I'm almost at 5 hours, dear God.
Oh, fuck, 5 hours. I'm going to get down. I got to get to bed.
What else you got to say before?
What else do I got to say?
Casey Anthony, do you think she'll tell the truth in this Peacock series?
Fuck no.
Okay.
It'll just she lives in an environment.
Yeah, Baez declined to speak to Law and Crime. Why is that? She said, I think Baez knew to keep his mouth closed this time.
No, they're from Georgia, Mandy. Yeah.
Those dreads were stupid. What are you saying, NB? They were scooting. What you mean? Said the white boy said I can wear dreads too.
Does have cool dreads, actually.
Well,
I always respect it. It tells me that
scary. These people are scary to me. People like this scared the shit out of me because they walk by you every day at the Walmart, the grocery store. They sit and spin stories while they're puffing and huffing. And then you hear the ultimate story. Girl, did you hear what happened? You know that girl that you saw at the mall? What about her? Her baby gone. Mm-hmm. That's what's scary to me. Imagine the people that know them, know of them, and they ain't talking yet. See, I know somebody could spin the story on all of them. They just ain't
surround themselves with people who don't really wouldn't really talk to the law in the first place.
That's why I was going to say, imagine what the other people know that ain't spoke. We ain't talking about no share cronies and all that bullshit. I'm talking about folks that hung with them, rolled with them.
Around a lot of people who will give you the benefit of the doubt. So Billy will have the narrative, and they'll just believe it, and then they'll
burnt out. Okay,
you know what I mean?
Well, I want to know who's the dope dealer, because somebody been supplying Billy Joe with something while she on that live stream line. The dope dealer, you crazy, because she wouldn't get no dope from me. Shit,
it's so sad. It's so obvious that I feel bad even making fun of it now because she's got a disease,
Listen,
but she keeps
I wouldn't serve her. I wouldn't serve them marijuana. You wouldn't get me caught up in court in jail, because Billy Joe will tell it. Yeah, he been serving me an ounce of weed or I wouldn't sell them shit. Did you hear me? Never. You serving her dope, you a fool.
Didn't she come out and straighten that out? She wasn't smuggling drugs in. She had a stapler and something else that she got in trouble for, and they wrote her up.
Well,
and gave her extra time for it.
But she's doing something. I often wondered that here recently. Who's the dope dealer? Because she getting stuff from somebody.
Probably runs in the family.
Listen, JB said you already know. Laugh out loud. No, I don't know. JB, tell me. Tell the queen. I'm slow. I don't know. Who she getting the dope from?
It's pretty readily accessible in the rap game.
No, I'm saying, who is Billy Joe getting her dope from right now?
Well, that's why she's probably acting a bit sketchy. She's going through with withdrawals. She's
you couldn't come to me. You couldn't come to me or knock on my door or call me talking about.
Doesn't she kind of resemble a crackhead who's fucking jonesing for a fix?
You couldn't call me and tell me you need nothing. I don't give a damn if it was $20 worth of dope.
Everybody, I'm selling everything I have. You can get it for dirt fucking cheap right now. I need it. I just give me that 20 rock.
That's crackhead behavior right there. All of a sudden, a baby goes missing. Now you're sloughing off stuff out your house. I tell everybody, stay woke.
He's fucking pawning shit off.
That's what I told everybody. Stay woke. You got to look at the bigger picture. These people, that girl's on that stuff. Now she's selling stuff. You're talking about Amazon wish list a week before. Now she's on a live telling you what she's selling. Read between the lines. Folks are desperate.
File for she's bankruptcy before she goes into the pen. Just to tie up any loose ends.
And then she's probably been looked at for fraud. So you got to look at the bigger picture. It's more to it than just Quentin being gone. These people have been doing stuff. They've been doing stuff.
They've been looking at them financially, I heard.
Yeah, because you got to think all this shit on the property, trucks, campers, stuff she's mentioned that we didn't even know she had, cars and this and that. That shit costs. Don't you insure all your cars, your campers?
Do you have to have insurance in Georgia? Tennessee, apparently you don't.
It
seems to be another kind of pattern.
You got to have insurance on anything you own. If you want to try to file that somebody hit it, broke into it, they're going to ask you got insurance? How you going to get your money back if somebody rammed into your camper?
Well, if it's financed, it would probably have insurance.
Well, and I thought about that too.
Bought if she's selling it straight out.
That's what I'm saying. So, right. Because you can't sell something you finance. That's true. But you got people sick enough that would try. There's a whole lot to these folks y'all don't know. I'm like Mike King. What you should be asking about what you ain't heard and seen.
That's a good point.
Because that's a whole lot to these folks that ain't nobody been testified to. And I'm sure it would probably blow. People be crying and moaning. Oh my God, I didn't know. Did you hear? Because every time I talk to the source, they got something. Every time you look up, it's something. This or that, IRS, then it's this. Then they're holding meetings. They're actually been holding meetings just about Billy Joe. That's what was told to me. They had briefings about that heifer. So keep going live.
Well, if that's even remotely true, it's got to be true to a certain extent, no matter which way you look at it. They're talking about it.
Right. But somebody's having briefings that are just about you.
Yeah. So Billy Joe's a strange one. I believe, there's multiple different reasons. she's really reaching out, trying to find supporters and sympathizers, I should say, at this point in time.
Yeah, that's what she's doing. Yeah.
Because she's probably really alone. And
Yeah.
she feels alone. She doesn't like that.
And let me tell you something about things like this, because I've seen it with Shannon Christian and Chris Newsom, the white couple that were murdered by some black people here in Knoxville. In the end, it broke up the marriage of the mother and father, because when it was time for the black girl to come off of parole in Nashville a few years ago, the father was in court with another woman. I said, what the hell is this? And I knew something wasn't right, because when the reporter was talking to the mother at her house, she had boxes in the background. And something told me, what's wrong with this picture? Why are there boxes in the floor? I said, I bet you her and that husband have busted up. I'll be damned. Next news story, daddy's in court with another woman.
Oh my God.
I said, damn, tragedy can mess up a marriage, because, they're probably cussing, fussing, mad at each other about why she did this. Why was she over here? Why were they outside? It wasn't their fault. They just was outside. Some nasty people came along, watched them, and forced them into a car. But it can take a toll on a relationship when people go missing and then come up dead. And all these people are going to turn on each other. You just watch what I tell you. I give it till Christmas. You're going to hear a whole lot more than what you're hearing now.
There's got to be a certain amount of people there that are used to getting lied to anyway.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I won't doubt that eventually Billy Joe and his man probably won't make it. She's already, I believe, and gave up Leilani. Danny will eventually probably talk or croak. It's going to be something, or somebody close to Danny going to talk. You watch what I tell you.
It's going to have to come down between, in my mind, it's going to be between Danny and Leilani. It's obviously why they're not together. They're hiding something. They don't want to get caught.
Yeah. Well,
what is
guess
it?
What? We don't know what the pings say, what the dumps say on the phones. Because my understanding is from the source, they decided to go farther back into the dumping of the phones. Not just October 4th, 5th. They're going back months. So that leads me to think it's something else been brewing.
Well, they're going back that much farther because it gives them that much more opportunity to come up and develop questions based on whatever was happening in their lives.
Mm-hmm.
So they're developing some questions, some special questions.
Yeah,
that only Leilani and the cops are going to already know the answers to. So they'll get you in that interrogation room and they'll start asking you all these questions from all the information.
I heard about that Crazy Daisy, about the songs. Allegedly, that song was made back in February. I'm not really sure if that's true or not, but either way, it's still macabre. It's macabre either way. Because even if you write stuff, remember I told you what? Speak it shall be so. Let's say he wrote that song in February. Well, now look, you was just in a house with a dead baby and a girlfriend.
And, well,
that's why you have to be careful what you claim. If that song was written almost a year ago.
Maybe this asshole Danny is really trying to be a method rapper.
Well, method on. And guess what? You can get a good audience in the penitentiary.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's a killer.
They ain't going nowhere.
Too much killer clown.
They want a rapper to come in the penitentiary. They need somebody to entertain them. They ain't going no damn where. I want to know what that house says, because that house looks like a miniature version of Amityville. You know that part that's got the upstairs to it?
Yeah.
That's what I think of when I see that house. That's just a southern version of the Amityville horror house.
It's kind of a nice place. Nice setup.
And yeah, good land. Houses aren't close together, which I love. But look at the poor neighbors. They've suffered immensely. Nobody cared about the neighbors. What was a quiet street, I'm sure, turned into, a full-blown YouTube service.
With Leilani, you could almost go back, like, you have to draw a line, but 3 years. Like, it's always time for that. The psychologists can get into that, I guess.
But let's talk about this before you go. I'm already at 5 hours, 7 minutes. What did the little 3-year-olds see? Stay woke. Because 3-year-olds talk like they 50, if you get my drift. Because these children can talk. These children can talk like they in college. 3-year-olds.
Probably used that 3-year-old to get close to the other two guys and used it in like a she's a liar, a compulsive liar, has got these dudes.
Look at Angel. Are you from down there? What are you talking about? Danny is staying with Billy Joe and Leilani. Do you know that would be fun if you found out he wasn't in the house all this time? I didn't think about that, because that has happened in a lot of true crime. Everybody was running around listening to versions that people were spinning, and the person was there all along.
Yeah, that. Hey,
thank you, Angel. So that's something to think about. What if he's right around? He ain't never left.
That's a big what if.
And then they put all that bullshit about he's in North Carolina, he's over here. He ain't never left Savannah.
In the papers, if they broadcasted all that like they did.
Yeah.
Fuck. I'm gonna be like, you know what? Fuck these guys in the papers. I'm going my own way. I'll put them down. I'll get disappointed in them, I guess.
Yeah. Because the news people that went all the way to North Carolina, banging on doors. Nobody's open, which they ain't open no door. But what
it's interesting as hell to me is that they can't find this fucking guy, track him down, and get a statement from him.
But you'd be surprised. It's just like when people get in trouble right in your own jurisdiction. They ain't went to New York. They didn't go to Detroit. They right in the city, hiding in somebody's damn house. They just don't come the fuck outside.
Yeah, just not answering the door.
Yeah, they don't come outside. He might have had another little sugar thing. Did that ever occur to anybody in the chat? Who's to say Danny ain't been fucking somebody else? He was running in and out of that girl's house. He could have been cheating on her. He might be laid up with another little white girl, black girl. Y'all better stay woke. Queen know folks, honey. Well, I know that when you can't find somebody, they ain't went nowhere. Bingo card. They right there looking at y'all make a fool out yourself, scurrying around like rats. Look at them stupid running in North Carolina. I'm right across town. You don't know who Daddy knows. And people will aid people in crimes. Listen to this girl. She's so stupid. She said, saw him on YouTube looking out the window. I guess he was hiding. Angel cannot stop it now. But it wouldn't faze me none to know he's been in that house all this time, laying down in the seat, covered up. You don't know. Cars got tinted windows or anything. How you gonna know?
You wouldn't.
Look, somebody said maybe they killed him. Well, Monica, hey, stranger things have happened. It's been said he was cheating on her, Sherry H. Well, I don't know. I don't listen to all the gossip.
Perfect timing to drop that.
But see, I told my mod that. Is there a lot of things you all don't focus on? Y'all like to focus on just the gossip of stuff, but you don't think of the what ifs. You don't know what type of relationship he had with Leilani. He could have been with her, running in and out of the house, coming in when he wanted.
Oh, I'm sure it was true love this time, like every other fucking, mature 21-year-old.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't know if he was the type of guy that he was just using that house as a place to stay. He could have been over across town laying up with another girl when he got off from work. Popped in at their house at 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. She settles with it because he's a baby daddy. You don't know how he was living.
Why would he want to stay fucking there if he's got to pay any money and have all these fucking rules? The old, Billy Joe's fucking rules. The last thing you want to do is stay with your fucking grandma, dude. Like, come on. You've got all these kids now. All of this. Think about it for a second. He's got all this fucking responsibility.
Wow.
And no say in any of it. Well, welcome to being a man, by the way. Do you know what I mean, though, in that circumstance?
Yeah,
so why is he there in the fucking
But he's probably living a life like a lot of young people. He's doing what he wants to do.
Yeah.
These young boys do not be committed to these girls. They make babies with them. They lay up in the house with a bunch of babies. Don't you think a young person gonna get tired of fucking babies crying, running around, needing formula, gotta change diapers? Fuck this. I want to play video games with a friend.
And Billy's not going anywhere because they have a mixed. It's like they're a tag team there. So they've got custody of some of the kids, but not all of them. And she still has custody of another one just to ease the burden off her. And it looks like they're going to be like a tag team mom kind of duo here, which is fucking crazy. And they'll be coming down on Danny for not bringing in any income to the house.
That's going to get old. When you start paying bills and your bills add up, you all ain't thinking about water bills are high as hell.
Holy fuck, do you know how much these kids cost? These kids cost a fucking lot of money.
That's what I'm saying. I just got my light bill yesterday.
A month grocery bills. If I wanted to each day, if I wanted to have a normal, like with good food.
Yeah.
I like my Swiss cheese and things like that. My sandwiches. Yeah. If I wanted to eat like that, our bills at the end of the month would be upwards of like $3,000.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Everybody was eating. You know
my
what I mean?
light bill. My light bill right now, I looked in the mail, got my light bill yesterday evening. That motherfucker's almost at 100, and it's just me here. So,
right.
And that's how it is. So you factor in water, light,
always
cooler, gas. That's not even talking about gas. Play separate.
That hot water
gas.
heater would never shut off with a bunch
That's
of
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I pay separate gas just to heat the fucking water. So imagine those people running in and out, lights flipping on, refrigerator door. Man, that shit adds up. That
Not
shit
to mention
adds
your
up.
fucking drugs and alcohol bill.
Well, everything. I got to smoke a little, got to toot a little. Okay. Hell, I know people right now that work every day. They can't get out the door without smoking a damn joint. And that's the truth. So imagine if you got the other people problem. Then you got a little meth, heroin, fentanyl
Maybe
problem.
they have. It doesn't have. It's not marijuana. Maybe they need it. It's medicine. Maybe they need it for their.
But some of these people I know they don't need. They ain't got no medical problem. They just like to smoke. That's their choice. But what I'm saying is,
chronics.
Just imagine if you got a other problem, such as heavy drugs. You feel you got to have it to get to on your work day. You feel what I'm saying? It
Only problem
costs.
if you can't afford it.
It adds up. It all adds up. Toilet paper, paper towels, paper cups, paper this. The little things you take advantage of, you don't even think about. Toothpaste.
Of course you know what happened.
Why you think you kept seeing that little boy running around all the time without no clothes? Because clothes cost.
Think about the complicated. What were these kids thinking at that particular time? Think about how complicated the custody situation, even though they all are under one roof at that point in time, that was coming to an end sooner than later.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems to me it
Crime
was.
Story said, "Do you think Danny knows what happened?"
Higher.
Yeah, I do. Crime. Yeah.
I think when you start to rate prostitutes, they're in a high risk environment, a high risk lifestyle at that particular time, considering the domestic situations going on inside that house.
Mm-hmm.
He was living in a high risk environment, high risk of something happening to him.
Yeah, the children were at odds, no matter if we want to believe who's a favorite, not a favorite. I always tell people don't judge the situation by a favorite because you're diabolical. Whether you chose to kill this kid or that kid, you're still sick. Those kids don't need to be in the custody of nobody that would kill a child, period. Whatever the reasons are. This was inevitable. It was going to happen. That's the reason why that woman had custody, but she went on and did her thing. Billy Joe is trifling. She lived a separate life. I don't even know why she had the house. They could have stayed in the fucking
She's going to be
trailer.
sitting in court over this at some point in time.
Yeah, that's what she's got to. The state,
The question should
Georgia
be,
knows.
did she get a jury or judge?
They got to do something to her because they know people are going to raise hell if they don't. They know people are going to come for her and they're going to come for the system. You all fucked up.
Isn't this the same situation? Isn't this going to go to a grand jury and then it'll go from there?
I hope so. I hope it ain't just no citation. Because that's what the meeting was about for her, was to decide, is this just going to be family court or criminal?
Well, the cops are going to force their own hands because they've come out and you don't see the police come out and straight up say, we presume he's dead. They come out and hope,
automatically
hope, but they didn't give you much hope.
They didn't give you no hope. No, they didn't. That's why I told people, believe me, they know something. They got something. In the last article I brought, they're saying that he's not.
Well, the first thing that you got, Queen, no matter what in this case, the first thing that they probably got was they recognized a lie. And if there's a lie in a missing child, you know that potentially the worst case scenario happened. Therefore, you can determine if they're clamming up after that. The likelihood of finding him alive is not
and that's the thing that people don't understand before you start looking and doing pings and all that. I'm looking at how you're talking. I'm looking at your house. So you don't even know what they saw when they went in the house. You don't know what they saw when they was outside. All those things matter when I'm coming to you and you're spinning the web that, hey, my baby's missing. Well, I'm looking at everything from the carpet, the chairs, the refrigerator. I'm looking at stains. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at this other person. I'm looking at your hand movement. I'm looking at when you're quiet, you don't answer. I'm watching all of that. All of that. Got to look at all of that. Because that tells the story. I know if I don't even want to go outside and look for the kid and just stay right there in that house and just look at you. See, that's what happened with the little black boy in the washing machine. The police said to themselves, nah, we ain't going to go look around the block. We're going to look right here.
That's the key comment in all of this that Diana McCarta brought is that little, aside from the 5:30 cancellation, when she went over there at 9:30 after Billy Joe texted her back and they had not called the police.
Mm-hmm.
And
why not?
They didn't want any assistance. That tells me everything I need to fucking know.
Yeah, she just wanted to deal with McCarter. She just wanted to deal with McCarter because she knew McCarter was going to start asking questions, which you're going to ask. I'm taking 2 of your kids and I've been keeping 3. Hell yeah, I'm going to probably ask, well, what's wrong with the other baby? He got a doctor's appointment.
A guilty person doesn't turn down that, or an innocent person, as Lolani wants to portray herself, doesn't turn down that help at that point in time. Somebody with something to hide does.
Yeah. See, the plan, I'm going to tell you what the plan was. We're just going to call McCarter to soothe this over until we decide what we're going to do about the baby. McCarter fucked it up when she ran over there. When McCarter went over there, that threw off the plan of holding out on calling the law. Now we got to call because she's here now.
Now they've pushed our hands. Exactly.
Yeah,
They pushed our hands. We have to.
We don't even know how long they were going to ride that ride without the baby. But they weren't going to go long because Billy Joe and the husband got to come home. See, I always look at the details. Billy Joe's got to come back. So what am I going to say when Billy Joe gets back and don't see that
Billy
baby?
Joe was probably the one that, well, they contacted Billy Joe first. I wonder how that initiated.
Yeah. Chop that up for me. Do you believe she called the mother and said something happened to the kid before Billy Joe got back to the house?
That's hard to believe, but it seems that's what
I'm asking you. Do you think she called first or she waited till Billy Joe got there and then she told her?
She called Billy Joe first. The last thing that any of them were going to do is call the police about anything.
So, no. Okay, so now you're really messing me up. So you think she called her mama to say something happened to the kid before she called 911?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
So I'm saying that somebody at home, because probably alerted Billy Joe, because it was Billy Joe that texted Diana McCarty at 8:45.
Man Hatter says, didn't babysitter call Billy Joe first? I don't remember. I don't keep up with all that stuff.
No.
Tanya, that's a good point, Tanya. How come nobody talks about the brother? Well, hey, don't nobody want to talk about him. Good question.
Yeah.
Because somebody had the app on their phone from what my source tells me. So which brother is that? The one that stays at the house or Joe? And I find it awfully strange, Billy Joe, that after Everyday Shenanigans mentions that door being open from 2 to 5, you come up with a version of 2:40 to 5:40. Ting. I'll wait. Because you didn't think nobody knew about that fucking door but y'all. So you have to admit that's awfully strange. I live in East Tennessee.
My mind right now, based off of all the bullshit, you would have to think that door was left open and it happened. Whatever happened.
Yeah.
Probably.
It was way before
early in the night.
5:30 is what was told to me. They killed the baby between 11 and 2. And it makes sense to me.
11 p.m. and 2 a.m.
11 p.m. to 2. Doors open at 2 to 5. Stay with me now.
Yep.
Phone call goes to McCarter. A text 5:29. Stay woke. 9 o'clock. A whole phone call goes to McCarter. It's perfect timing. It's all perfect. And after I mentioned about the door, which you all didn't think nobody was going to know about, so conveniently, Cher puts 40 minutes onto the time slot. Conveniently.
Let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
You know all of these stories that are coming up. Well, one that pops into my mind about the fentanyl laced drinks and how people mums are.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that is applicable in this situation? Do you think that Lolani's the type of person to use that concoction?
What?
Or have it more? Is it more likely that she was indulging herself and the inquisitive child runs upon a cup or something and gets into something? And
no, I don't believe that. I think a lot of people like using that kid fell into drug bullshit as a way of not owning that people are evil. Like the baby in the bag that the black girl put in her fucking duffel bag and carried it down a street and put in somebody's can.
It's more likely that
you beat the baby. The autopsy says blunt force trauma. So there was no drugs. You all just don't want to accept the fact that people kill their kids deliberately. No accident, no drowning. Nobody found no fentanyl and no pills. You just killed your kid. That's why I keep telling people, until you can bring me a receipt, I don't do that accident theory shit because the timing is too perfect. September 26th, she gets a notice to get the fuck out of her mother's house. The baby is missing 1 week later. Come on now. No accident. No fentanyl, no nothing. All this time they've been getting high. Ain't no babies found, no drugs all this time.
Could possibly, I guess, that Quinton, their custody of Quinton is with the grandmother because it could have just been a scapegoat on Danny. Look at all that's going on in the background over who's living where and you know, because
this baby was killed out of desperation. That's my theory. It all adds up. The fighting, the fussing, washing machine, pushing the girl. It was a lead up. It was a jump off. Billy Joe comes home mad about her house, this and that. Hey, I want them out. Files for child support and an eviction notice. It's desperation. I got to do something. My back's up against the wall. She wants me out this house. Where we going to go? Where we going to live? I got to do something.
That's a lot of pressure and tense. You can imagine the
That's what I'm
bickering
saying.
between those two.
That's
you know
what
what I
I'm
mean?
saying.
Especially with immature kids with a bunch of crying kids around them that are driving them nuts.
So that's what I'm saying.
I don't miss those days.
You got impulsive people, impulsive kids. She's been coddled all her life, on and off, troubled life with her mom. Boom.
Active drug users.
I want you out my house. I mean it. Here's a document. She's looking at a document that says, I want you out my house. She panicked. I got to do something. I got to do something. She definitely ain't going to put me out with a missing kid. She's going to feel sorry for me. It all makes sense.
Yeah. It's almost like a Munchausen by proxy situation where it's an attention ploy internally to get back at her mother.
I didn't come up with that last theory until I was in the chat last week.
And
somebody was in the chat
on one of her children. Her least favorite child. She took it out on.
Yeah. I said to myself, it was in the chat when it came to me. Oh yeah, that's theory number 3. It was because she knew. Oh, I got Billy Joe. She'll never put me out with my baby missing. She'll feel guilty. She'll feel guilty, like, oh my God, I've done this and I've made her crack up, or I did this. Whatever the reason, she knew her mother would feel guilty. Because you see, she flipped on her. Just as quick as she ran to the news to talk bad about her, she's sitting on the lawn chair like, get away from my property. Stop filming, blah, blah, blah. She's right in there with her.
She doesn't know how to handle this complex social situation either.
Well, it's over with now. And now you're spewing out a little bit of syrup on live streams. Why me, God? Why me? Well, the Lord said, why not you? Why you important? Why not you? You had custody of those kids and you forfeited. You went on about your business. You had no intention of raising those kids. And y'all used Diana McCarter, and Diana McCarter obliged. Because Diana had to see the signs day one that these people were unfit. She had them know, I'm going to be in sinking sand dealing with these people. They didn't give a fuck about Diana McCarter. And if it wasn't Diana, it'd be somebody else. That's why they're grand manipulators. They're hustlers. They're looking for a victim. Now they've gone all the way to YouTube. These people have been living like this their entire lives. That's what people need to understand about them. If it wasn't Diana, it'd be somebody else. If it wasn't Cher, Laura, Pookie, Ray, it'd be somebody else. That's what people need to understand. These are hustlers. It's going to always be somebody else. Even if they get locked up right now, some of you going to be right over there writing letters to them in the fucking jail, sending them commissary, getting cards to put on, wanting to visit them. It ain't going to stop. Even when they're
all the people that will be on their side, just saying
that's
that
my point.
The man is no good.
Exactly.
Anti-cop, anti-prison,
Guess who'll probably be the first person? Guess who'll be the first person to contact Leilani in prison or jail? Casey Anthony.
Oh, you think so?
Hell yeah. I know.
Well, she has a PI. She's a private investigator.
I know what you're going through. I was there once.
I don't know if she can compete with Cher in that job. That's a tight battle. Be Cher and Casey Anthony live.
So see, this ain't nothing but a diabolical circle of clowns. One thing begets another. This won't stop even if they get arrested. There'll still be people reaching out, trying to support them, sending them commissary, trying to get their conversations recorded for content. They called me. Go turn the computer on. You know, they ain't got but a few minutes.
You've got a call from.
Exactly.
15 minutes remaining.
Imagine that for a live stream. They locked up, and now you hear them live from the damn jail.
You could probably get a video link in there.
Okay.
Video feed in there.
Well, you know they have phones in
No
jail
more.
and prisons. People, those guards and stuff, bring in phones for those prisoners.
Ooh, hooped. I'll have one of those hooped phones, please.
Mm-hmm. There are a lot of inmates with cell phones in prison and jail.
Yep.
Yes, Monica. Disturbing behavior, one way or the other. It's neglect or on purpose. No accident. No, it's no accident. It's too much that went on in 1 week's time of a baby's death. Y'all, they had a lot going on. Ain't no way I'm gonna believe it was no accident. And then the fact that girl had the nerve to get up on that live stream and say that first murder was an accident. So everybody's having accidents at her house. All her children.
Well, remember, it's all perspective. Isn't that what you just said? It's all perspective. So
Her
from the
kids-
perspective of her,
Yeah.
it might just seem like a fluke, but happening twice. No, there must be something that you're doing, Mom.
Everybody just miraculously is in a murder plot by accident. What are the odds? Both of your children are linked to dead people. I'll wait. You don't get 40 years by mistake. Rarely these times. I ain't saying a person can't make a mistake and ID you, but we got too much surveillance and ring cameras to exonerate you. Too much CCTV now. You can't do nothing without leaving a footprint. No, they killed that boy, and I believe it. I don't even have to look up the article. I believe it. And the fact she named her baby after her brother, stay woke.
Tells me that he's probably got some sort of, he's probably their stud, probably gets talked about in high regard around there.
Around where?
The home, Billy Joe's house.
Well, but that lets you know how sick they are. You think I'm going to name my baby after a motherfucker that killed another man on purpose?
Mm.
I don't care if you are my brother. I ain't going to name my baby after you.
What about, there's been lots of Johns that have killed people.
What?
Yeah, I'm sure there has. I'm sure there's been a lot of Johns that have killed people. Doesn't keep you from not naming a child John.
The John ain't in my family. AB.
Oh yeah. It's different when it's in your family. Sorry.
Oh my God.
Getting tired. My mind's slipping.
Yeah, you need to go to bed, damn. I know what the hell you say.
Yeah. No, I'm just sorry. My bad.
Like me sleepy.
I got to get down and get to bed.
Okay, I'm going to bed too.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate it too. Thanks for joining. Everybody check out A Balance. All right, everybody, that's A Balance. Thank you all so much for following the content. This has been a very winded live, so chop it up as you can when you got the free time, because I didn't know this live was going to go this long. Hello, Joe Dirt, everybody in the chat. Hello, everybody. Thank you for following the content. Like, share, subscribe. This has been a very interesting journey dealing with this case, but I pray that there will be victory for this baby Quentin and his siblings, because remember, they matter too, because these are living beings that are still here. Please check out my movie of the week, The Belko Experiment, now playing on Tubi. Very interesting movie about co-workers in a building. They have been trapped, locked into a building, and they are being forced to turn on one another by murdering their co-workers. If you do not like horror thrillers, that's fine, but that's just my movie suggestion of the week. Thank you, Mr. A Balance. My first topic was pertaining to a woman and her boyfriend who put her child in a duffel bag and put it in a trash can in the neighborhood. They are possibly facing the death penalty down in Louisiana. That's the first part of this live. The second part is Casey Anthony. She has decided to come forward to spin her new version. We will see what happens. It will be playing on Peacock, a 3-part series. And the third part of this story is pertaining to Quentin Simon's bio relatives. We have a petition up. My mod has put it up on my behalf. KM, please sign the petition to have Leilani Simon and Billy Joe Howell pay back the $250,000 that Chief Hadley has requested from the commission's board for this investigation of Quentin Simon. Do the right thing. Sign the petition, please. Because those people in that area are working class, poor. They don't have this kind of money to try to filter back into the system. Because obviously Chatham County is a small police department and they don't have the foot power, manpower, woman power for this type of investigation. So they had to go dig into a school fund to get the money out. And it was given. Make these two pay that money back because they lied to authorities. A false report that the child is missing and now the child is deemed dead. Please sign the petition. KM is on that petition as the orchestrator by suggestion of Everyday Shenanigans. Thank you all so much for following the content. Prayers for Quentin Simon. A storm is coming this weekend down on the coast. The Savannah area is expecting high winds. There may be some water that loops over the roads. So pray for the people down there. Pray for the people who have been searching for the child. I think today is the last day of search. They will resume on Monday if indeed the weather permits it. So we will pray for justice for the baby. You all have a wonderful day. I will possibly be back later on today with more content. If not, I'll come on Friday. Almost 300 in the chat viewing. Thank you all so much. Yes, Joe Dirt, make them pay. At the hour or so of this live, you will hear Billy Joe, those coming in late. She has acknowledged that she has 2 killers from her womb. Please check out my content. The creator of that channel has now made the video private, but it is too late because I've aired the content on this network. And she knew that we would have people flag the video because you're not supposed to be showing any type of content talking about suicide, murder, deliberate homicide, murder of self. It's too late, Billy Joe. We've already aired the content. You admitted on a live stream that you have 2 killers that are your children. Can't take it back. And share. There's nothing you can say now to cover up this confession on a live stream. So you need not try. She owns it and said it out of her own mouth. And you knew all along that girl killed that baby. And you didn't even have to know Leilani or Billy Joe to know the truth. Watch this live stream in bits and pieces, and you will hear the content on this channel. Thank you all so much for your time. God bless all of you. This is Everyday Shenanigans.